kontra NXPE. Almost 13 minutes in the game at lalabas na ang ikalawang Lord ng laro. Nangunguna ang Echo with a 4K gold lead pero mukhang dihado sila sa Lord dance na ito dahil si Sanford at Carl TZ lang ang nasa eksena habang apat na members naman ng NXPE ang nakapalibot sa kanila. Habang humaharap si Sanford against 3 members of NXPE, mapipilitang mag-back away ang mga Neon Tigers dahil sa split push na gagawin ni Benny sa top lane. Magwawala naman si Sanford at ibubuhos lahat ng skills niya para ma-zone out sina Brusco at Ding. Makakabasag ulit sila ng turret sa mid lane dahil sa minion wave na hindi na clear ng NXPE. Babalik tayo sa top lane kung saan dumating na rin si Sanji para tulungan si Benny Cutie. Lulusawin niya si Yelly Haze gamit ang Arcane Shade at Shadow Strike combo. Walang magagawa si Domeng kundi umatras. Mabilisan naman silang babalik sa mid lane kung saan hindi pa tapos si Sanford sa kanyang trabaho. Patuloy niyang izo-zone out si Boyet DR at Brusco DR para ma-secure ni Carl ang Enhanced Lord para sa side ng Echo. Pero hindi pa kontento ang mga orca. Pipilitin lang mag-push sa turret doon sa mid lane. Mapipick off ng NXPE si Yawi pero babawi naman agad si Sanford. Gamit ang kanyang heavy sword, babagsak kanya si Ding DR ng land shaker sa muka at mapapa-follow up pa ng raging slash sa harap ng inhibitor turret. Makakaligtas si Ding DR pero tatapusin siya ng Renner's apathy ni Benny Cutie. Nang dahil sa individual plays ng Sansan Duo, makakapag-secure ng 3 turrets, 2 kills at isang enhanced lord ang defending world champions. Patience is a virtue. Pinatunayan sa atin ni Exhort yan sa kanyang top 3 play against Blacklist International nung day 3. 6 minutes in the game at non-stop action agad ang pinapakita ng agents at ng raiders. Kakamuwain ni Owl si Light sa bottom lane gamit ang tuloy-tuloy na basic attacks na may kasamang corrosive strike kahit pa nasa ilalim na siya ng turret. Makakalayo pa si Light pero hindi siya makakaligtas sa torn apart memory ni Owl from long range. Magiging malaking advantage to para sa side ng Blacklist International pero hindi hahayaan ni Exhort na basta na lang lumamang ang agents. Pagtapos ma-pick off si Light, susubukan pa ni Owl na basagin ang half HP turret ng RSG habang tahimik na magtatago naman si Exhort doon sa tri-bush. Susubukang i-defend ni Emma ng turret nila pero magiging matagumpay si Owl sa kanyang pagbasag sa tulong ni Oh My Venus. Pero bago pa makaalis si Owl, bibiglayin siya ni Exhort ng all-out combo gamit ang kanyang Petrify at all 3 skills. Maglalaho si Owl na parang bula at madedenay ni Exhort ang pag-snowball niya after getting a kill in the turret. 3 points para kay Bentings dito sa ating top 2 play laban ng TNC kontra Onyx ng day 2. Over 16 minutes in the game at lamang na lamang na ang TNC in terms of objectives and economy. Both teams ay nagkakapaan lang sa mid lane at naghihintay ng opportunity para makagawa ng play bago lumabas ang susunod na Lord. Magkakamali ng positioning itong si Kekidut at mahuhuli siya ng Iron Hook plus Flicker and Bloody Hunt combo ni Bentings. After ma-pop off ng kanyang immortality, hindi na rin siya magtatagal dahil may gagawing follow-up dito si Innocent. Agad nababawi ang mga hedgehogs at patutumbay naman nila si Jesus. Aabante sila papunta sa purple buff camp ng TNC para humanap ng isa pang kill pero sila ang mabibigyan after another Iron Hook mula kay Bentings. Si Super Friends ang susunod na babagsak para sa side ng Onyx at mapipigilan silang mag-disengage dahil outnumbered na sila ng Phoenix Army. Gagamit naman ng conceal si Bentings para habulin ang mga members ng Onyx. Isa na namang Iron Hook ang papakawalan ni Bentings at makakakuha ulit siya ng hedgehog and this time si Sensui naman ang itutumba nila. 3 out of 3 hooks para kay Bentings at makakabasag pa ng inhibitor turret ang side ng TNC.
After hook at ito na ata ang tsansa ng TNC na paanda rin muli ang makina ng piyahing tagumpay.
At ang makakakuha ng top spot para sa week 7 ay walang iba kundi ang Royal Duo ng Blacklist International laban sa Kingslayers nung day 3. Almost 5 minutes into the game pa lang ay intense na agad ang bakbakan sa pagitan ng dalawang champions. May konting kalamangan ng RSG Slate Philippines at nakapwesto na ang both teams sa Turtle Pit para mag-contest sa second turtle of the game. May eliminate ng Raiders si Edward at lalamang sila in terms of positioning dahil 3 na lang magko-contest ng turtle for the side of Blacklist. Haharapan ni Nats ang 3 members ng Blacklist International para mabigyan ng kontrol ang kanyang team over the turtle. Gagamit na si Queen Venus ng Moonlight Immersion at Blessing of the Moon Goddess para maprotektahan si Wise at Yue. Wise will do what he does best at maaagaw pa niya ang turtle mula sa Raiders. With low HPs, aatras na dito ang members ng RSG pero may iwan si Exhort sa mid lane bush. Susubukan pa niya makapick off pero kukuyugin lang siya ng 3 agents. Dadalhin ng Blacklist International ang momentum mula sa tali ng pagkakaibigan for the rest of the series as they complete the sweep against the Kingslayers. At yan ang ating top 5 plays for week number 7 ng MPL Philippines Season 11. Reminder nga pala na 4 na teams na lang ang naglalaban-laban para sa last 3 spots in the playoffs. At isang week na lang ang natitira sa ating regular season. Let us know in the comment section kung ano yung most awaited matches nyo in the last remaining week. Magkita-kita ulit tayo starting April 14 para sa last week ng ating regular season.
si Renny J. Ang role ko dito is fighter from Blacklist International. Nag-start ako mag-Mobile Legends nung nakita ko sa pinsan ko nilalaro niya. Tapos, yun, tinry ko siya muna nung una, pero parang hindi ko siya trip nung una pero galing kasi ako sa larong dating Dota. Nadadala ko siya sa ML. Hanggang sa naging isang araw, pagising ko parang competitive na ako. Kasabayan ko pa sila Edward nun Pero ako yung top 1, tapos sila Edward yung kasunod ko. Kasi kami magkakagrind nun. Hanggang sa ngayon, dito na ako sa Blacklist. Talaga, nag-start pa lang ako, si Haji talaga. Talagang wala pa ako sa pro. Tsaka kasi si Haji, nakakalaro ko siya dati sa rank games. Isa din siya sa kasama ko sa pagpapataas ko ng stars. Kasi si Haji yung yung parang pinakabatak dati na pro player Kaya sabi ko, idol ko to kasi lahat ng role kaya niya. Yung iba ko pang games na nilalaro is volleyball. Kasi nung dati wala pa namang mga ganyan ML. Tapos Dota pa lang dati. Mahal kasi sa computer shop dati. Parang wala pa akong pambayan. Ano bang ginagawa ko ngayon pag di ako ML player? Siguro nag-school. Dati ang gusto kong course is gusto ko seaman Kasi bala ko mag-aral sa MAAP. Kasi wala pa naman kasing ML nun So syempre, nung dumating yung ML, nagbago-bago na rin decision kasi yun, nabago din yung buhay ko ng Mobile Legends Talagang ginagawa ko din lahat to para sa family ko. Kasi sa ML scene naman, hindi ko ba alam hanggang kailan ako So, yun, okay lang sa akin kung wala ako hindi at least, di ba? May napatunayan tsaka meron na mga napuntar. Siguro nabuo yung Bataan Boys connection na yun nung yun nga, kasi sabay kami ni Edward talaga dati nag-grind. Si Edward wala pa rin siyang team. So yun, kinuha siya ng Blacklist nun. Sila pa nila Boss Lex, magkampi sila Coach Bon So natuloy yung Bataan Boys na siguro sa MPL na kasi parang binansagan na kami ni Edward na mga taga Bataan, ganyan. Tapos hanggang sa magka-team kami, lalo na nilang parang na Bataan Boys talaga yung connection daw. Bakit Blacklist? Siguro dahil paano ba? Parang ito yung tinitingala ko din talaga na na team. Tsaka yun dahil feeling sa management team, yun talaga yung tinitingala ko. Kasi sabi ko noon kung daw mawa ng Blacklist, baka talaga magpahinga muna ako. Kasi sabi ko gusto ko talaga sa Blacklist lang. Kasi syempre si Edward, sila Coach Bon, nakakwentuhan ko rin yan para magkakasama na daw kami. Paano ko gusto mag-grow sa Blacklist? Siguro yun nga, kung paano yung routine nila na practice, yan kung paano yung mindset nila sa game, kung paano yung disiplina nila sa paglalaro. Yun yung pinaka-gusto kong matutunan. Sobrang goods kasi sobrang saya ko talaga kasi dito ako napunta sa team natin. Siguro si Black Renny Jr. Mas focus and mas confident at yun, mas masaya. Yun, shoutout nga pala sa mga agents natin dyan. Iniimbitahan ko nga po pala kayo na suportahan kami sa season 11 na to. Yung bibigay po namin lahat ng best namin. Thank you sa suporta niyo.
Lahat ng manlalaro, lahat ng teams ngayon ay gustong isemento ang kanilang mga sarili sa kasaysayan ng Mobile Legends sa Pilipinas at talagang uhaw na uhaw para matawag na pinakamalakas sa buong mundo.
Sa baluarte ng pinakamalalakas, panigurado, walang ibang daan kundi pataas. Sa gitna ng dismaya, pagdududa, pagkatalo at pagkadapa, bumabangon ng tunay na malakas. Itinatakda ang may sikmurang magpatuloy, pero basang-basa ka na nila. Wala ka nang mailalabas na hindi pa alam ng lahat. Wala ka nang maluloko dito dahil lumilipas rin ang mga alamat. Kumakalat ang kawalang katiyakan. Ito na ang katapusan ng mga nagbabalat kayong Diyos. Umuusbong ang bagong dugo para ibagsak ang nagmamataas. Kaya mo bang sumabay dahil walang naglalakad ng paatras at walang ibang daan kundi pataas?
Mapaalala ko ulit sa inyo kung bakit BREN ang malakas. Hindi tatalab sa akin mga bala nyo. Ang
Ang pagbangon namin ay ang simula ng pagbagsak niyo.
Takbo habang may lupa.
Walang dakil-dakila dito sa MPL. Ngayon nyo makikita ang tunay na lakas ko.
Hindi nyo alam kung anong klaseng bangungot ang kaharap nyo.
Naglalaban lang kayo para sa second place. Umatras na kayo hanggat may pagkakataon pa. Pinaglumaan na kayo. Oras na namin to.
Pupulbusin namin ang bawat isa sa inyo.
Handa ka na ba?
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number? Now you can go with the Philippines' fastest and best mobile network. All it takes are 3 easy steps. First, secure your unique subscriber code from your current provider. Visit our website or any smart store near you. Lastly, activate your smart MNP SIM and you're ready to go. Unleash the power of the Philippines' best mobile network. Switch to the power of smart.
When you're in moments that matter most,
At last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
for 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play,
To laugh,
to love,
plus unleash TikTok.
and only text. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99.
Hi friends, hindi na muna ako magpapatawa. Seryoso to. Sa April 26 na ang last day ng SIM registration. Huwag deadmahin ang deadline or your SIM will die. Your number? Dead. Online payments? Dead. Social media? Dead. Tandaan, lahat ng SIM kailangan i-register. Kaya agad-agad mag-SIM reg para hindi SIM dead.
Sa 8 gigabytes, ang dami mong masashare.
Daming kontenta. Ganyan pagsikat.
TNT Double Giga Stories Plus. 8 gig, 50 pesos lang. Load na!
Day in, pay out. Choose the bank that gives you interest every day with Maya.
hunter of all the evil gods. Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
We've got each other's back.
Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain!
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary! Monster kill!
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
Parang laruin lang talaga namin kung ano yung nilaro namin with GLAs. Kasi sinasabi naman ni GLAs na siya bahala eh. Kaya ayun lang talaga yung nasa mindset namin, magtapang lang na magtapang. So alam din talaga makalaban si Renji. Masyadong mayabang na yun. Hi guys! Ako nga pala si Boyet DR, jungler of Next Play Esports at ibe-breakdown ko yung nagawa kong play nung Game 1 laban sa BREN Esports.
Nandito na rin ang mga players ng ating mga teams para sa kanilang pag-division on this turtle objective.
Sisimulan nila to. Alecto, final ball. Petri sa dalawa, kinain agad.
Kinagat siya kagad dito ng isang Franco. Brusco DR on point yung pag-abang. Real world manipulation, gagamitin naman dito ng tunay. At si LA's DR nga makapag-control. Kuha pa na next play Evo si Turtle. Double kill na, nagwawala kagad dito si Boy DR. Make that a triple kill. Tapos papasok pa sila under the turret. Apat na mapapatumba ng next play Evos. At agad sila magde-decide na bumasak na to sa gitna.
Malinis na execution mula.
Anong play talaga na yun, parang, hindi, call na kasi talaga namin na pag humarap talaga si Flap, bibigyan namin. Kasi lagi talaga siyang parang nampopok ng kalaban bago mag-spawn yung turtle. Sinimulan talaga namin yung play na yun. Bigyan muna talaga namin yung harap. Kasi malaki pa naman yung third ka-spawn lang. Ang main objective ko lang talaga dun is yung turtle and di ko talaga pinansin yung iba dun. Tapos nakita ko na lang din talaga na low, kaya napagawa ko dun sa tatlo. Ang call talaga namin dun, push talaga namin yung mid. Kasi yung play din ng gold lane namin, bumaba talaga siya iniwan niya talaga yung gold lane niya para mabasag namin yung mid lane, which is sobrang sobrang natulong sa amin para mabilis namin din mapanalo yung game 1 namin. Siguro di rin talaga namin magagawa yun kung wala talaga kaming call dun nga. Tulad sa Bening bibigyan namin. Kasi kung di namin nabigyan yun, sure ako na hindi rin ako makakadaan dun eh. Kasi popokin lang talaga ako ng Bening kasi hindi ako makakalapit sa third. Mindset lang talaga namin nung bago ka talaga mag-start Parang laruin lang talaga namin kung ano yung nilaro namin with JLAs. Patapang lahat kasi sinasabi naman ni JLAs na siya bahala eh. Kaya ayun lang talaga yung nasa mindset namin, magtapang lang na magtapang. Siguro yung win condition namin talaga doon ayun, yung isang bagay na nga yun, yung nakabasag kami ng turret. Tsaka hindi namin talaga na pigilan namin yung play ng BREN Esports na Digi Melissa, which is sobrang lakas talaga nila sa lane. Ang kagandahan pa lang din kasi sa pag-pick ng Karina is yung para may immune kasi yung first kill niya eh. Number 1 na yun sa Melissa. Hindi makaka-hit sa akin nung makaka-hit yung Melissa, so pwede ako umarap. Then sa objective naman, malakas din talaga yung pang-objective niya kasi dahil sa may skills niya na namamaximize ko yun ng sobra. Tsaka yung Karina kasi pwede mo siya i-tank plus may damage ka pa. So ayun yung kagandahan talaga sa kanya na pwede pa rin talaga siya i-pick ngayon kahit maraming mas magandang jungle. And salamat din kay Elise kasi parang may natuturo siya na di talaga namin alam eh. Siyempre, di naman kami may mga namimiss kami na play na pwede pala yun, ba't di natin gawin? Na ginagawa sa inyo yun, di nyo ba napapansin? Ayun, kaya para sa akin, malaki talaga yung natutulong niya sa team. Simula nung pagpasok niya kasi parang binubus niya yung confidence lalo ng mga kakampi ko. Yung mga medyo nakangapa pa sa stage talaga, yung medyo may kakaba-kaba pa. Sobrang laking tulong talaga ni Yeleis lalo na sa inside and outside the game. Ako siguro yung gusto ko lang din talaga makalaban si Renji. Sana paglaruin siya ng ng Blacklist pagkalaban kami kasi masyadong mayabang na yun. Masasabi ko lang sa mga kakampi ko, ayun, parang galingan pa namin kasi unti-unti naman, di naman kami nagmamadali. Siyempre, di talaga sasagi sa isip namin na rookie kami. Siyempre, medyo nakangapa sa stage. So, ayun, unti-unti galingan natin and may ilabas din talaga natin yung full potential natin kasi di talaga mawawala sa isipan natin kahit sabihin mong di ka kinakabahan, kakabahan ka talaga eh. Kaya unti-unti lang, di natin kailangan magmadali. And laruin lang, gaya nga ng sinasabi ko lagi kahit sa interview, laruin lang natin kung anong laro natin nung amateur tayo or nung habang nag-i-scrim tayo. No pressure. Sa mga fans ng Next Play Ebos, sa mga managers, sa mga lahat ng sumusuporta sa start namin ng MPL, yung mga nasa backstage, maraming salamat sa suporta nyo kasi hindi talaga namin parang kakayanin lalo yung pressure kung di nyo kami chinichirap every game, every talo namin, tsaka kada panalo. Lalo sa boss namin si Boss Banubs, Boss Perds, and Boss Matt. Maraming salamat sa inyo kasi binigyan niyo talaga kami ng opportunity para makadating dito. And yun nga, yung pagtutok sa amin everyday na lagi kayong nasa bootcamp, maraming salamat kasi malaking tulong po yun para sa amin na mga rookie pa lang na nakangapa sa big stage na para matanggal din yung pressure sa amin at mas lalo kami mag-improve. And sa mga fans namin, expect nyo lang na unti-unti darating din tayo talaga sa mananalo tayo. Kakayanin namin para sa inyo. Mas gagalingan pa talaga namin. Promise.
Maayong adlaw sa inyo tanan. Ako nga pala si Santi at ito ang ating top 5 plays for Week 7 ng MPL Philippines Season 11. Sa ating number 5 spot ay makakasama natin si Doming DR at ang kanyang carry with an unofficial maniac laban sa Smart Omega nung Day 2. 14 minutes na ng aksyon ng lumipas at nag-spawn na nga ang Enhanced Lord. Lamang ang NXPE with an almost 5k gold lead at sila din ang nakakuha ng unang Lord sa laban na ito. Susubukan mag-contest ng Barangay Omega at papwesto na sila sa ibaba ng Lord Pit para makakuha ng advantage in terms of positioning. Ngunit hindi magpapatalo ang mga members ng NXPE. Mauunang harap si Brusco DR at Boyet DR at susubukan nilang i-pick off si Storm na nagtatago sa bush. Mapipilitan naman si Storm na gamitin ang kanyang Purify pero siya pa rin ang unang babagsak sa mga kamay ni Doming DR na pabiglang papasok sa team fight gamit ang kanyang Phantom Step. Habang zone out ni Ding DR si Kelra at Miko, susubukan mag-retaliate ni Renjo at Ryzen pero papaulan na lang sila ni Doming DR ng mga light wheels habang pinoprotektahan siya ng kanyang mga teammates. Triple kill na si Doming DR habang babagsak naman si Ding DR. Kelra and Miko will try to get more kills pero mahuhuli si Kelra ng Iron Hook ni Brusco DR at tuluyan na siya pababagsakin ni Doming DR. Mapipilitang mag-retreat si Miko pero hindi pa tapos ang Neon Tigers. Babasag sila ng inhibitor turret at makakakuha pa sila ng libreng Lord, increasing their gold lead to over 6k.
Ito, pangalawang Lord na nila. Is this enough?
Definitely. Kayang-kaya nilang makakuha ulit ng isang inhibitor after this.
The Sansan duo will take our 4th spot with their individual heroics ng Day 1 kontra NXPE. Almost 13 minutes in the game at lalabas na ang ikalawang Lord ng laro. Nangunguna ang Echo with a 4K gold lead pero mukhang dihado sila sa Lord dance na ito dahil si Sanford at Carl TZ lang ang nasa eksena habang 4 na members naman ng NXPE ang nakapalibot sa kanila. Habang humaharap si Sanford against 3 members of NXPE, mapipilitang mag-back away ang mga Neon Tigers dahil sa split push na gagawin ni Benny sa top lane. Magwawala naman si Sanford at ibubuhos lahat ng skills niya para ma-zone out sina Brusco at Ding. Makakabasag ulit sila ng turret sa mid lane dahil sa minion waves na hindi na clear ng NXPE. Babalik tayo sa top lane kung saan dumating na rin si Sanji para tulungan si Benny Cutie. Lulusawin niya si Yelly Haze gamit ang Arcane Shade at Shadow Strike combo. Walang magagawa si Domeng kundi umatras. Mabilisan naman silang babalik sa mid lane kung saan hindi pa tapos si Sanford sa kanyang trabaho. Patuloy niyang izo-zone out si Boyet DR at Brusco DR para ma-secure ni Carl ang Enhanced Lord para sa side ng Echo. Pero hindi pa kontento ang mga Orca. Pipilitin lang mag-push sa turret doon sa mid lane. Mapipick off ng NXPE si Yawi pero babawi naman agad si Sanford. Gamit ang kanyang heavy sword, babagsakan niya si Ding DR ng Land Shaker sa muka at mapapa-follow up pa ng Raging Slash sa harap ng inhibitor turret. Makakaligtas si Ding DR pero tatapusin siya ng Renner's Apathy ni Benny Cutie. Nang dahil sa individual plays ng Sansan duo, makakapag-secure ng 3 turrets, 2 kills at 1 Enhanced Lord ang defending world champions. Patience is a virtue. Pinatunayan sa atin ni Exort yan sa kanyang top 3 play against Blacklist International nung Day 3. 6 minutes in the game at non-stop action na agad ang pinapakita ng Agents at ng Raiders. Kakabuwain ni Owl si Light sa bottom lane gamit ang tuloy-tuloy na basic attacks na may kasamang corrosive strike kahit pa nasa ilalim na siya ng turret. Makakalayo pa si Light pero hindi siya makakaligtas sa torn apart memory ni Owl from long range. Magiging malaking advantage to para sa side ng Blacklist International pero hindi hahayaan ni Exort na basta na lang lumamang ang Agents. Pagtapos ma-pick off si Light, susubukan pa ni Owl na basagin ang half HP turret ng RSG habang tahimik na magtatago naman si Exort doon sa tribush. Susubukang i-defend ni Emma ng turret nila pero magiging matagumpay si Owl sa kanyang pagbasag sa tulong ni Oh My Venus. Pero bago pa makaalis si Owl, bibiglain siya ni Exort ng all-out combo gamit ang kanyang Petrify at all 3 skills. Maglalaho si Owl na parang bula at madedenay ni Exort ang pag-snowball niya after getting a kill in the turret. 3 points para kay Bentings dito sa ating top 2 play laban ng TNC kontra Onyx ng Day 2. Over 16 minutes in the game at lamang na lamang na ang TNC in terms of objectives and economy. Both teams ay nagkakapaan lang sa mid lane at naghihintay ng opportunity para makagawa ng play bago lumabas ang susunod na Lord. Magkakamali ng positioning itong si Kekidut at mahuhuli siya ng Iron Hook plus Flicker and Bloody Hunt combo ni Bentings. After ma-pop off ng kanyang immortality, hindi na rin siya magtatagal dahil may gagawing follow-up dito si Innocent. Agad na babawi ang mga hedgehogs at patutumbay naman nila si Jesus. Aabante sila papunta sa purple buff camp ng TNC para humanap ng isa pang kill pero sila ang mabibigyan after another Iron Hook mula kay Bentings. Si Super Friends ang susunod na babagsak para sa side ng Onyx at mapipigilan silang mag-disengage dahil outnumbered na sila ng Phoenix Army. Gagamit naman ng conceal si Bentings para habulin ang mga members ng Onyx. Isa na namang Iron Hook ang papakawalan ni Bentings at makakakuha ulit siya ng hedgehog and this time si Sensui naman ang itutumba nila. 3 out of 3 hooks para kay Bentings at makakabasag pa ng inhibitor turret ang side ng TNC.
After hook at ito na ata ang tsansa ng TNC na paandarin muli ang makina ng piyaing tagumpay.
At ang makakakuha ng top spot para sa Week 7 ay walang iba kundi ang Royal Duo ng Blacklist International laban sa Kingslayers nung Day 3. Almost 5 minutes into the game pa lang ay intense na agad ang bakbakan sa pagitan ng dalawang champions. May konting kalamangan ng RSG Slate Philippines at nakapwesto na ang both teams sa Turtle Pit para mag-contest sa second turtle of the game. May eliminate ng Raiders si Edward at lalamang sila in terms of positioning dahil 3 na lang magko-contest ng turtle for the side of Blacklist. Haharapan ni Nats ang 3 members ng Blacklist International para mabigyan ng kontrol ang kanyang team over the turtle. Gagamit na si Queen Venus ng Moonlight Immersion at Blessing of the Moon Goddess para maprotektahan si Wise at Yue. Wise will do what he does best at maaagaw pa niya ang turtle mula sa Raiders. With low HPs, aatras na dito ang members ng RSG pero may iwan si Exort sa mid lane bush. Susubukan pa niya makapick off pero kukuyugin lang siya ng 3 agents. Dadalhin ng Blacklist International ang momentum mula sa tali ng pagkakaibigan for the rest of the series as they complete the sweep against the Kingslayers. At yan ang ating top 5 plays for week number 7 ng MPL Philippines Season 11. Reminder nga pala na 4 na teams na lang ang naglalaban-laban para sa last 3 spots in the playoffs at isang week na lang ang natitira sa ating regular season. Let us know in the comment section kung ano yung most awaited matches nyo in the last remaining week. Magkita-kita ulit tayo starting April 14 para sa last week ng ating regular season.
si Renny J. Ang role ko dito is fighter from Blacklist International. Nag-start ako mag-Mobile Legends nung nakita ko sa pinsan ko nilalaro niya. Tapos, yun, tinry ko siya muna nung una, pero parang hindi ko siya trip nung una pero galing kasi ako sa larong dating Dota. Nadadala ko siya sa ML. Hanggang sa naging isang araw, pagising ko parang competitive na ako. Kasabayan ko pa sila Edward nun Pero ako yung top 1, tapos sila Edward yung kasunod ko. Kasi kami magkakagrind nun. Hanggang sa ngayon, dito na ako sa Blacklist. Talaga nag-start pa lang ako, si Haji talaga. Talagang wala pa ako sa pro. Tsaka kasi si Haji, nakakalaro ko siya dati sa rank games. Isa din siya sa kasama ko sa pagpapataas ko ng stars. Kasi si Haji yung yung parang pinakabatak dati na pro player Kaya sabi ko, idol ko to kasi lahat ng role kaya niya. Yung iba ko pang games na nilalaro is volleyball. Kasi nung dati wala pa namang mga ganun ML. Tapos Dota pa lang dati. Mahal kasi sa computer shop dati. Parang wala pa akong pambayan. Ano bang ginagawa ko ngayon pag di ako ML player? Siguro nag-school. Dati ang gusto kong course is gusto ko seaman Kasi bala ko mag-aral sa MAAP. Kasi wala pa naman kasing ML nun So syempre, nung dumating yung ML, nagbago-bago na rin decision kasi yun, nabago din yung buhay ko ng Mobile Legends Talagang ginagawa ko din lahat to para sa family ko. Kasi sa ML scene naman, hindi ko pa alam hanggang kailan ako So, yun, okay lang sa akin kung wala ako hindi at least, di ba? May napatunayan tsaka meron na mga napundar. Siguro nabuo yung Bataan Boys connection na yun nung yun nga, kasi sabay kami ni Edward talaga dati nag-grind. Si Edward wala pa rin siyang team. So yun, kinuha siya ng Blacklist nun. Sila pa nila Boss Dex, magkampi sila Coach Bon So natuloy yung Bataan Boys na siguro sa MPL na kasi parang binansagan na kami ni Edward na mga taga-Bataan, ganyan. Tapos hanggang sa magka-team kami, lalo na nilang parang na Bataan Boys talaga yung connection daw. Bakit Blacklist? Siguro dahil paano ba? Parang ito yung tinitingala ko din talaga namin na team. Tsaka yun dahil feeling sa management yun talaga yung tinitingala ko. Kasi sabi ko noon kung daw makuha ng Blacklist, baka talaga magpahinga muna ako. Kasi sabi ko gusto ko talaga sa Blacklist lang. Kasi syempre si Edward, sila Coach Bon, nakakwentuhan ko rin yan para magkakasama na daw kami. Paano ko gusto mag-grow sa Blacklist? Siguro yun nga, kung paano yung routine nila na practice, yan kung paano yung mindset nila sa game, kung paano yung disiplina nila sa paglalaro. Yun yung pinaka-gusto kong matutunan. Sobrang goods kasi sobrang saya ko talaga kasi dito ako naman sa game natin. Siguro si Black Renny J mas focus and mas confident at yun, mas masaya. Yun, shoutout nga pala sa mga agents natin dyan. Iniimbitahan ko nga po pala kayo na suportahan kami sa Season 11 na to. Yung bibigay po namin lahat ng best namin. Thank you sa supportan niyo.
Lahat ng manlalaro, lahat ng teams ngayon ay gustong isemento ang kanilang mga sarili sa kasaysayan ng Mobile Legends sa Pilipinas at talagang uhaw na uhaw para matawag na pinakamalakas sa buong mundo.
Sa baluarte ng pinakamalalakas, panigurado, walang ibang daan kundi pataas. Sa gitna ng dismaya, pagdududa, pagkatalo at pagkadapa, bumabangon ng tunay na malakas. Itinatakda ang may sikmurang magpatuloy, pero basang-basa ka na nila. Wala ka nang mailalabas na hindi pa alam ng lahat. Wala ka nang maluloko dito dahil lumilipas rin ang mga alamat. Kumakalat ang kawalang katiyakan. Ito na ang katapusan ng mga nagbabalat kayong Diyos. Gumuusbong ang bagong dugo para ibagsak ang nagmamataas. Kaya mo bang sumabay dahil walang naglalakad ng paatras at walang ibang daan kundi pataas?
Mapaalala ko ulit sa inyo kung bakit BREN lang malakas. Hindi tatalab sa akin mga bala nyo.
Ang pagbangon namin ay ang simula ng pagbagsak niyo.
Takbo habang may lupa.
Walang dakil-dakila dito sa MPL. Ngayon nyo makikita ang tunay na lakas ko.
Hindi nyo alam kung anong klaseng bangungot ang kaharap nyo.
Naglalaban lang kayo para sa second place. Umatras na kayo hanggat may pagkakataon pa. Pinaglumaan na kayo. Oras na namin to.
Pupulbusin namin ang bawat isa sa inyo.
Handa ka na ba?
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number? Now you can go with the Philippines' fastest and best mobile network. All it takes are 3 easy steps. First, secure your unique subscriber code from your current provider. Visit our website or any smart store near you. Lastly, activate your smart MNP SIM and you're ready to go. Unleash the power of the Philippines' best mobile network. Switch to the power of smart.
When you're in moments that matter most,
At last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
for 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play,
To laugh,
to love,
plus unleash TikTok.
and only texts. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99.
Hi friends, hindi na muna ako magpapatawa. Seryoso to. Sa April 26 na ang last day ng SIM registration. Huwag deadmahin ang deadline or your SIM will die. Your number? Dead. Online payments? Dead. Social media? Dead. Tandaan, lahat ng SIM kailangan i-register. Kaya agad-agad mag-SIM reg para hindi SIM dead.
Sa 8 gigabytes, ang dami mong masashare.
Daming kontenta. Ganyan pagsikat.
TNT Double Giga Stories Plus. 8 gig, 50 pesos lang. Load na!
Day in, pay out. Choose the bank that gives you interest every day with Maya.
Witness the primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
We've got each other's back.
Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary! Monster kill!
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
Parang laruin lang talaga namin kung ano yung nilaro namin with GLAs. Kasi sinasabi naman ni GLAs na siya bahala eh. Kaya ayun lang talaga yung nasa mindset namin, magtapang lang na magtapang. So alam din talaga makalaban si Renji. Masyadong mayabang na yun. Hi guys, ako nga pala si Boyet DR, jungler of Next Play Esports at ibe-breakdown ko yung nagawa kong play nung Game 1 laban sa BREN Esports.
Nandito na rin ang mga players ng ating mga teams para sa kanilang pag-division on the circle objective.
Sisimulan nila to. Alecto, final ball. Petri sa dalawa, kinain agad. Kinagat siya kaagad dito ng isang Franco. Brusco DR on point yung pag-abang. Real world manipulation, gagamitin naman dito ng tunay. At si LA's DR nga makapag-control. Kuha pa na next play Evo si Turtle. Double kill na, nagwawala kaagad dito si Boy DR. Make that a triple kill. Tapos papasok pa sila under the turret. Apat na mapapatumba ng next play Evos. At agad sila magde-decide na bumasak na to sa gitna. Malinis na execution mula.
Anong play talaga na yun, parang, hindi, call na kasi talaga namin na pag humarap talaga si Flap, bibigyan namin. Kasi lagi talaga siyang parang nampopok ng kalaban bago mag-spawn yung turtle. Sinimulan talaga namin yung play na yun. Bigyan muna talaga namin yung harap. Kasi malaki pa naman yung third ka-spawn lang. Ang main objective ko lang talaga dun is yung turtle and di ko talaga pinansin yung iba dun. Tapos nakita ko na lang din talaga na low, kaya napagawa ko dun sa tatlo.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Happy Friday, everybody! Magandang araw mula sa tahanan ng pinakamalakas na Mobile Legends Bang Bang players sa buong mundo. Ako po si Mara Aquino and this is MPL Philippines Season 11. Thank God it's Friday talaga dahil after a week-long break, we're finally back to witness the last week of our regular season unfold. Hindi lang ang mga teams na magko-complete ng ating playoffs ang dapat abangan dahil mainit din ang bakbakan sa top seed and upper bracket. Nangunguna nga sa usapang yan ng dalawang koponan that we're about to witness. Now, thanks to the ever-consistent performance of Agent Zero, Edward, the forerunner for our Hall of Legends, now the Codebreakers' chances of snatching the top seed from Flap TC's squad have become possible. Pero bago mangyari yan, they have to face the current top teams themselves. Now, Hive, Agents, this is BREN Esports versus Blacklist International. Casters, pasok!
Arguably, there are two franchises in the history of MPL Philippines that bring the most hype, history, influence, and prestige. Today, we're going to be seeing them in the first matchup of the day, fighting for the top seed, get those points, get the upper bracket. It's BREN Esports versus Blacklist International. Welcome to the English broadcast of MPL Philippines. My name is Reptar, and of course, I'm joined by Chantel and Midnight. How are we guys feeling going into the final week of the regular season?
Finally, after a week break, I'm really excited for today's matches, of course, because of the break. A lot of the teams have, of course, prepared for today.
Yeah.
You know, I'm hyped because Blacklist International, this is not a typical position that we see them in, you know? We're used to seeing Blacklist at the top, but now they have to conquer something that they have not experienced before. They are up against BREN Esports, the current top seed, and it's crazy because BREN Esports has been dominating everybody, not just the teams, even with the achievements themselves.
Yeah, the Codebreakers have their work cut off for them today. They're going to try and break through the firewall of Hard Drive B. That is BREN Esports and the Hive. It's going to be an epic start to our final week of MPL Philippines regular season. Of course, we were treated to some awesome action as well during the break. But from what I've heard, teams have actually been spending here in the Philippines, our Holy Week break, where it's a big vacation mode, to actually practice and prepare.
Yeah, actually, that's really expected from our teams to be really competitive with the break, you know, because this is the time we're in and they really have to secure those points to get that upper bracket seed, knowing that this is for Blacklist International, of course, BREN Esports, and it is a matchup we're in. It's a battle of wits and at the same time strategies that they have prepared for today.
Yeah, and it's not just for the upper bracket. We also have teams in the lower end of our standings trying to fight for playoff slots still.
Yeah, you literally leave no room for mistakes and error at the final week of MPL. And I think the past 2 weeks that they've been given, they've used it with practice. And there's a lot of things to catch up on because the meta continuously evolves. And right now, even though it's still the regular season of MPL, we've seen the playoffs of other regions, and I feel like that's going to come into play here with BREN Esports and Blacklist International.
More on these two teams later on, but of course we're calling all the Smart and TNT users who are watching us right now. Continue to enjoy the power of Smart by registering your SIM. Visit smart.com.ph/SIMREG now and get free 3 gigabytes data. Make sure to register your Smart SIMs before April 26, 2023. So we are getting close to the Smart registration and the SIM registration here in the Philippines. Make sure you get to register.
It's 2 weeks.
2 weeks, yeah.
2 weeks from now.
2 weeks from now.
They still have time, you know.
Yeah, you still have a lot of time. And of course, for the teams, time is running out. Playoffs, upper bracket, lower bracket. This is looking to be one of the more dramatic endings to our regular season. We still have teams trying to make it into the playoffs. Teams who potentially we didn't expect to make it into the upper bracket, maybe make it to the upper bracket, and maybe even teams that we expected to make the playoffs miss out on the playoffs. It's going to be a drama-packed Week 8 for MPL Philippines, and for day number 1, it's BREN Esports versus Blacklist International, of course, and Omega versus ECHO. Before we talk more about BREN versus Blacklist, Chantel, any expectations or things you're looking out for the second matchup of the day later on, which is Omega versus ECHO?
Actually, for the second series, I'm really excited for the performance of Omega. We all know that ECHO has been playing really well this season. Actually, they're part of the top seed this season. But for Omega, it is a type of team wherein they've embraced that connotation of them that they are the poison team or the last on team. So I'm really looking forward, since this is the last week, we might see changes on how they really play, or we might see that spark again that we've been missing all throughout the season.
Yeah, last week, last on. Will Omega be able to live up to that identity? But now, let's go back to the first matchup of the day. Again, it's BREN Esports versus Blacklist International. We are at the cusp of actually announcing, well, not really announcing, but finding out who might end up becoming the next Hall of Legends inductee once the playoffs and the finals comes in. And one name that people keep bringing up, and I think unanimously, he might just be the 12th Hall of Legend inductee, Edward. Can Edward snatch the top seed away from BREN Esports? Because right now, BREN is looking comfortable, but a surprise result from Blacklist International today, spearheaded by Edward, might change history.
Yeah, you know what? A lot of people have called Edward as one of the most consistent players. I would remove one of the. He is the most consistent player I've ever seen, and it feels like Edward always has these games wherein if you need him to just go crazy, he will go crazy. There are games that Blacklist that put Blacklist International in a situation wherein they need something to happen in the game, and Edward just always manages to get some outplay happening for Blacklist.
What I also really like about Edward is in the most crucial moments, we see that consistency to bring up on the game. And these are the type of consistency that is needed by Blacklist International, because they want the top seed. They want to really have that matchup or dictate the matchup for the playoffs, and they're up against BREN Esports that has been really playing well this season.
He is known by a lot of nicknames, but the fans of Blacklist International and fans of the league, they know him to be the heart and soul of Blacklist International. There, since the inception of the team, always loyal and always consistent. Agent Zero has the license to thrill. Can he deliver? Because thanks to Blacklist International's 4-match winning streak, their chances of snatching the top seed away from BREN Esports will increase further if they sweep them in the series. Being the top seed doesn't only grant a team 2 lives for the playoffs, they also get to choose the matchup. Now, quick explainer on that. So, if ever Blacklist International, they get to choose, if ever they're in the top seed, they get to choose between RSG and Onyx of who they'll be facing in the upper bracket. On your screen right now, you have a player feature of, regarding Oh My Venus, and she has been very vocal of what Edward brings to the table and why he deserves to be a Hall of Legend inductee.
Well, to be fair, on every interview that Mara questions a player wherein who they really want to be part of the Hall of Legends, majority of them actually answers Edward. So they really know the potential of Edward and how deserving he is for the spot, but he really has to show that. It has to translate onto this game.
Yeah, Midnight, you were the analyst, or one of the analysts for the grand finals of MPL Philippines Season 7. Here's Wise talking about Edward. Let's backtrack to Season 7, his Grand Finals MVP performance, if I'm not mistaken. What do you recall about Edward's performance then in that season?
There was, there were two words lingering in my mind at that moment. With Edward's consistency, I call him CC. His clutch consistent. Whenever they need something clutch happening for Blacklist International, Edward is always there. And he is also one of the reasons why Ubi's strategy works. He is the pillar as to how Blacklist was able to come up with this kind of strategy, because he always manages to clear the way before the enemy explainer can do so, and he shows up in fights. And the thing about Edward is that if you give him enough space, he'll crack through that. If you give him enough of a hole, he'll make a black hole for Blacklist International. He'll punish mistakes, and he'll capitalize on the advantage that Blacklist gets.
Yeah, well said, Midnight. You actually have 3 analysts on the table right now for English stream here in MPL Philippines Week 8, Day 1. Chantel, as someone who's been part of not only the league, but our scene of Mobile Legends for a very long time now, a tenured caster, what is the best quality that Edward brings to the table for you?
It's really more on the emotional stability of Edward. We've mentioned earlier that he is a type of player that actually brings out the best in him on most crucial moments. It means to say that he is a player wherein he could gracefully play under pressure. He knows that he's needed by the team, and that type of emotional support is very needed for Blacklist International as to why they are really effective on a late game decision making, because they know that they have a solid XP liner for the team.
The guy's chill AF.
Chill AF. Exactly.
And if you're super chill at clutch time, you'll always have this time to think about things that you need to do, and that translates into gameplay.
Yeah, clutch, consistency, grace under pressure, so many things that you can expect from Edward. But of course, BREN Esports is going to be their opponent, and he's going to have to step up if they want to take away the top seed away from BREN Esports. So now let's head on over to the backstage with Inside Asona to give us the lowdown for the first match of the day.
Maraming salamat, casters. The pressure of Week 8 starts today at ang kapalaran ng 4 na kupunan na maglalaban ngayong araw ay nakasalalay sa kanilang mga kamay. Ang unang serye natin ay sa pagitan ng Blacklist International versus BREN Esports. With unahin natin ang BREN Esports with actually having 28 points belonging to their name. So, with me right now is Brent, a super fan of BREN Esports, of course without the T, to present us kung ano nga ba yung mga kailangan nila. So, come over and present it kung ano yung kailangan ng BREN Esports. So, here are some of the situations na kailangan nilang pagdaanan. Una, for BREN Esports, if they get to win 2-0, ang ibig sabihin nito ay masesecure na nila ang upper bracket spot for their team. At hindi lang yun, dahil makukuha din nila ang first seed for themselves. So, ang kailangan ko lang dito is, syempre, since somewhat lecture to, I want you to know if naiintindihan mo ba yung nakalagay dito, since alam ko naman na kanina mo pa binabasa to. So, paano pag nakuha ng BREN ng 2-0?
Syempre, matik, upper bracket secured sila. Pero, hindi lang yun pwede nila makuha yung top 1 seed kasi malakas sila. Babalik natin yung BREN lang malakas. Haters gonna hate.
There we have it. 2-0 is gonna be the best case scenario para sa BREN Esports if they get the victory via a sweep. Pero kung sakali naman na BREN Esports gets a 2-1 gaya ng nakalagay dito, they will still manage to get the upper bracket spot dahil nakuha nila ang 2 puntos para sa kanilang kupunan. But again, it doesn't stop there. Dahil 2 ang matches na natitira para sa kupunan ng BREN Esports, they will either need to win 1 match sa susunod nilang serye, which will be happening in the next days, or kailangan matalo ng ECHO ng 1 match lamang para ma-secure na nila ang first seed at makuha din nila ang advantage na talagang matagal na nilang hinihintay. Because from further information na naibigay sa atin ni Kuya Bok from a while ago, nasabi niya na ang BREN Esports, every single time that they have the priority picks or priority sides available for them, napapanalo nila ang 80% ng kanilang mga laban. So, what if 2-1 happens for the side of BREN Esports? Wait lang. Sige, ulitin natin. Ngayon, since gamay mo yung 2-0 what if 2-1 naman ngayon ang nangyayari para sa BREN?
Pag natuwa nila yung Blacklist, upper secured lang sila.
Alright. Okay ka na doon.
Pero pag nanalo po sila sa Onyx, ayun, top 1 po sila.
And And there we have it. A+ ka for today, Brent. Maraming salamat. Let's move over to the side of Blacklist International because here with me is from Blacklist Academy, Aeon na grabe no, pogi ng tagahawa ko ng whiteboard. Naparami ng possibilities na mangyari for the side of Blacklist International. Una, if Blacklist secures a sweep for today, then that means na masisecure na nila ang third seed for their team. And hindi lang yun, magkakaroon din sila ng pagkakataon to actually secure the first seed kung sakali na masweep naman nila ng 2-0 ang kanilang mga kalaban. And Echo also gets to lose 0 or 1 game lamang kumpara sa kanilang mga susunod na kalaban, and BREN will also lose 0-2 sa kanilang mga susunod na laban. So Aeon, given this, since galing ka naman sa academy, you're a very well-known student, ano ang kailangan ano ibig sabihin pag Blacklist secures 2-0?
Pag naka 2-0 sila, secured na nila yung third place.
Right, there we have it.
Slot pala.
Yeah, third place is really of the essence here for them. This time, kapag Blacklist naman, makasecure sila ng 2-1, they're still gonna be securing third seed. So, the first one here is makukuha nila yung third, although the only possibility for them to go the highest position is second lamang. Kasi yung pinakamataas na posible nilang maabot if they get a split win is going to be 28 points na lang kumpara doon sa susunod nila na matchup. So, with this, BREN will get an upper bracket spot dahil pagkatapos ng 2-1, makakakuha sila ng 29 points from which 28 points nga sila ngayon before this matchup. And Blacklist will get the maximum of 28 since nakuha naman nila yung split. So, ngayon, nagamay mo din yung 2-0 kanina. What if Blacklist secures 2-1? Okay lang. Alam mo, malalaman niya din yan later on because again, for this time around, for both of the teams, ang unang beses na kailangan nilang gawin is to secure the upper bracket. And again, possibility pa rin yun para sa kanilang mga koponan dahil mahalaga na makuha nila ang victory for both of the teams. So again, just a major recap for everybody else. BREN Esports, if they get the sweep, for today, etsak mabibigyan na tayo ng pagkapanalo because they will not only secure their very own upper bracket spot, pero dahil dito ay makukuha din nila ang first seed advantage. And ano nga ba ang nilalaman ng first seed advantage? Alam mo ba? Alam mo ba? Now, for first seed advantage, you will absolutely get to have yung priority ng sides. So, sila yung pipili kung anong side yung gusto nila. Mapa blue side or red side for all of the matches. Specifically for the odd ones, the 1, 3, and 5. Kung sakali na makapasok naman sila later on. Meanwhile, if makuha nga nila ulit yung 2-1 na nakita natin kanina, they will still technically secure an upper bracket spot dahil nakuha naman nila yung win in terms of the series. And finally, for the rest of the members of Blacklist International, 2-0 to keep the first seed hope alive and 2-1 to secure the third spot. This is Blacklist International versus BREN Esports. Casters, back to you.
So we got a live class from Professor Sona,
Yep.
not in the backstage, but in the front stage.
Fresh grad
with students there.
Fresh grad prof.
Yeah, fresh grad prof. Yeah, he is a fresh grad professor. A very young, it's actually Sona. There's a revelation for you all. By the way, more on the point system, going to the playoffs and stuff, along with the top seed being able to choose between 5 and 6, top 3 and 4 that they're going to be facing up against. Top 3 actually also gets to choose between their opponents of seed 5 and seed 6. Now, if it's still relatively unclear at this point, as the week goes on, we will be discussing it more because it will be fluctuating often depending on the results of the games. To put things simply, starting things first off with Blacklist International versus BREN Esports, if BREN Esports secures a 2-0 here, that's it. Their upper bracket and first seed secured. However, if it's a 2-1 victory for BREN, they are upper bracket secured but not top seed. There is still a chance for either Echo or Blacklist to chase them. Now, there's still a lot of computations there. It's the part of the regular season where we second guess ourselves.
Yeah.
We've gone through this so many times.
Don't worry, don't worry. I tried the computation myself. I ended up meeting Doctor Strange.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's so many universes to go to. There's so many possibilities to look at. And after that, I just gave up. And I said to myself, hell of it. I just want to enjoy the game.
Yeah, and I'm sure we will. It's going to be a fun one. BREN versus Blacklist International. In the start of the season, of course, it was still Owl there. there. So now it was still Super Red, but now it's out. So it's a different black that BREN has to face. So a lot of things to talk about. Let's talk about the entrance of the teams now.
Throughout the season, these bees did nothing but prove anew their age-old battle cry of BREN lang malakas. Will this still be true against the Code Breakers? Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for BREN Esports!
No, Doobie.
The Code Breakers' ever-evolving Ube notched them a 4-match winning streak. Can they extend it to 5 and bolster their upper bracket chances? They are the reigning champions of MPL Philippines, Blacklist International! And their coaches, Coach Master the Basics and Coach Ducky. History, influence, prestige, 2 storied franchises, 1 goal. First seed.
And they are up on our screens right now. BREN Esports, Super Marco, Kyle Teasy, Flap Teasy, Few, and Ogwent.
Yep, this is BREN Esports, the current top seed of the regular season. The Giants up against Blacklist International. And you know what's crazy? Even amongst the players of BREN Esports, we have Giants on their side. Super Marco currently holds 4 titles in the achievements leaderboard. Highest GPM, highest kills, and there's so much things to look forward to for BREN Esports. And you also have Ogwin, that was overshadowed last season. Now he is stepping up as one of the highest assist leaders here in the current league. And BREN Esports, again, they just gelled together. They have this fantastic understanding of how to play around momentum in the early game and translate that and convert that into objectives.
Here for Blacklist International, Wise, Edward, Yue, Oh My Venus, and shining ever since his addition to the lineup, Owl in the gold lane.
Again, Blacklist International, time and time again, they proved that they are the meta shapers, and we've seen that a lot during the season. There are changes in terms of the meta, but at the same time, they were able to adapt, and look at that. The kill participation for the players are really on point. The 84% for you and even for Oh My Venus, it goes to show that for the rotation of Blacklist International, they're really prioritizing that leadership from OM Venus and the damage from Yue. And it is a type of lineup we're in. The moment Al was part of the lineup, they were more aggressive, and at the same time, there's a difference on how they really play and how they really execute their performance.
Yeah, as we look at the team head-to-head, however, we've talked a lot about Edward, but Midnight, we're gonna have to talk about the Flap effect.
Yeah.
At one point, Flap, the brightest rookie, became a champion, world champion in his rookie season. Then he fell off. But since MPL Philippines Season 10, he's had a resurgence, and baby, Flap is back.
I know, I gotta admit, Flap TZ, he's had an underwhelming Season 10. Season 11 came in, and he came into play to prove to everybody that this is still Flap TZ. Even though at some point he dropped the TZ title, he was still capable of showing up in games. And right now, I'm seeing a more fundamental approach from the Explain, and this is why BREN Esports' game is much better compared to the last season.
Yeah, and if you go back to the matchup of BREN Esports and Blacklist International earlier in the season, that was actually one of the clinchers as to why Blacklist had a difficult time against BREN because of the Flap effect. He was able to keep Edward contained and even got past Edward in terms of map presence. Flap's feeling it this season.
Yeah, actually, it's also a good thing that they were able to meet up early this season because we could see now the changes from Edward's playstyle as compared to Flap TZ, and we've seen a lot of heroes now being used on MPL Season 11, and one of those heroes is Arlott. So we might see a matchup with Arlott and sustain heroes from Edward. And I'm just really looking forward because if you change the type of hero that you are supposed to play, if you go sustain or if you go damage, it means that there's going to be a different dynamic for our teams.
What are going to be the dynamics of these two teams? Let's talk about it in the Infinix Keys to Victory with the analyst over in the Filipino broadcast.
Very important match for Blacklist International. Kailan nila sweep. Para naman sa BREN Esports, also very important because they want to secure the top spot. So ano nga ba yung kailangan ng dalawang teams na ito na gawin? Ito yung keys to victory brought to us by Infinix. For BREN Esports, the cheese picks are working. Try being cheesier. This time, alam natin na ang Blacklist International, magaling silang mag-download. Yung BREN Esports, for the longest time din sinasabi natin sila yung mag-download game. But after all of the sweeps, nakita natin mula sa BREN Esports, parte dyan yung mga cheese picks na nakikita natin. For example, yung mga Nathan, yung mga Edith pick nila, eventually na makikita natin, kailangan mas maging creative sila going up against Blacklist International. Dahil surely, ang Blacklist ay magaling mag-aral ng kanilang mga opponents. This could also be true in this game. Para sa Blacklist International, ube your way into the upper bracket. Tanggalin lang yung experience pero pares pa rin newbie. Yan ang common sa Blacklist International for many times in their championship runs. But this time, para ma-secure nila yun, they have to resolve back to their comfort ways. Maging mas creative. Ngayon, dumadami na rin yung mga picks katulad ng Flory na biglang pwedeng gamitin ng Blacklist International. So hindi na talaga maubusan ng heroes dito si Oh My Venus. For both teams, beware of flanking explainers. At yung kailangang abangan. Maganda yung mga macro gameplay ng dalawang explainers natin at dyan sila nag-excel. This is what they should be looking at. Tignan palagi yung mapa, markahan ko na sa na-explain, yan ang kailangan ng gawin ng dalawang teams natin. Those are the keys to victory brought to us by Infinix.
Thank you so much, Wolf, not only for delivering the keys to victory as well as you always do, but looking cute while doing it. Let's talk about the keys to victory. Thank you for that awkward silence. I thought I'd get a laugh there. That will now just be, that might just be clipped. Thank you.
Yep.
Let's talk about the keys to victory. We were just talking about Edward versus Flap. Midnight, beware of flanking explainers as the main condition for both. Is Flap, Edward, and their matchup really going to be determining this game a lot?
Yeah, I feel like that's going to come into a big factor here with Blacklist and BREN because movement is going to become detrimental to getting early game tempo and momentum for both sides. And usually it comes from the X-Lane because first turtle, what dictates whoever gets control of the turtle is whoever clears the X-Lane much faster compared to the other side because you are able to participate in the fight and you are able to zone out the enemy jungler. That is why X-Laners is crucial when it comes to taking objectives, and we all know that Edward loves shoving wave as soon as possible.
Yeah, ube your way into the upper bracket. That is the key to victory for Blacklist International. And on your screens, you're seeing, oh, gonna know my Venus. And I know they're gonna be a focus as well in this matchup. I mean, look, both of them have epic Lolita performances all throughout. Chantel, is Ube really going to be the main strat here for Blacklist? Or will they have to think twice about pulling that off because BREN will be ready for it?
Well, definitely for Blacklist International, they really go for the Ube. It has been in their identity. They haven't changed since then, since they introduced this strategy. And at the same time, There might be a contest with the Lolita pick. We saw that earlier, having Ogwen and Oh My Venus matchup earlier.
Yeah, and you know what's crazy? I'm gonna rack up a lot of haters here, but Ogwen surpasses Oh My Venus in every category. Hero pool, stats, KDA, assists, team fight presence. I mean, Oh My Venus, of course, is definitely more part of team fights, of Blacklist team fight participation, but Ogwen's conversion has been more phenomenal for BREN Esports.
So it's really more on the battle of leadership in terms of decision making. We've all known that Ogwen is a star player for BREN Esports, and at the same time, Ogwen Venus is a type of leader that brings in the team whenever they are needed for the team fight. So with Ogwen that has a lot of potential from BREN Esports, he has to be prepared mentally against the Queen.
If ever, if ever something comes wrong for Blacklist International, this is something that they have that BREN does not have on Ogwen. It's the Queen's shot call. You know, if the Queen gets sees something and she calls for it, usually it nets Blacklist AW.
Yeah, it's those shot calls that for normies such as us, we're thinking, are they really going to pull off that play? And then they do, because it's Blacklist International and Oh My Venus. But I'm going to add a counter to that as well, a BREN point of view to that. Ogwen might not be the shot caller for BREN as Oh My Venus is to Blacklist. But who does BREN have? It's few. A veteran and a legend in its own right as we enter the draft. In the previous matchup between these, in the previous meeting, 1-1 was given twice. Let's see if that's going to happen again. Let's see if times will change. Let's see what will happen in the draft.
I believe for 1-1, we won't really see that because we have a strong marksman here for both of our teams. Maybe the Arlot, we've mentioned that earlier. Is there going to be a contest? I'm really looking forward for that Arlot ban. Correct me if I'm wrong, Midnight, with what I'm feeling.
I'm pretty sure if BREN Esports does not ban Arlot, Blacklist gets the first pick hit. But again, it does come to a point where if BREN lets go of both Arlot and 1-1, if you're Blacklist, what do you get? I mean, Owl is a stellar marksman player, but you want... Okay, never mind.
Okay, it's going to be 1-1.
So, Arlot should be up for contention, but here's the problem. Fredrin and Arlot is still up on the table. If none of them removes it, you suddenly open up the option of getting both the Faramis and Valentina to either side. And now for Blacklist International, if your first pick, it's it's a big nuisance because you don't get to dictate how this draft goes because BREN Esports, no matter what, they're gonna get 2 power picks.
Yeah, and I've also noticed a trend for teams going up against Blacklist International and if they're on the red side. If Estes is open here, what will happen is BREN might actually pick the Lolita as one of their first 2 picks on the red side.
I like
and
it.
Then the Estes ends up on the hands of Blacklist International as second and third pick. So just a tendency I've been noticing so far. And even in the last matches, by the way, these 2 teams coming from victories. Blacklist International 2-1 against Onyx and 2-0 versus RSG.
Hot streak.
And BREN Esports 2-0 against RSG as well. So both teams looking very hot. With the bans on the board, Valentina is not going to be a factor here.
Yeah.
So this is what it feels like to be in between two of the best analysts.
I mean, you are an analyst too.
That's what I feel like. Oh, that's coming from the first ever winner of the best Filipino caster. And the first one to do it as an analyst, that was you last season.
Yeah.
Yeah, so...
Ooh, Arlot. Okay, Arlot ban warrants a Fredin pick or a Faramis. Because Valentina is out, you just choose between 2.
Ooh,
they go for the Lapu-Lapu. Okay.
Is this the first time that the Blacklist International is to pick Lapu-Lapu on their first pick? Because we usually see Fredrin more on the jungle heroes or maybe a hero for all. So this is very interesting for Blacklist International. And Lapu-Lapu is a type of hero that when we say mobility is not really on a high standard, maybe more on the clearing of minion wave and AoE damage.
Yeah, and I think I get why they're taking away the Lapu-Lapu. They don't want to go up against the Flapu-Flapu.
This is anti-flap. This is Blacklist draft trying to completely negate the presence of the Flapu-Lapu. And I like the answer. They go for Fredrin and Eve because you know that Blacklist is not going to pick up the Claude. So for Blacklist, they don't have the Eve option anymore for Yue. They don't have the Valentina. Next best thing is Savior. That's the only remaining hero for
Farsa.
For Yue or Farsa. And you can also pick up the Melissa. But both are they're not inherently bad against Fredin and Eve, but they suffer during the fights because if you let go of the Feathered Airstrike and you have the Melissa, you're susceptible to being closed out with the reload manipulation of the Eve, and then the Fredrin comes into play because he can play around those areas wherein he can just commit a lot of crowd controls over the side of Blacklist. So they go for the Farsa and Estes. Now you get Claude for Supermarker, one of the best Claude players on the side of BREN Esports.
This is actually a nice pick for Blacklist International. They really want to go in par with this AoE damage from Forza and Eve. So we've mentioned earlier, we've asked if they are to go for the Ube strategy. So here's the answer. They want to go in again for this Estes. Maybe another hero that has sustained for the jungle.
Yeah.
And here's the thing, since Blacklist International didn't really go for Freddy, we might see a different hero for Wise.
Oh.
Call me crazy, Lapu Lapu jungle. It's a thing.
Really?
Yeah, it's a thing.
Have you guys seen it?
With Wise, it's a thing, you know.
Yeah.
With Wise, I mean, I've tried Lapu Lapu jungle. Feels awesome because you don't need to build up any damage because Lapu Lapu just deals so much damage, you know.
Yeah.
We
of
forgot
course,
about Fanny.
Of course, Kyle TZ, he picks up because here's the thing, BREN Esports, they are willing to play Fredrin jungle, but when they saw Lapu Lapu Farsa Estes, no crowd control whatsoever, you automatically get Fanny. And if Blacklist is not banned out the Claude, they still are able to get Claude on first pick, second phase. And you don't have any answers to that because the only limited options that you have, it's going to come from both the gold lane and jungle. Jungle is now being controlled by BREN Esports. The only remaining counter against Fanny is Akai. That's why it gets removed out. So this is phenomenal drafting, world-class drafting, I would say, from Coach Duck and Coach BREN.
Yeah, man, your Lapu Lapu jungle suggestion is looking more and more like a possibility here. Because what else is available on the table? I mean, the Alice is going to feel too slow in my point of view.
Especially against Alice. No.
No, you can't do that. And then
It's a Fanny.
yeah, it's a Fanny you're up against, a Lapu Lapu. I get it. You also get that the crowd control avoidance when you bring out the bravest fighter, so it makes sense.
I would say, okay, respect for the Baksha ban. I would say you remove, you get Petrify heroes for Blacklist International. That is if they are going for the Lapu Lapu jungle. If not, I think Barats is still an option for Blacklist International because you don't play the CC fight against BREN Esports, you play the sustain game.
Yep.
And it's hard for BREN Esports to burst down its Barats. It's because of the fact that Estes is here, and if you focus too much resources on the Barats, you also have to deal with the Lapu Lapu.
Yeah, that's actually true. And the usual combo for Blacklist International having Estes are those type of heroes. So Barats could be one. And why do I feel like for Blacklist International, it's a good idea for them to actually take Moskov if they're up against Fanny.
For the gold laner,
Yeah, and it's a nice option for them. So could be one, but it's gonna be carry ban here for BREN. So
it's a Moskov pick.
yeah, so they're really going towards that sustain type of hero for Wise. And by the way, Blacklist International, we haven't seen this before, but there's an option for them also to do that tank slot type of play.
Bring out Wise's Season 4 performance capability on the Assassins, but put it on tank.
I like this.
It's Wise signature.
I like it. It's like we're writing fan fiction, but it makes a lot of sense.
Because it has a lot of reference.
Yeah, we have a lot of references backed up by numbers. Like everything we've said, all the options that we've posited here make a lot of sense
footnotes
to
on
me.
the back.
Yeah, the Moskov
Claude
sounds great.
Oh, I like this, Brody.
BREN
Okay.
goes Brody. I really thought they'd end up going Claude, but I think they want to go for a tighter formation.
Yeah.
But doesn't this put a lot of pressure onto Flap TZ? Because most of the time he'll be the one diving, maybe even alone.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you think about how you want to fight against a Fredrin, you'd naturally group up, and your suspects to the torn apart memory coming out from the Brody. And the one thing that I like about Brody is there are 3 marksmen in the game that can deal with the Lapu Lapu. It's the Claude, it's the carry, and it's also the Brody. And I feel like this is the reason why they picked it up on the side of BREN. Now, Blacklist, do you go Barats or Guinevere for Wise? That is the question.
Right,
because
the Gwyn.
I feel like Beatrix is a likely pick for Blacklist International, even though you'd want the Moskov, but Moskov he doesn't just do anything against the Brody. So I feel like Beatrix is a more of a option here for Blacklist. So they did go for the Beatrix and Barats, but I am concerned because Diggy is on the table for BREN Esports.
And we all know that BREN Esports has been using a Digi for Owen, so it is a type of a hero that could really negate that only crowd control, I believe, for Blacklist International.
No Detona's welcome.
No Detona's welcome. Maybe a counter as well for the bravest fighter here coming in from Edward. And for BREN, they really want to have that space for the Brody having this Fanny on their lineup, knowing that the playstyle of Kaltizi is a type of jungler wherein if there's a possibility to go later than the others for a team fight, Fanny is the best option for them.
Are we gonna get it? Will we
Dig it.
hear a hoot hoot? Is it the owl?
Give me the
We
hoot
heard it. There it is.
Oh,
Oh,
no,
it's
no.
not. Oh, was that you?
Yeah, that was me.
I really thought that was it.
So it sounds like Diggy.
Yeah, Midnight, you sound like Diggy. You got me there. But it is going to be a Lolita for Ogwen.
Yeah.
The possibility that we did bring up even before the draft started. So, in a way, we did get to see the things that we thought would happen beforehand.
Yeah, it's a much safer pick, I would say, because it is already a counter against Barats, and it also is capable of dealing with the Estes. But my main concern is if Blacklist just decides to run over them, and if they get enough of a momentum on the early game, I feel like BREN Esports' lineup, they just crumble to the pressure that Blacklist has, especially with Ube in minute 4, minute 5.
And when we say Ube, yes, the natural counter is that Numnum Blast coming in from the Lolita, but it has to be perfect with the timing. And we all know that Purifies can be a headache with those type of AoE crowd control. So timing is a battle here and is a factor for both of our teams coming to this game.
Good to see the heroes back. Feels like I haven't done this in such a long time. At some point in the game, a poll will show up. You only have until the timer runs out to comment your prediction with the hashtag #SmartPowersMPL-S11. Get a good look at the ruins of an area of the Land of Dawn and the heroes posited, the possibilities brought up, the potential, a 4 to 5 minute early game Ube. Now, the question I'm going to ask here is, does BREN Esports have enough counter punish when they go up against Blacklist and Blacklist brings out the heals?
Yeah, again, that's the main concern, especially when they picked up the Lolita. You want to be able to fight into Blacklist International, but you don't have enough power in terms of stopping them. Because your main worry is that if this Lolita and Fanny combination does not work in the early game, you're still susceptible to being ran over by Blacklist International. That's why the Digi pick sounded much, well, I call Lolita a safer pick now that I think about it. I think Digi was safer because you do get that counter initiation with the Times Journey. You get the shields from it. And you also have the capability of just completely negating the slows coming out from the Barats and the Estes. But with the Lolita, it does give them late game power in terms of initiation if this does go to late game. Because BREN Esports, although you are seeing a Fanny and Brody, it's a much scarier lineup compared to Blacklist late game because the only thing that they need to do is snipe out the Beatrix.
Yeah, that's actually true. And for the side of Blacklist International, knowing that they have the Estes, I believe that having this type of hero on their lineup makes them more aggressive. Knowing that in terms of the late game, yes, there is the roam boots for the Estes, but once it is activated, the level 4, I mean, that ultimate, it is a type of Blacklist International that they are just really ready for the team fight. And the thing is, now that we have seen changes in the meta, we can see rotations on the XP lane, so even the initiation on those rotation is going to be crucial for both of our lineups, especially for BREN Esports, because you want to hide that Numinum Blast from Ogwen. You need that frontliner for it to be effective.
Yeah, there's a lot of worries for the roam on the side of BREN Esports. It's not an easy Lolita game. Quick side note though, Brody is the tallest hero in MLBB.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, in the drafting, he's huge.
Yeah, he's huge.
He's Brody.
He even dwarfs Fredrin.
He's taller than he's Brody.
He's a Brody.
Because he's broad.
Yeah.
And he's tall. Yeah,
I like it. I like
it's broad
it.
and tall.
I like it.
But yeah, again, this is going to be a game wherein they're really fighting for the upper bracket seed, or maybe the top seed here in our playoffs, and the leadership for our captains, and at the same time, how they will really play against each other.
You hear the fans in the background. Welcome to Friday Night Fight Night here in MPL Philippines. Midnight, what are the conditions early on for both teams?
Well, for BREN Esports, again, they have to make the slow leader work. They have to make Blacklist bleed on the early parts of the game when they are not capable of fighting yet. Come minute 3, minute 4, that's the time where you feel Blacklist's strength. So again, make use of the combination that you have in the middle lane, harass with the with the Eve and the Fanny, and make sure that you get enough resources and get the first objective of the game to limit Blacklist momentum in the mid game.
Yeah, that is indeed true, and we could see a slow start actually for our teams. Even the Visioners are just positioning themselves on the brushes, and we don't really see this come into week 5. So a more stable game for both our teams.
Yeah, taking things nice and easy, slow and steady.
Oh!
Flap there, a little bit of a micro just getting it.
But in the top lane, that is going to be a first blood. For Kyle TZ of BREN Esports, there's going to be a delay on that Blessing of the Moon Goddess from Oh My V.
Yep. This is the strength of a Fanny, especially with, I mean, against a lineup that has no crowd control. He can just, move around the map.
Yeah, and now, a few seconds before the turtle spawns there, it's up. He's going to get it. Kyle TZ going in.
Ooh, hero focus.
We see Kyle TZ, Mitona's welcome from Wise, and it's going to be cancelled here. But we can see right now the players of BREN Esports zoning out the players of Blacklist International. Voice will disengage because he is already low on life, and first turtle most probably will go to BREN Esports as Blacklist International, which just move out. But we will see Edward with the rest of the players, and first turtle will go to BREN Esports.
He cannot contest that.
Yeah, it'll be way too difficult. I mean, I probably would have contested it, but that's why I'm still stuck in Epic.
Well, I do love the the understanding coming down from Kyle TZ. He knows that he is a Fanny. There's no way in hell, even in the land of dawn, that he can be caught out by the Tona's welcome. So when he saw Wise there, he was like, okay, I'm gonna try and take down this dinosaur. No crowd control, cannot eat me. I can just fly away.
It's a lot easier for Kyle TZ during that moment, but right now for BREN Esports, they are on the lead in terms of gold, and this is the usual Blacklist play. When we see this Barats and Estes, they're just really waiting for the perfect moment. But again, on the top lane, that is gonna be a kill by Super Marco against Owl.
Such a crucial kill as well, level 5 on the Brody, and it hurts because you have Stain on the Barats, but Beatrix is solely your damage dealer in mid-game, even though you have a Lapu Lapu, he's going to play backline later on. And this Beatrix is the core element to how Blacklist can be able to play in the mid-game. So that kill suppresses, again, Blacklist's capability for the mid-game spike.
Yeah, slow and steady are these two teams right now. Very calculated in terms of where they're going to get their pickoffs. Kyle TZ finding Wise.
Ooh, look at that damage from Kyle TZ. Again, Kyle TZ is as if a bird that is just looking for those players from Blacklist International, giving information as well for his teammates. And look at that, almost a K gold lead for a BREN Esports as the turtle will spawn in 15-second time.
Yeah, but if you're a BREN Esports, you're not going to be happy with that, especially Kyle TZ. He just tried and take it down the dinosaur. He didn't have enough damage, and you also have to worry about the SS later on. So I think BREN Esports, they know for a fact that Blacklist spike is going to happen soon. And again, this is going to become a problem. If you cannot take down the Barats, he will just provide massive frontline defense for Blacklist.
Yeah, fighting in the turtle. First build Radiant Armor already up for Wise.
Turtle life is already low, but we will see Kyle TZ from the back. Oh my goodness, it's a target.
Oh!
But the turtle will go to few. BREN Esports will secure that. Look at the sustain for Blacklist International. Oh my goodness, it's down. The cables are there. They are everywhere. And another kill for BREN as the goal lead is now 2.5k.
Cables are there everywhere, plus some damage to boot. BREN Esports, that's a big victory. And I think Blacklist International knew what might happen midnight because Owl already went for that bottom lane switch, and Flap still getting that crab coin.
Yeah, again, the plays coming out from Flap TZ, he is negating the presence of the heroes on the side of Blacklist International because of the crowd controls that he has, especially with the energy eruption. But again, as you've mentioned, Blacklist, they knew that they cannot compete against BREN Esports at the moment. That's why they place the Beatrix on the bottom lane. This is where they excel at, resource management, resource control, and they know where they are weak, they know where they are strong, and mid-game is what they're looking at, and they're trying their best to get there to that point, and they know that the Beatrix needs to get to that point. So they put Owl on the bottom lane, sacrifice the turtle, but they try to do it anyway because you have to address this at some point. You know, you have to compete with BREN.
Yeah, and actually for BREN Esports, we could see the shift from being really aggressive to now a team that is waiting for the perfect moment to actually be on that place or that position to go up the Blacklist International in this formation. They're really aware. Look at the respect actually with the formation of Blacklist here at the bottom lane.
Yeah, it's like BREN knows where Blacklist want to go.
Oh!
In an instant, that is the cutthroat for Kyle Teasy. And here comes BREN Esports, but retaliation is there for Blacklist International. Yue with the kill. Ogwen is going to be the target. Flicker out for Ogwen, and the rest of BREN Esports is dealing damage. Look at those stacks from Super Margo. Torn apart memory, not enough damage. Flicker in for Flap Teasy. And there is going to be the Appraiser's Wrath. Another kill for BREN Esports.
That was super smooth coming out from Flapteasy. Flicker in, Energy Eruption, and then Appraiser's Wrath. Oh my Venus was not willing to commit the heal.
That was genius. The flicker into the taunt. My goodness. We talked about the flap factor that BREN Esports has, and he comes up big. The Blacklist are still contesting.
Kyle.
Again from the back, is going to be the target, while the rest of BREN Esports and Blacklist International is fighting for this turtle objective. Who's going to win this? Here comes the real world manipulation. But it's but the retribution battle is going to be on the hands of Kyle Teasy. Kill spree for Super Marco.
Oh, the flicker in!
The flicker again. Aggression play for BREN Esports. Another kill. 3 players down from Blacklist International.
This is how you know a team is in the lead. They are calculated with forward flickers, Midnight.
You know, there's no pressure with BREN Esports. They know for a fact that they need to win. They need to capitalize on the momentum that they have. And again, as you mentioned, those flickers are very, very important, because if you manage to shut down the timing of Blacklist International, you have this window wherein you can just continuously play, because you out-damage the sustain that Blacklist has. You don't have to worry about the mistakes that you can commit as long as you're choosing the right targets and Flapteasy controlling the right heroes. BREN Esports can just continuously man-fight against Blacklist.
Oh, okay. BREN Esports still in the lead, still dominating. And you can clearly see how much homework they did as Edward will be forced back. BREN Esports eyes set. Getting that top turret though. Here comes Wise going forward.
That is an eye set from Wise. It's going to be the better insert from Yue. There is the damage. A player's down for BREN Esports, where the rest of the players are trying to fight for their life.
Oh, it's Kyle.
Again, the cable man. Kyle Teasy with the damage. 3 players down. Actually 4 from Blacklist.
They did not see that at all. I mean, from the cross map, he came from the middle lane and he was able to catch up towards that fight on the top lane. And sustain, again, is not a problem at the moment, because they just have so much damage on the side of BREN Esports, especially with Super Marco having the Blade of Heptasis. He is able to output so much physical damage onto the frontline targets. And even if Blacklist tries to run, Fanny can just, you know, chase them into their base.
Yes, actually, moments before that kill from Kyle Teasy, he was actually securing his buff. So look at the displacement and mobility of this hero. Now Blacklist International, we're waiting for the mid-game sustain coming from the team. But look at that, BREN Esports will start this Lord objective, and there's going to be no contest from Blacklist. It's going to be critical for them if they have the forces. Take note that they have the minion wave clearing. But now Nubla Blast from Ogwen. They want to go against Twice, but Kyle Teasy will secure the Lord. We can see again Kyle Teasy to be part of the team fight, dealing damage against the players of Blacklist International. They're forced to back away. Again, another flicker from Blacklist. And a godlike for Super Marco. The space, the initiation, the implementation, it's just there for BREN Esports.
Dude, the trio of BREN Esports, Few, Ogwen, and Flapteasy, they're just shutting Wise completely down. Few with the Void Crystals, Ogwen forcing out the Tonos welcome with the Numenon Blast, and Wise, he had no choice. And Flapteasy, he does not care if he dies at all. He just wants to fight. He wants to frontline for BREN Esports, because he knows that there's so many follow-ups that will be coming out from both Ogwen and Few, especially with Super Marco and Kyle Teasy dealing the damage. So this playstyle from BREN Esports is shutting down the frontline defense of Blacklist.
Oh, it feels like I'm watching M4 all over again, and how Echo shut down Wise in the grand finals. BREN Esports It's like they remembered that series and said, hey, I think we can do that again. Oh, under the tower.
Speaking of doing it again, here comes the Blast. Catches not.
Again, Flap TZ.
But on the top lane, another secure. Wise is down. Take another player from Blacklist. It's going to be Edward. You can see BREN Esports just diving. And Kyle TZ is still alive as the Lord will march in here at the bottom lane. But look at the discipline of BREN Esports. After that objective, they just go away, they just back away and back to what we're doing.
Yeah, and they needed to be disciplined there. They didn't take down the mid tower just yet. It was a good call. What else did BREN do right there, Midnight?
Well, Flap TZ again, not caring about his own life. Like, standing in front of the towers of Blacklist International, just making sure that nobody goes outside. And Blacklist, when they went inside their base, Kyle TZ went for the chase. He was able to get 1 kill inside the own home of the agents, and this is where you start feeling that there is already no hope, because resource management, it's no longer possible for Blacklist International. Flap TZ is making sure that nobody leaves the base.
Yeah, actually, even for Blacklist International, again, we've mentioned about crowd control here, and there's no really stopping against Kyle. Speaking of, he comes from the back. And look at that. BREN Esports, again, you will use that real-world manipulation as the middle lane is going to be destroyed for BREN Esports. Another turret down, and Flap TZ now has the blade armor.
Yeah, very, very critical item, because Blacklist International, the only way you shred through the HP of Flap TZ is through the damage output coming out from Owl. And he can no longer do that because the damage will also be reflected, and he is susceptible to dying against Stefani. And one thing that I want to harp on about the playstyle of BREN Esports, they're overcommitting on the Barats. And this is something that you don't see every day, fully committing on a hero. But guess what? Barats does not have Purify. They don't have any save mechanism aside from the heal. What they can do is use all their resources to control the Barats on the front line so that Kyle TZ does not have to worry about any form of saves on Owl. So this is just BREN Esports saying to Blacklist, pull everything towards the Barats and leave your backline with no safety precautions. And Kyle TZ is just abusing that window that he has, where he can just shut down anybody on the side of Blacklist.
And look at that, another free lord here for BREN Esports. No major objectives taken yet by Blacklist International. 17-2. The keyword here is commitment. They knew their assignments going into this series. And BREN Esports just committed everything that they studied and executed it to near perfection. Now on the cusp of getting game number 1.
Yeah, indeed. We can see the leader.
Kyle again!
Again, the damage of Kyle TZ is against a hero that is supposed to be more on the sustain side, but almost already more than half of the HP. So this is going to be deadly here for Blacklist International. They need those fortress. They need that fortress, rather. They need that sustain as much as possible, and they really have to look forward on the entry of Kyle TZ.
Yeah.
The Lord is here on the middle lane. This might be it for BREN Esports. We're still waiting for that initiation play. But you see right now, Wise is already low on life. Reward manipulation for Pew. And Flap again with that aggressive critical play. And Ogwen on the backside. Killing spree for Flap TZ. Here comes the bait and the tower lock for the side of BREN. 1-0.
Spearheaded by the CEO of TZ Entertainment, the Flap Factor coming in big. It wasn't just Flap. That was the entirety of BREN Esports in near God mode against Blacklist International.
Yeah, for BREN Esports, this is a type of team that doesn't really doubt on using those flickers just to initiate. If I am playing, I use flicker to escape. But for BREN Esports, they're using it to initiate.
Yeah.
If you've watched BREN week 1 to week 6, and it felt like they're strong, this game is different. BREN looked unstoppable against Blacklist International, and it's really crazy how they commit their skills without any form of hesitation. Blacklist does not get it at all. Like, they don't understand what's happening, and they cannot react to that.
Yeah, one of the most impressive BREN Esports individual game performance I'm sure all of us have seen this season. What else stood out for you there, Chantel, in terms of like, man, how did BREN Esports pull this off?
Well, one thing is how Flap TZ really played. It's as if he's the tank of BREN Esports, and at the same time how they focus fire on a specific hero. Yeah. We could see the purpose of all the heroes that they chose during this game. Even the Fanny, having Fredrin as their XP lane. It's really more on how they really drafted this game, and at the same time how they're able to implement that type of hero composition.
Yeah, and it seems like the adjustment as well in the draft for BREN
Yeah.
worked out well. That
Definitely.
swerve where that Fredrin went into the XP lane, and again, we talked about the Flap factor, what happened in their first meetup earlier in the season, where Flap actually got to shut down or match Edward. This game, undeniable, Flap just shut down the presence of Edward.
Yeah, honestly, I didn't expect this from FlapTZ, even though we've seen them, we've seen him come up with better plays, but this is definitely FlapTZ.
Yeah.
With world class.
Oh my goodness. We didn't get Flapu Flapu, but we did see world-class Flap back in action. You saw that right. That was BREN dominating against Blacklist International. Now I'm sure there's a lot more that Midnight over there can dissect from this game. So Midnight, talk more through it.
Well, there are definitely a lot more that happened in this game, but I want to say that there's a lot of confidence coming out from BREN Esports' gameplay, and the commitment that they've showed in this game was phenomenal. Blacklist International, when I said earlier that they don't get it, it's because of the fact that you don't see this every day. You don't see BREN Esports fully committing on a target without having to worry about the punishment and the mistakes that they will commit. And that is BREN Esports' core gameplay this game. They did not let Blacklist International think about how they can approach this game. They just went with it. They kept on jumping in, they kept controlling heroes on the side of Blacklist, and they didn't have any time to react to that at all because there's just so many things happening in this game, so many crowd controls as well from the lineup of BREN Esports, especially with FlapTZ leading the charge. A lot of crowd controls went on the front line against Wise, and Wise was not able to do anything because he was already up against a Fredrin. He was also dealing with the presence of the Lolita, with the Numenon Blast, and of course the jumps and the real world manipulation box that he has to play in. Now, Blacklist International, the answer that they've tried to go with was to protect the Barats on the front line. But one thing is for certain, BREN Esports was definitely targeting the back line. Yes, if they manage to take out the Barats, that's good. But Kyle TZ and Super Marco's mission and goal in life is to punish the back line. Ogwen and FlapTZ was in charge on the front line with the support coming out from Few with the amount of slows that they had, but the damage was overwhelming as well from Super Marco. So even if they don't die the backline on the side of BREN Esports, they don't care at all because Kyle TZ will always be able to finish the job after the front line has been completely negated. And that was the main problem of Blacklist International. Wise was not able to stand his ground against the immense damage coming out from this Brody, and Super Marco was well farmed off. He was sitting at 969 GPM by the end of the game, was able to get a lot of gold going on for him and get the damage output that they needed. But the man of the hour is Fanny on Kyle TZ. Yes, you heard that right. Fanny on Kyle TZ, 807. What a beautiful performance coming out from the jungler of BREN Esports. Again, the mindset of playing into the Barats really came into play here. He knows that he cannot be taken down, he cannot be controlled, so he just kept going in. He kept going in, going out, and Blacklist International, they had no answers against Stefani, and he was able to abuse that for the majority of this game because, again, there's no crowd control on the side of Blacklist International. The plan was simple. You can prod and poke on the early game. Come the late game, your main target are the backline heroes. That was the reason why Al was not able to play in this game for Blacklist. The Beatrix was completely shut down, and from the very first few minutes, Cal TZ already knew his advantage. He went towards the top lane, got a kill, and even poked the Barats on the first turtle take. Now, in this specific Lord fight, this is where you saw the Flap TZ effect, the flicker in with the energy eruption, and a lot of outplays going on for the side of BREN Esports. Cal TZ was jumping from miles away. He was not in the vision of Blacklist International. That's why the agents were completely surprised. There you go, Flap TZ with the flicker initiation, and Oh My Venus did not expect the damage output at all. He was bursted down from half HP to 0. That's how powerful the Fredrin is if he has full stacks, and of course enough damage taken, absorbed, and that is converted into damage. Now, BREN Esports, they were again continuously fully committing on the Barats, so that when Blacklist International tries to re-engage and support Wise on the front line, there's no longer any form of support on the back line. That was the sole reason why Kyle TZ was able to have this amazing access towards Owl, and also the reason why Blacklist cannot fight at all, because their sole damage dealer is not present on the majority of these fights, and that was the that was the catalyst for BREN Esports' success on game number 1. Again, no answers whatsoever from the side of Blacklist International against the main hero of this game, which was the Fanny of Kaltizi.
Man, that felt like a statement game.
Yeah.
Like BREN Esports knows what they could get if they get a 2-0 victory here. And it looks like they're not playing around. They're just like, we want that upper bracket. We want that top seed.
Definitely a statement. But I believe for Blacklist International, now that we're coming to game number 2, there could be adjustment. A natural counter most likely for having a Fanny as an enemy hero. They should really be aggressive on trying to negate that Fanny of a buff as much as possible.
Oh, yeah. Buff negation, but it seemed like, again, you posited that potential solution. Seems like BREN Esports are like one step ahead of the game now in terms of like what they gotta do, their in-game rotations. We didn't get to discuss Few a lot in that series, but then in that game, but Few's rotations as well, very timely with pressuring Weiss in the jungle alongside Flap TZ. BREN Esports, man, they wildin' right now. And speaking of wildin', let's go on over to the awesome crowd here in Shooting Gallery Studios with our very lovely Marakino.
We're here with VVIP, very, very important people. Nandito si Trike, the one and only. Look, Haji is here, and Uncle Eson. Kamusta kayong lahat? Let's start with Trike. It's your first time visiting this season. What's special about today? Dahil ba top seed BREN ng kalaban?
Siguro for me, syempre marami kaming mga shuffles na ginawa during the season, and when it comes to the lineup, may mga bagong mga dumating. So for me personally, alam ko rin kasi yung pressure na bit-bit ko pag manonood ako. So hindi muna ako nanood ng mga unang mga weeks just to make sure na okay na muna yung composure ng team. And I feel like having yung win streak na meron kami, this is the perfect time to assess kung playoff ready na ba talaga yung Blacklist.
At nakita mo yung first game, sabi mo nga, composure. What's happening? Kinakabahan ka ba ngayon?
Hindi naman. I think we've been through this multiple times.
That's right.
And what really matters for us is full form kami coming to the playoffs. Siguro itong, kung makuha mo na naman namin yung upper bracket, it's a bonus. Pero pinaka-important is yung form talaga ng team.
Meron kang binanggit, bonus. Okay, how do you keep your team motivated para sa championship? Kasi alam ko, inside scoop, last season, may pinramis ka sa kanilang very luxurious phone. So, yung incentives mo sa kanila for this season, can you give us like an inside scoop?
I think for us naman, we're really doing our best to reward our players, especially when it comes to winning. Pero siguro, etong specific season na to, hindi namin sinet yung tone that way because we understand that going into the season, katulad yan si Haji nag-rest, maraming mga ibang mga nag-rest, diba? So for us, yung reward is more of paano kayo maghahanap ulit ng motivation na bumawi after the loss that happened with Echo. Kasi syempre hindi naman talaga biro yun eh. For me, it's enough of a motivation, and by the time na papasok na ulit tayo sa next season, siguro doon na lang kami ulit magsiset kasi that's going to the World Championship by then.
So yung goal, yung motivation niyo, pero nakikita ko yung mga vlogs, ang ganda ng bootcamp nila, yung office niyo also,
Siguro
paganda
yung
ng
Yakult
paganda.
na lang. Mas maraming Yakult ngayong season.
Hey, by the way, ang nakasalalay din dito, kapag top 2 is MSC, the only title that Blacklist hasn't gotten yet. What would they say about Blacklist, and what's going to happen kapag nakuha nila yung slot na yon?
Siguro generally like for us, we're very happy with the whole run na meron kami for the past 2 years. Pero hindi naman nawawala yung part na syempre gutom pa rin kami to win more because yun yung mahirap sa esports eh. Parang you're only as good as your last performance. So alam mo yun, minsan pag natalo ka ng isang world championship, nakalimutan na lahat nung nagawa namin prior to that. So that's the reason why we need to continuously be motivated to make sure that we prove ourselves every season. So when it comes to MSC, obviously yun yung hindi pa namin talaga nakuha. And I will probably quote Edward na kaya niya gusto talaga maglaro ngayon season kasi yun daw yung wala pa siya.
Oh, speaking of Edward, okay, meron tayong Hall of Legends nomination right now. Nakikita ko nga, ang dami yung post to promote Edward. Putting you on the spot here, sino ang iboboto mo para sa Hall of Legends?
Actually, sinabi ko na rin to sa Blacklist page, pero sige, let me repeat this again here. For me, it's also Edward because syempre at this point, kung titingnan mo yung Blacklist, gusto mo na talagang sumali sa squad na to eh. Kasi with everything that we've achieved. Pero during the time kasi na nag-sign sa amin si Edward, wala pa talaga kami noon. Like, zero pa yung Blacklist. Kaya nga din, in a way, sobrang match yung term na Agent Zero. So, ako para sa akin, I will really vote for Edward because one, for the loyalty, and second, it's because he believed when nobody believed.
Ooh, Edward, ang kanyang vote. Oy, nag-iingay yung mga crowd dito. Haji, my gosh, ang tagal. Wow! Dami mo pa ring fans. Sinong iboboto mo? Ikaw naman, for Hall of Legends.
Tingin ko, para sa akin sa Edward talaga kasi kung pinagtitignan ko yung mga ibang team, parang wala akong makita na tatapat kay Edward eh.
Ay, by the way nung nakita ni Edward, nung lumabas si Edward, ang laki ng smile niya nung nakita ka niya, pinraps ka niya. Let's talk about yung relationship niyo. Lagi ba kayo nagkikita pa din ngayon? Bumibisita ka ba ng bootcamp?
Minsan na lang po pag kailangan po sa mga deliverables, pupunta po ako sa bootcamp. Ganun.
Oh, may nagbago ba kay Edward? Simula nung nakatira ka with him and then now, anong nabago sa kanya?
Wala naman po, ganun pa rin kami. Close pa rin.
Very close. Anong pinagkakabalahan mo?
Nag-ML po. Nagra-rank game.
Kinakabahan daw siya kanina nung binigay sa kanya yung mic. And what else are you doing? Kasi nakikita ko minsan, you're on the trip. Di ba nagpapagawa ka ng bahay?
Opo.
Ooh,
Tapos yun
kamusta
din po,
yan?
minsan check ko rin po yun. Yun po yung pinagkakabalan ko talaga.
Lagi ba kayo
Nagpo-pause
nagkikita?
po ako.
Kayo ni Uncle Eson? Uncle Eson, ikaw naman ang pinagkakabalahan mo ngayon?
Yung kapag nami-miss ko yung team, dinadalo ko sila. Sana miss nyo rin ako.
Ikaw din, di ba nagpapagawa ka ng bahay?
Apo,
The fruit of
dinadalaw-dalaw
being
namin.
from Blacklist. O,
Yes.
kamusta na ngayon?
Ayun, malapit na. Sana matira na namin. Ayun.
Oh, they're very inspired. Sino naman iboboto mo para sa Hall of Legends?
I nominate Edward J. Dapadap. Ayan.
At bakit?
Sa sobrang tagal na namin nagsama, nakita ko talaga sa kanya yung grabe yung passion niya sa paglalaro, yung determination. Ayun. So, ayun, I nominate him.
You nominate him.
I love him.
Okay, Uncle Eson, kilala ka namin bilang, how do you say this, ang galing ng impersonation mo. Kailangan na natin bumalik sa ating laban. Ito-throw na natin sa ating casters. Dito, nandito yung camera. Okay, kunyari ako ikaw, go ahead.
Casters, pasok.
Oh man, Uncle Eson looking fresh. He's starting to look like Nephew Eson there. But of course, beside him, we also heard from the KDA machine, Haji. Good to see them back in the studio visiting here.
Yeah, and I really like how they answered the questions. Actually, they are really full support for their team today. And I have to say this, they look really fresh.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, well, when you're building a house, you have to look fresh.
Yeah.
A lot of players from the Blacklist camp is building their own houses. Ome Venus built their house with Wise.
That's so
They
true.
vlogged about it. Haji has been building his house for I think a couple of months now.
Yeah. Coach
And I didn't
Bond
know
had-
that. Yeah, Coach Bond
Had his house built and is buying even more motorbikes.
I didn't know that Essen was building a house as well.
Yeah, me neither. So it's good to see we got to catch up to the former players of Blacklist International, and of course them talking about Edward and his influence and his legacy, not only to Blacklist but to our league. Now, Hall of Legends, again, we talked about it at the beginning of the program. Edward, up there in the eyes of a lot of people, but there's one name I'd want to posit here that I've been seeing some people comment about as well. The sleeper pick for a lot of people. When Coach Panda was picked to be part of the Hall of Legends, well-deserved so, a lot of people were thinking, when is Coach Ducky going to get his nomination? And with the nominations coming up this season, a lot of people are talking more and more also about Coach Ducky. Now, still the coach of BREN Esports and showing his world class in terms of drafting. His legacy still alive.
Yeah, actually, in terms of the Hall of Legends nominations, again, we really have to consider how they affected the community positively, and at the same time, the achievements individually, and how they are really a part of the MPL community. So, Coach Ducky, Edward, or anyone that you think is deserving to be part of the Hall of Legends, you could nominate So that we can see your support, your favorite players, favorite coaches, anyone who is part of the community, of course.
There's a lot of gold medals there, by the way.
Yeah.
A lot of gold medals.
Yeah, all the
Yeah.
names that we mentioned, gold medals,
Yeah,
excellence.
Panda, gold medalist. Ducky, coach, gold medalist. I mean,
World
Edward
champion.
does have a medal from winning M3.
Yeah.
So a lot of W's.
Yeah, like I see people in the community also suggesting, and even I suggested it myself, like maybe in the grand finals, or maybe the grand finals leading into M5, or maybe even during M5 here in the Philippines, we just get like a showcase of all the awards of the Philippines.
Put everything in a box.
Yeah, not in a box, but like on the stage.
I mean a
Or, like,
truck.
all around, yeah.
Because there's so many achievements
So-
we've had for
All
past
the
3 years.
trophies.
My question in mind is there going to be a lot enough space?
Yeah, that's your
I'm
main
not
concern.
bragging, of course.
Is there a venue big enough in the
I
Philippines?
feel like if you
all the
build
trophies.
if you build a cabinet just reserved for MPL or Philippine trophies,
Yeah.
it's not gonna be enough.
Not gonna be
It's not gonna be enough.
And even with just when you think about these two franchises alone, again, I brought that up in the intro. They bring the hype, the history, the influence, and the prestige. Arguably, two of the top teams to bring that because of the history that they've shown here in MPL
Yeah.
Philippines and BREN and Blacklist. But now, let's refocus into game number 2. As Blacklist have their backs against the wall because the Bees are looking to
Yeah.
end this right here, right now, and secure the top seed for the regular season.
You know what? It just feels like BREN Esports came into this game with a full understanding of how Blacklist has been drafting for the past 4 games, because the pattern was almost obvious for to Coach Ducky and to Coach BREN. When they picked up the Eve, it sounded like they were trying to bait out still the Estes pick from Blacklist, because their past few games when Estes was available and roamers were being contested, Estes was always in first place. So I feel like it was Blacklist put in a trap against BREN Esports, and they just didn't have enough room for for any answers. So game number 2 should be an adjusted draft for Blacklist International, and I feel like this is where teams have started pounding out the weakness of Blacklist, because they don't they don't stray away from tradition. Like Blacklist International during a series, they don't adjust their draft at all. Like they stick with the fundamental drafting. We rarely see them like
Really
cause
change it,
chaos
yeah.
and change it up. The dynamics, it's there, yes, it's gonna help you inside the game. But if you lose the draft because of it, it's gonna matter a lot.
And which makes the victory of BREN Esports in game number 1 all the more impressive. For the longest time, we've talked about Blacklist and said that you can outdraft and predict Blacklist International, but can you play better than Blacklist International? Game number 1, BREN said, hell yeah, we can.
Yeah.
And so that makes their game 1 victory all the more impressive. And game 2, I'm excited to see what they're going to do with the adjustments. With Eve gone, which was a problem we talked about, they don't want to give the R-Lot to Edward. They're eyeing a different first stage. They take away the joy, and at the same time,
I
Fanny not
like
available.
this.
We usually see the joy not being banned on the blue side because you actually prioritize that as the
Exactly.
first pick. So since Midnight is smiling beside us, there's something for BREN Esports.
My brain's like computing like 15 different draft variations right now. But here's the problem for both sides. Kaja, Valentina, Faram is spread it in. And what's this? Farsa is open.
Yeah.
Those are key picks for both sides. Now, if you think about it, BREN Esports, they're opening up the draft. Even if they lose 2 power picks to Blacklist International, they still get 2 power picks of their own on first phase. So it's gonna give them 3 hero advantage over Blacklist International, because those 5 heroes that I've mentioned, it's gonna be consumed on first phase. So BREN Esports, you have the choice here. You can go with Valentina, you can go Kaja, and you can go 1-1.
99%. High win rate actually for the 1-1.
Oh
and
my goodness.
since Midnight has mentioned a lot of heroes here during in this draft, you also have to take note that BREN Esports is the home of Hellkirk Place. Since Blacklist International focused on the assassin hero, so what if there's another surprise? It's not a surprise anymore. We've mentioned the Hellkirk, but maybe a Hellkirk play again for BREN.
And that makes sense because BREN Esports love drafting the Hellcurt if they're up against either the Eve or the Farsa. If Blacklist International show that as one of their first 2 picks here, I wouldn't be surprised if it's an easy Hellcurt pickup for BREN.
Yeah, I think you have to go Farsa Brody here. Okay, they still go for Estes. Fredrin. Again, they don't stay away. They don't
stray from
tradition. I don't understand the Lancelot ban. You did just open up 1-1 and you did not get Brody. Brody and Claude should be priority on 3rd pick for Blacklist International, but still, it does put BREN Esports into a place where they can get Valentina, Kaja, Grok. Those heroes are still open for BREN Esports, and they're not pressured to pick their own jungler right now. You can also argue that, you know, picking up an XP lane or XP hero for BREN Esports is sound at the moment for them, because I feel like Yuzong, Thams, Benedetta, those 3 heroes are really good against both the Fredrin and Estes.
Yeah.
Although I wouldn't really consider Yuzong because we've seen him fail against Estes. But Promise is going to be put on you. And that will be a sort of a counter against the Ube strategy of what Estes provides. And I like the Sterizla. It's a hero that matches up well with the Ube strategy because they will naturally just group up. And you are susceptible to the penalty zone.
And also at the same time, I don't know, conspiracy theory cap on for Renmar here. I feel like BREN Esports were thinking, hey, what if Blacklist do what we did and actually are going to put that Fredrin in the XP lane? So historically, which team loves to pick up a Terizla up against a Fredrin and does well with it? Onyx.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's put the Terizla in the XP lane. So maybe that's why BREN Esports picked it up here.
Okay, Blacklist, marksman pick right now. Main concern is the Hayabusa opener of BREN Esports. Hayabusa potential pick on 2nd phase. So I feel like you still play Brody here. Okay, they're hovering at the Lapu Lapu. Oh, they go for the carry. Interesting.
Okay, here is the thing. Have we seen Edward play Fredrin before on the XP lane?
We did.
Once.
We once did. So that may be the adjustment here for...
Oh, sorry. No. Only Wise played Fredrin for Blacklist.
So what if the adjustment for Blacklist International is we see Edward play the Fredrin and pick a different hero for Wise? Could be an option.
Yeah, could
if
be.
They really want to have that head-to-head with this Terizla, maybe go for another sustain aside from the Fredrin, which is on the XP lane. But we'll see that later on if there are changes for Blacklist International.
Yeah. I would call this carry pick tunnel vision pick. Because it's mainly just to sort of deal with the Terizla. It does not win the lane against 1-1 as well because it is a skill-based matchup. Like, a lot of micro mechanics will be put into play, but Super Marco will not have that because this 1-1 is not pressured to just go off. He's not put in a place where he needs to pop off because he knows that Kaltizi will be the main hero on the early parts of the game, especially with how the draft is shaping up to be, because he will be able to get a powerful pick on the jungler role because he is sort of protected because he already sees Estes, Fredrin, and carry. Like, a lot of the junglers are available for Kaltizi. Even, again, as I mentioned, the Hayabusa is open. A lot of the assassins are also open. Even the Ling I would consider in this game. Even Akai.
Yeah, if you just want to match up the Fredrin versus Akai scenario, if you want a little bit more kill power, you can also go Arthas, and still respecting the assassin pickup. So Blacklist International know that. They don't want to go up against Kaltizi on the assassin hero. Ling is still open though. The biggest question is, can this draft go in such a way that BREN Esports might actually end up picking the Ling? That is a possibility. Chantel, what else do you see here?
Actually, for Blacklist International, since this is a type of lineup we're in, we already know the roles of these heroes. They just need that hero that is really for the burst. If they're up against Faramis, could be a Kadita, but I doubt that it's an
Savior.
option for them. Maybe Savior, if they want it to go for
Savior
the late
Alice.
game. Lilia could be an option.
Oh, yeah,
I like
definitely.
that. I like
Lilia
that,
is a good one since they're
it's-
up against Faramis.
Yeah, I think somebody already ran it against Faramis and Terizla.
Yeah, that's a good option for them.
I think that sounds like something TNC would do.
Would do, yeah.
Yeah,
It's not
Escalera.
TNC, maybe, Escalera, yeah.
Huh, Blacklist, what do you
against
pick
Onyx.
here?
Maybe they go Eve.
You go Yuzong.
Oh wait, no, it's banned, right? Yeah.
Okay,
So Blacklist International is really focusing on this Lapu Lapu. Remember, game number 1, it was a priority pick. So they have something with this Lapu Lapu. And the only change that we will see still sustain. They have that marksman on the DPS. So for BREN Esports, they might want to go on the route of the sustain as well, since all of the assassin heroes had been banned for this game.
Yeah, you know what's crazy? Hanzo is open. Hanzo, I've tried pushing this towards a lot of people. Hanzo against Estes is something.
Hey,
How about Paquito?
Paquito even, yeah, with the burst. Is Mincetar roam viable?
Well, in PH, you know.
Yeah, it's tough.
In PH, you know.
We only get to see it in the XP, but we
Oh.
see
Ooh.
very blacklisted picks. Did
And
BREN
Kaja.
go? Yeah, it's a Kaja for Ogwin, of
Yeah,
course.
it's Kaja roam for sure.
Kaja roam for sure. And then a Baksha. A Baksha for Kaltizi. Never thought I'd see the day.
It's a sponge. It's a sponge pick for BREN Esports. Not because they're yellow, but it's a hero that can deal with the carry because he does naturally build up towards that blade armor, and he does have a lot of sustain, especially with the tortoise poisons. Forgot how to mention that.
Tortoise
poisons. Poisons.
One of the most difficult ultimates to pronounce in
Yeah.
MLBB.
I'll say ultimate of Baksha later
Okay,
on.
you either
Play
go
by play.
you either go Kadita or Lilia here.
Yeah.
Yeah, they really
Unless
need that
they
burst.
play Vexana.
Oh, Vexana. I won't be surprised if Blacklist will pull that off, but so it's gonna be Savior.
We did pause it. I think our main candidates were either the Lilia or the Savior.
Yeah.
But because of the pool of Yue, 3 heroes only,
so
Savior
far.
is a warranted pick for Blacklist International. It is a good tool, though, to snipe out the 1-1 before the Cult Altar pops off. But the main problem is the Cult Altar itself. Like, yes, you can kind of counter how the Cult Altar works, but against View, of course, you would expect that he would wait out for the passive first from Savior to pop out before he uses that Cult Altar.
And seeing the play of BREN Esports early, having those flickers to actually set up, it's a nice call. Or it would be nice to see View on that Paramis to use the flicker, Shadow Stampede, surprise play, and then that ultimate from Terizla. Penalty zone.
Yeah, okay. We talked about it here. The possibility that Chantel brought up is terrifying when you think about it. Terizla looks so scary right now. Even the shadows are just covering him. Well, in that scene earlier. BREN Esports drafted a lineup that is meant or has the possibility to end the game within 12 to 15 minutes.
Oh yeah, definitely.
It's one of those lineups, and it could be one of those games if Blacklist get caught out again.
Well, the main difference that I'm seeing here is that Kyle TZ is, again, the sponge of BREN Esports. I mentioned earlier that Super Marco is not required to pop off. I think that changes now. He is, however, required to at least dominate his lane, to just have this amazing tempo with the Baksha when they roam around the map minute 3, minute 4. And Blacklist International, they have to fend themselves off because there is enough damage on the side of BREN. And mind you, these damages are scaling, especially coming out from the Promise, the 1-1, and even the Baksha.
Yeah, and actually for Blacklist International, knowing that this is the type of lineup, that is forced. We've mentioned that earlier, the Flicker Shadow Stampede, the survival play, and first blood will go to BREN Esports. Another kill possible for Blacklist, but no, there's no counter for them. We can see one's already low on life, level 4. Make it 2 casualties for BREN Esports at the early part of our game.
The Shadow Stampedes from Feud coming in big, and this is not the start you want to have if you're Blacklist International. The possibility of 12 to 15 minutes victory for BREN is looking more and more real.
Yeah, I want to mention that this carry 1-1 lane is skill-based, but Super Marco has been dominating out since level 1. I've kept my eye on that lane, and Super Marco was always positioned aggressively against the carry. And Blacklist, again, you don't have enough firepower in the early game to deal with the with the aggression that BREN has. This is the strength of this lineup, especially when they picked up the Baksha. Even though they don't have that sort of damage coming out from the assassins, Baksha is still a a decent damage dealer and an insane frontliner, because when he reaches level 4. I don't think there's anybody on the game that can deal with Baksha level 4, especially with the ultimate up.
Yeah,
Speaking of Baksha, Kaltizi is already there to try and secure this turtle objective, and in an instant, Blacklist International isn't able to contest that one.
Yeah, man. What?
Ooh,
Ogwen.
Oh, Ogwen.
Ogwen.
That was a bit deep, and we could see the aggression of BREN Esports at that moment. And it's as if they are aware that Blacklist International's lineup is really for the late game.
We were mentioning last game that BREN was just really confident with their commitment. And this is just really an example of why BREN was able to win game 1.
Si Idol pala to eh. That's the headline for Few. Has now reached 2,000 plus assists.
So in English, oh, you're the idol.
Yeah.
You're the idol. But yeah, on the middle lane, all my Venus is now low on life. Cannot sustain that. And Kyle Teasy and BREN Esports will secure the 4th kill for this game.
BREN is just continuing on their momentum from game number 3 minutes in. Super Marco expected timers already at
Bottom
the
lane though.
corrosion.
Bottom lane.
Finishing down Owl.
Oh, here comes the crossbow tag, and Super Marco will secure that kill and a lead for BREN Esports.
Mind you, they picked up this carry against the 1-1, knowing that this matchup is not going to be in favor on both sides. But Super Marco was like, hell nah, I'm going to win this lane.
But on the middle lane, there is going to be a play. Nope, for BREN Esports, it's just really doing an aggressive play, positioning on those places that Blacklist is going to go. And look at that. In an instant, we can see Super Mark on the bottom lane, securing those plates against their Owl. And Owl is secluded on the 2nd tier turret of their map. Look at that.
Yeah, that is bad news for any team where you have the marksman as such an integral component of it in this carry. Stuck behind a 2nd turret, just waiting, looking if he can actually even get farm. The bottom tower of Blacklist International is gonna fall, and that is a snowballed 1-1 in the hands of Super Marco.
Yeah, and you know what's unfortunate? Blacklist International cannot deal with this because guess what? Where the turtle spawn? Bottom lane. So expect that more heroes will just continuously come towards this area, and I will not be able to participate in this fight because he is a carry, he needs more damage. And Ogwen again with the commitment of the Divine Judgment. Didn't even wait out for the turtle to go low.
Yeah, just when we thought that there's going to be a safe play for Blacklist International.
Nice!
For the contribution, but again, BREN Esports will go in for that play. Super Marco kills Edward, making a double kill. We've said that this is a snowballed 1-1. Definitely it is, as Kyle TZ will secure that killing spree.
Blacklist gets the turtle, but now they'll be forced to turtle as BREN Esports snowballed to hell. 9-0 counter-punish kills, even though they lost a major objective.
Look at the gold disparity, 2,300. And carry is forced to buy boots just to, move around the map. And Super Marco has already the corrosion sight and DHS. Nobody on the side of Blacklist is tanky anymore. The only remaining ingredient that they need is the heal reduction coming out from either the Halberd, the runs, or even the Dominance Ice, which is now completed in Ogwen.
Actually, for Blacklist International, they still have to wait maybe around 5 minutes for their lineup to have damage actually against the players of BREN Esports.
Yeah.
Even the Dawning Light could be used for
the
vision. But they see Edward, they see Agent Zero, but they will just go for the turret secure in the top lane.
By the way, Ogwen did not commit flicker at all, so he was like, nah, that's Agent Zero.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna commit on that.
Here comes the flicker, but here comes Ogwen as well. Killing spree for BREN as Kyle TZ
he stole it.
secure that buff against Weiss. We can see the Bracer Strat being used by Weiss, but the rest of BREN Esports is already on the middle lane. They want to go for those objectives. They want to go for that nice
Flop!
zone for Flop. Tizzy has the Divine Judgment, is being gone again by Ogwen on this game. What a play.
I just want to point out the micro decision there. Ogwen got the Divine Judgment, but he thought that maybe Flap can actually get my target in the penalty zone. It didn't work.
Yeah.
But you saw him.
It was cute. It was cute.
Pull. Yeah. He didn't pull and move. He was just like, okay, is it gonna? Oh wait, no. Okay, sure. I'll just pull him back.
It was like Ogwen seeing an opportunity to catch anybody on the side of Blacklist, but when he jumped in, he was like, oh, this is such a good penalty zone. Yeah. And he did not expect Flap to jump at all. And when he saw the penalty zone, he was like, okay, did it latch? No. Okay, I'm just gonna go back.
I'm just gonna pull him back. This is just again a testament to what BREN Esports has done all throughout this season.
Oh, but this is not even strategy. This is just sheer chemistry.
Yep.
With
This-
BREN Esports.
In Filipino, this is just Bren lang malakas.
Yeah, and pure dominance indeed for this game. Now, Blacklist International mentioned that they could, we could see their damage and even sustain 5-minute game time. But for BREN Esports, with the positioning that they're dealing against Blacklist International, it might be difficult for them. Even a clearing of minion wave, having the Saber to be unstacked, maybe on the latter part of the game. But look at that, all the objectives.
Well, level 8, so level 8 against level 10. So what can you do?
Struggling right now. Still is Blacklist. Still no kills. Bren from positions 1 to 5, I have to say, everyone's playing to near perfection.
Yeah, 8.7k gold lead on the side of BREN Esports. And your concern right now, it's not even, if you have to list out the problems of Blacklist International, damage is not even #1 from Owl. It's also the sustain, both from Wise and Oh My Venus. Even if you have the heal, there is just enough sheer damage output over the side of BREN. Look at this, just
Here comes the Divine
Wise!
Judgment, unstoppable for Super Mario. What a nice shadow stampede as the rest of BREN Esports was on the players of Blacklist International. Here comes the retaliation, but no, there comes the Cult Altar just in time to save the players and to resist that initiation against Blacklist International.
Okay, Flap was like, no, I don't have penalty zone, bro. I don't have penalty zone at that moment, but it was an awesome play come out from the captain, or the El Capitan of BREN Esports. He's trying to go for it again, but the range isn't there, and they have to back off. Lord is up for the taking here for BREN Esports. I don't think Blacklist has the capability of contesting this.
Few. It's still too early to call who'll be the MVP of the game, but I'm already thinking it's going to be Few. Three of the biggest plays to determine the outcome of this game have been by that man. That early game back-to-back pulls to get those kills in the mid, and then that big one there to make sure that Bren wouldn't fall and even give Bren a chance to get a big win, although they couldn't find it. El Capitan still definitely has it. Undeniable.
Only a few could really dictate. Only a few.
Only a few.
Only
I like
a
it.
few.
I like
his
it.
play.
That is poetry in motion,
And
Chantel.
you know what? Only a few teams have have managed to deal such a blow against Blacklist International, and BREN might be the first team to go deathless against this team.
Oh yeah, actually, we could see a clean kill from BREN Esports as the Lord will march in on the bottom lane. We can see the immortality already for Wise. Super Marco will secure the turret push. There goes the Divine Judgment. Edward is down. Ancient Series down. Monster kill already for Super Marco. Because it goes down to players of Blacklist International. This is it as BREN Esports will go over the tower lock and they will secure the first seed for playoffs.
Classic BREN.
They ran out of minions though.
Classic BREN.
Not just yet. And there we go. Closer and closer to fulfilling an old promise. To say that BREN lang malakas is undeniable, they've set it up. The seeds have been planted for the next championship garden. They are the undeniable top seed in MPL Philippines Season 11.
BREN Esports has been playing on a different level, definitely, after this performance against the Blacklist International. I mean, clean kills, rotation, the draft, it's everything for BREN Esports.
It's everything and BREN.
I got that.
Thank you.
Chef's kiss.
Beautiful.
I would say for the entirety of my career as an analyst, I don't believe in perfect game, but that would look like a perfect game for BREN Esports. I don't believe in perfect games, but the way they played and handled Blacklist International, that was just a master class from BREN Esports.
The timing, everything. Again, for BREN Esports, it's as if they really reviewed how Blacklist International played with those tricks, of course. Those win streak. This is the type of formation that they will do to give space for Owl. This is the rotation that we'll do to negate that play from Blacklist International. BREN Esports, we've talked about the heroes that they bring in for the draft, and a lot of variation for the team, and I'm really looking forward for that playoffs game. Although they still have a game for this week 8.
Yeah, oh man, I think it also is a testament as to why everyone in the talent pool thought that this is going to be, like, the predictions came up earlier, we didn't get to point it out, but everyone said that this was going to be a BREN win, because you just get those feelings about a team. Alongside feelings, of course, with the desk here that's just full of analysts, backed up by the stats, the history, the knowledge of these two teams, there was something in the air that whispered, hey, I think it's going to be a BREN win. And I didn't expect it, though, to be this dominant.
Hell no. Nobody would expect.
Nobody expected BREN to come in this and just say, we're going to win this like this. You can predict that they will win it, but not like that. One of the most impressive performances as a team this season.
Yep. Actually, for Blacklist International, when we say that they have the S on their draft, it means that this is a different kind of beast for Blacklist International.
Twice!
But we haven't seen that
Twice!
on those 2 games. We haven't seen the walking ambulance for OMV. So it's surprising for BREN Esports, and it is really indeed a statement.
Yeah. And again, I believe this is the first team to go deathless against the Ubris strategy. So it is sort of an achievement of their of its own. But this is classic BREN, and I love the recalls on the last moments of the game. It was classic BREN. You know, when they win games, they recall in front of the base. Yeah. Although they did lose some minions there, but they are the victors at the end because Blacklist had nothing against the BREN lineup.
If you all recall or were here with us in MPL Philippines in Season 6, there was a certain magic in the air about BREN then. Of course, we know after that Season 6 victory, they'd go on to become the M2 World Champions. The roster that had a rookie flap, that had Carl Teasy finally solidifying himself as one of the guys in the league. Rebo as the first GOAT of our league. Lusty being crazy in his gameplay. I miss Lusty, man. Like, how do you play that role? And of course, Few. And the growth, the journey that this team has had to go on, now solidifying themselves as the undisputed top seed in the league this season. It's been an up and a very up, and then a very down, and then a plateau, and then an up again journey for them.
3 seasons, mind you.
3 seasons. They are the embodiment of trust the process.
Yeah, they've earned this.
They earned this.
They worked hard for this, actually. We saw the rebuilding. We saw a different type of player. They let go of some of the players that has a lot of potential. And this is the perfect formula for BREN Esports. As to why the community is really happy. Those fans that saw their failures or the not so good moments of them. But we could see that BREN Esports is a strong team this season, even the off-season prior MPL season 11.
And this isn't, I'm glad that you mentioned that. It isn't just this season. Before the season started, a lot of us were already talking about BREN and saying, watch out for BREN.
It was a crazy journey for the Hive, but they are here. They are the current top seed of the league, and there's more of this to come in the following weeks.
Yeah, we still have 2 more days of action in Week 8. That was only the first series of the day. We still have one coming up later on, but I am excited to hear about what BREN thought about that series, and we're going to hear that now. Let's go on over the stage with the lovely Mara Aquino alongside the victors and the top seed of MPL Philippines regular season 11. It's BREN Esports.
Congratulations, Hive! You're BREN Esports with a sweep! Congratulations! Sobrang bilis niyong tinapos yung laban. First game, it's about 12 minutes. Second game, hindi pa umabot ng 11. It's about 10 minutes, 21 seconds. How did you guys do that? Kasi yung Blacklist, they're getting better and better, pero parang andali lang para sa inyo itong series na to. How?
Siguro dahil pinaghandaan po talaga namin sila sa training namin. Parang, sobrang commit yung pagte-training namin. Tas, nadala lang siguro namin yung momentum namin nung game 1. Kaya nung game 2, parang on point lahat ng mga pinagagawa namin. Pero at the same time, parang nag-overthink pa rin kami.
Nag-overthink?
Kasi yung Blacklist po, malakas po sila eh.
Speaking of, eto gusto kong tanungin si Cal TZ. Speaking about overthinking, I'm gonna reveal something. Every time that fini-face nyo ang Blacklist International, parang kang no-overwhelm after in between the games, something happens to you backstage. Can you share with us?
Every time po na kalaban po namin yung Blacklist, parang ano po, parang hinihika po kasi ako. Parang pagkalaban po sila yung Blacklist, parang kinakabahan po kasi ako. Kaya parang ganun nga po, every after po ng game, parang hirap po ako huminga.
Pero what is it about Blacklist? Kasi nag-start to last season pa, hindi to nangyayari ata with other teams. Pero bakit Blacklist? What is it about them na kinakabahan ka, no-overwhelm ka? Why?
Maybe ano po, siguro po sa crowd.
Sa crowd. And good job kasi regardless what happens, people don't know what goes through the minds of the players. Minsan talaga may anxiety, but ang galing mo pa din and you're able to overcome that, especially kapag may pressure sa crowd. So good job on that. Now, congratulations sa BREN dahil secured na ang top seed. Yes! Pwede ko bang tanungin, Coach Ducky? Usually our Coach BREN, ano yung mga incentives ngayon na secure yung top seed? What's happening? Tsaka gusto ko malaman anong lulutuin ni Coach Ducky mamaya.
Magluluto ako ng beef Wellington.
Beef Wellington. Coach BREN, so now, top seed, what's gonna happen? Ano bang may pinramis ka ba sa team na kapag na-secure to, eto yung mangyayari?
Wala, mag-outing kasi kami.
Uy, mag-outing. Kailan yon? Gano'ng katagal saan?
Sa Laguna lang. 2 days sa Sunday. Yun lang yung reward nila sa mga pinapanalo namin.
And for sure, they're looking forward to that. Once again, top seed, BREN Esports. Thank you so much. You may now take your bow. Go ahead. Take your walk of victory. Top seed na ang BREN. Congratulations. And for sure, ang ating mga manlalaro looking forward to that incentive. Pupunta sila sa Laguna to celebrate their great performance this season at naging fruitful nga. Dahil now, they're in the upper bracket. Balikan na natin ang ating casters para sa analysis. Pasok!
There you have it. Top seed. Undeniable. Thrashing the defending MPL Philippines champions. And again, it was a journey to get to this point. They trusted the process, and here they are, a step closer to fulfilling the age-old promise, but the job isn't done. And this broadcast isn't finished yet because we're going to have to talk about what happened in that game number 2, because that was, again, just insane.
Yeah, actually, we were discussing during the interview that we are all surprised with the outcome of game number 2. And this is, again, a game wherein BREN Esports is just really prepared with the heroes that Blacklist International is going to pick for that game. Now, Blacklist International, it's something, an eye-opener for them that they could change some of their strategy to be able to compete better on other games that they still have this week 8.
Yeah, because we saw the strategy that they've been known for on a very good day when a team isn't ready, Blacklist will dominate. Yeah. But against a team that is ready and expecting what to do and what Blacklist will do, like BREN did here, they will dominate. And let's see what will happen here for Blacklist International moving forward, as they are still potentially playoffs bound. The possibility is still there, and even upper bracket potentially still there. We'll see. But again, we do have to talk about the geniusness of that game number 2. It wasn't just in game. Behind the scenes, we were talking about it in the draft. Great drafting from one team, a bit of a struggle for the other, and a great performance by one, a struggle for another. Midnight, can you expound even more?
Well, the level of geniusness on the side of BREN Esports definitely came into play here in game number 2, as they were able to overcome the Ube strategy of Blacklist International. And again, it's still the same key point that we've discussed on game number 1, their willingness to commit on the targets they have, and also add to the fact that every single member on the side of BREN Esports had the right target, especially with Ogwen, with the Divine Judgment. We saw that earlier on with the failed flicker play onto Oh My Venus. Getting the Estes skill is really, really crucial for BREN Esports. And later on, during the highlights, we might be able to see the Divine Judgment play that he did on Edward, because Edward was trying to defend the base of Blacklist International up against the Lord, and Ogwen was like, okay, you're the only guy in the front line, and there was no problem for BREN Esports to fight against the remaining 4 heroes. So he flickered in and went for the Divine Judgment onto the Lapu Lapu. And these target selections are really, really important for BREN Esports because they have so many backups. There is that Cult Altar that we mentioned on the Faramis, and also the possibility of the flicker penalty zone play coming up from Flapteasy. So again, the commitment of BREN Esports to fight against Blacklist International, it's sort of an idea wherein you just have to do it because you just have so many support system and support mechanisms with your composition, and that is why they were able to play super aggressive against Blacklist International. You're seeing a lot of zeros on the side of Blacklist because they were not able to fight at all against BREN Esports because number one, they don't have the damage early game, especially against the 2 lives that BREN Esports have, and the insane front line of BREN Esports, which was supplied by both Flapteasy and Kyle Teasy on the Baksha and Trizla respectively. And look at the gold amassed on the side of BREN Esports, especially on Super Marco. 1,090 GPM, even breaking the record of Kyle Teasy with 1,072 GPM. Currently holds the highest GPM record of MPL-PH Season 11. A 1-1 performance of this regular season that is memorable for sure up until the next few weeks, because he did just shut down Owl on that gold lane, and the carry was not able to play his game for Blacklist International. And it is a skill-based matchup, but Super Marco knows the limits of the hero, even using the Inspire to just make sure that he can move around the carry and ensure that the stacks will be there. Usually we see Inspires popped off when the crossbow of thanks has been committed, but Super Marco used it to reposition himself, especially with no purifies on the side of the carry. He cannot remove those stacks, and the carry was not able to compete against the 1-1 after the first initial kill, and BREN Esports positioned themselves towards that area of the map because they know that this was the main condition, the win condition, I would say, for Blacklist International. And the Savior pick did make sense, however, it did not pull off in this game because it is kind of in the same position of the carry wherein he pops off later off in the game, and BREN Esports knew that. They capitalized on it, actually. They completely have control. They completely negated the presence of the heroes of Blacklist International just by pressuring them earlier on, because BREN Esports, they are the stronger team in the early game, so they just capitalized on that fact. They put everything onto the one basket and made sure that the early game was theirs for the taking. And it netted them this huge lead that they've gotten on the early game, and they transitioned towards the mid game without having any contenders on the side of Blacklist because the carry, again, was shut down, and there was no other way for Blacklist to recover other than farming the map. But BREN Esports was having none of that, and they were willing to commit bodies over Blacklist International just to make sure that they are pushing the objectives, and they didn't even have to pay the price because nobody died on the side of BREN Esports with the support coming out from the Cult Altar of Hugh. It was kind of a masterclass stomp from BREN Esports. It felt like Barat stomping over Blacklist International this game number 2.
So BREN was the dinosaur, which makes sense. They're also
BREN
yellow.
was the dinosaur.
Yeah. With the Barats.
Yeah.
A bit slow on that part. I imagine first what Barats really look like. Like, you lost me at the Barats. Okay.
It's all right. We'll have it now, but we just have to mention. Again, it is very important for all the viewers out there, especially if you're in the English stream and you're based here in the Philippines, to please register your sim. It's a very quick and easy process. April 26th is the last day you can do that. Sim register so that your sim won't be dead. It sounds dire as all heck, but honestly, it's true. If you don't register in time, you're gonna lose your number. And I know here in the Philippines, a lot of us have our numbers linked to important aspects of our lives, finance, ML, whatever you have in your personal life, everything in the sim. So please don't forget to register. I did not expect that. And again, we talked about how no one expected that. We talked about how this could end in 12 to 15 minutes. It ended in around 10. That was an absolutely fast one. As we head on over to our next series of the day, though, it's Omega versus Echo. Real quick, I asked Chantel this, what she'd be excited about. So what about you, Midnight? What are you excited about?
I'm expecting a lot of chaos. Like, it's Echo, the House of Pilots, and Omega, being one of the most chaotic teams to ever exist in the Land of Dawn. It is going to become an intense match between the ex-Kings of Sea and the current world champions.
Well, to be fair, you've asked me earlier my expectations, but with the outcome of our first series, I don't expect anything at all. I'm not expecting anything. I want to be surprised.
Yeah, sometimes it's just better to go that way. By the way, in this week's Data Dive, let's take a look at the regular season MVPs and their respective KDAs. Ooh. That graphic is actually posted on the official MPL Philippines Facebook page. You can find Data Dive and other league content on the official MPL Philippines Facebook page. You know what? I love this Data Dive series. It's something I did often a lot in my own page, and there are people asking me why I stopped doing that. It's because Data Dive is amazing. The stats, I made mistakes a lot when I would post it, but then in MPL, they can't get it wrong. And be like BREN, they've secured their ticket to the playoffs. Now you can secure yours as well. Watch MPL-PH Season 11 playoffs live at SMX Manila. We're going back home. Third time around this May 4 to 7. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. We're going back to SMX.
That was smooth, man. That was
Thank
smooth. Yeah. Be like BREN. That was hella smooth.
Be like BREN, punch your ticket. And now let's see what will happen. As Chantel said, are we going to expect something? Should we not expect? That was surprising. What do? It's Omega. Barangay Omega versus Smart. Barangay Omega versus Smart Omega. Barangay Omega versus the defending world champions, Echo. That is going to be a screamer of a match. Midnight, you mentioned chaos. I want to be surprised if we do get chaos.
Yeah. I mean, don't expect at all, it is a match that is surely watchable and entertaining because a lot of crazy things will happen on that series.
Yeah. And again, we will see Kelra versus Bernie Cutie.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I'm mind blown.
Let's see. All right, so we're going to relax a bit. You can do that too, but don't forget to come back for Omega versus Echo coming up next. Again, this is MPL Philippines Season 11 English stream, Week 8, Day 1.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number? Now you can go with the Philippines' fastest and best mobile network. All it takes are 3 easy steps. First, secure your unique subscriber code from your current provider. Visit our website or any smart store near you. Lastly, activate your smart MNP SIM and you're ready to go. Unleash the power of the Philippines' best mobile network. Switch to the power of smart.
When you're in moments that matter most,
at last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
For 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play.
To laugh.
To love.
Plus, unleash TikTok.
And unleash text. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99. Sa 8 gigabytes, ang dami mong masashare.
Daming kontenta. Ganyan pagsikat.
TNT Double Giga Stories Plus. 8 gig, 50 pesos lang. Load na!
Hi friends, hindi na muna ako magpapatawa. Seryoso to. Sa April 26 na ang last day ng SIM registration. Huwag deadmahin ang deadline or your SIM will die. Your number? Dead. Online payments? Dead. Social media? Dead. Tandaan, lahat ng SIM kailangan i-register. Kaya agad-agad mag-SIM reg para hindi SIM dead.
Day in, pay out. Choose the bank that gives you interest every day with Maya.
each other's back. We're the best duet ever.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
Parang laruin lang talaga namin kung ano yung nilaro namin with GLAs. Kasi sinasabi naman ni GLAs na siya bahala eh. Kaya ayun lang talaga yung nasa mindset namin, magtapang lang na magtapang. Gusto ko lang din talaga makalaban si Renji. Masyadong mayabang na yun. Hi guys, ako nga pala si Boyet DR, jungler of Next Play Esports at i-breakdown ko yung nagawa kong play nung Game 1 laban sa BREN Esports.
Nandito na rin ang mga players ng ating mga teams para sa kanilang pag-division on this turtle objective.
Sisimulan nila to. Alecto, final ball, Petri sa dalawa, kinain agad! Ginagat siya kaagad dito ng isang Franco. Brusco DR on point yung pag-abang. Real world manipulation, gagamitin naman dito ng tunay. At si LA's DR nga makapag-control. Kuha pa ng next play Evo si Turtle. Double kill na, nagwawala kaagad dito si Boy DR. Make that a triple kill. Tapos papasok pa sila under the turret. Apat na mapapatumba ng next play Evos. At agad sila magde-decide na bumasak na Torres sa gitna. Malinis na execution mula.
Anong play talaga na yun, parang, hindi, call na kasi talaga namin na pag humarap talaga si Flap, bibigyan namin. Kasi lagi talaga siyang parang nampopok ng kalaban bago mag-spawn yung turtle. Sinimulan talaga namin yung play na yun. Bigyan muna talaga namin yung harap. Kasi malaki pa naman yung third ka-spawn lang. Ang main objective ko lang talaga dun is yung turtle and di ko talaga pinansin yung iba dun. Tapos nakita ko na lang din talaga na low, kaya napagawa ko dun sa tatlo. Ang call talaga namin dun, push talaga namin yung mid. Kasi yung play din ng gold lane namin, bumaba talaga siya iniwan niya talaga yung gold lane niya para mabasag namin yung mid lane, which is sobrang sobrang natulong sa amin para mabilis namin din mapanalo yung game 1 namin. Siguro di rin talaga namin magagawa yun kung wala talaga kaming call dun nga. Tulad sa Bening bibigyan namin. Kasi kung di namin nabigyan yun, sure ako na hindi rin ako makakadaan dun eh. Kasi popokin lang talaga ako ng Bene kasi hindi ako makakalapit sa third. Mindset lang talaga namin yung bago ako talaga mag-start parang laruin lang talaga namin kung ano yung nilaro namin with GLAs. Patapang lahat. Kasi sinasabi naman ni GLAs na siya bahala eh. Kaya ayun lang talaga yung nasa mindset namin. Magtapang lang na magtapang. Siguro yung win condition namin talaga doon na yun. Yung isang bagay na nga yun. Yung nakabasag kami ng turret. Tsaka hindi namin talaga na pigilan namin yung play ng BREN Esports na Digi Melissa, which is sobrang lakas talaga nila sa lane. Ang kagandahan pa lang din kasi sa pag-pick ng Karina is yung para may immune kasi yung first kill niya eh. Number 1 na yun sa Melissa. Hindi makakahit sa akin nung makakahit yung Melissa, so pwede ako umarap. Then sa objective naman, malakas din talaga yung pang-objective niya. Kasi dahil sa may skills niya, na namamaximize ko yun ng sobra. Tsaka yung Karina kasi pwede mo siya pwede mo siya itank plus may damage ka pa. So ayun yung kagandahan talaga sa kanya, na pwede pa rin talaga siya i-pick ngayon kahit maraming mas magandang jungle. And salamat din kay Lace kasi parang may natuturo siya na di talaga namin alam eh. Siyempre, hindi naman kami may mga namimiss kami na play na pwede pala yun, ba't di natin gawin? Na ginagawa sa inyo yun, di nyo ba napapansin? Ayun, kaya para sa akin, malaki talaga yung natutulong niya sa team. Simula nung pagpasok niya kasi parang binubus niya yung confidence lalo ng mga kakampi ko. Yung mga medyo nakangapa pa sa stage talaga, yung medyo may kakaba-kaba pa. Sobrang laking tulong talaga ni Yeleis lalo na sa inside and outside the game. Ako siguro yung gusto ko lang din talaga makalaban si Renji. Sana paglaruin siya ng yun nga, ng Blacklist pagkalaban kami kasi masyadong mayabang na yun. Masasabi ko lang sa mga kampi ko, ayun, parang galingan pa namin kasi unti-unti naman, di naman kami nagmamadali. Siyempre, di talaga sasagi sa isip nila namin na rookie kami. Siyempre, medyo nakakapa sa stage. So, ayun, unti-unti galingan natin and may ilabas din talaga natin yung full potential natin kasi di talaga mawawala sa isipan natin kahit sabihin mong di ka kinakabahan, kakabahan ka talaga eh. Kaya unti-unti lang, di natin kailangan magmadali. And laruin lang, gaya nga ng sinasabi ko lagi kahit sa interview, laruin lang natin kung anong laro natin nung amateur tayo or nung habang nag-i-scrim tayo. No pressure. Sa mga fans ng Next Play Ebos, sa mga managers, sa mga lahat ng sumusuporta sa start namin ng MPL, yung mga nasa backstage, maraming salamat sa suporta nyo kasi hindi talaga namin parang kakayanin lalo yung pressure kung di nyo kami chinichirap every game, every talo namin, tsaka kada panalo. Lalang-lalo sa boss namin, si Boss Banugs, Boss Perds, and Boss Matt. Maraming salamat sa inyo kasi binigyan niyo talaga kami ng opportunity para makadating dito. And yun nga, yung pagtutok sa amin everyday na lagi kayong nasa bootcamp, maraming salamat. Kasi malaking tulong po yun para sa amin na mga rookie pa lang na nangangapa sa big stage. Na para matanggal din yung pressure sa amin at mas lalo kami mag-improve. And sa mga fans namin, expect nyo lang na unti-unti darating din tayo talaga sa mananalo tayo. Kakayanin namin para sa inyo. Mas gagalingan pa talaga namin. Promise.
Maayong adlaw sa inyo tanan. Ako nga pala si Santi at ito ang ating top 5 plays for Week 7 ng MPL Philippines Season 11. Sa ating number 5 spot ay makakasama natin si Doming DR at ang kanyang carry with an unofficial maniac laban sa Smart Omega nung Day 2. 14 minutes na ng aksyon ng lumipas at nag-spawn na nga ang Enhanced Lord. Lamang ang NXPE with an almost 5k gold lead at sila din ang nakakuha ng unang Lord sa laban na ito. Susubukan mag-contest ng Barangay Omega at papwesto na sila sa ibaba ng Lord Pit para makakuha ng advantage in terms of positioning. Ngunit hindi magpapatalo ang mga members ng NXPE. Mauunang harap si Brusco DR at Boyet DR at susubukan nilang i-pick off si Storm na nagtatago sa bush. Mapipilitan naman si Storm na gamitin ang kanyang Purify pero siya pa rin ang unang babagsak sa mga kamay ni Doming DR na pabiglang papasok sa team fight gamit ang kanyang Phantom Step. Habang zone out ni Ding DR si Kelra at Miko, susubukan mag-retaliate ni Renjo at Ryzen pero papaulan na lang sila ni Doming DR ng mga light wheels habang pinoprotektahan siya ng kanyang mga teammates. Triple kill na si Doming DR habang babagsak naman si Ding DR. Kelra and Miko will try to get more kills pero mahuhuli si Kelra ng Iron Hook ni Brusco DR at tuluyan na siya pababagsakin ni Doming DR. Mapipilitang mag-retreat si Miko pero hindi pa tapos ang Neon Tigers. Babasag sila ng inhibitor turret at makakakuha pa sila ng libreng Lord, increasing their gold lead to over 6k. Ito, pangalawang Lord na nila. Is this enough?
Yeah, definitely. Kayang-kaya nilang makakuha ulit ng isang inhibitor after this.
The Sansan duo will take our 4th spot with their individual heroics ng Day 1 kontra NXPE. Almost 13 minutes in the game at lalabas na ang ikalawang Lord ng laro. Nangunguna ang Echo with a 4k gold lead pero mukhang dihado sila sa Lord Dance na ito dahil si Sanford at Carl TZ lang ang nasa eksena habang 4 na members naman ng NXPE ang nakapalibot sa kanila. Habang humaharap si Sanford against 3 members of NXPE, mapipilitang mag-back away ang mga Neon Tigers dahil sa split push na gagawin ni Benny sa top lane. Magwawala naman si Sanford at ibubuhos lahat ng skills niya para ma-zone out sina Brusco at Ding. Makakabasag ulit sila ng turret sa mid lane dahil sa minion waves na hindi na-clear ng NXPE. Babalik tayo sa top lane kung saan dumating na rin si Sanji para tulungan si Benny Cutie. Lulusawin niya si Yelly Haze gamit ang Arcane Shade at Shadow Strike combo. Walang magagawa si Doming kundi umatras. Mabilisan naman silang babalik sa mid lane kung saan hindi pa tapos si Sanford sa kanyang trabaho. Patuloy niyang izo-zone out si Boyet DR at Brusco DR para ma-secure ni Carl ang Enhanced Lord para sa side ng Echo. Pero hindi pa kontento ang mga Orca. Pipilitin lang mag-push sa turret doon sa mid lane. Pick off ng NXPE si Yawi pero babawi naman agad si Sanford. Gamit ang kanyang heavy sword, babagsakan niya si Ding DR ng land shaker sa muka at mapapa-follow up pa ng raging slash sa harap ng inhibitor turret. Makakaligtas si Ding DR pero tatapusin siya ng Renner's apathy ni Benny Cutie. Nang dahil sa individual plays ng Sansan duo, makakapag-secure ng 3 turrets, 2 kills at 1 enhanced lord ang defending world champions. Patience is a virtue. Pinatunayan sa atin ni Exort yan sa kanyang top 3 play against Blacklist International nung day 3. 6 minutes in the game at non-stop action agad ang pinapakita ng Agents at ng Raiders. Kakabuwain ni Owl si Light sa bottom lane gamit ang tuloy-tuloy na basic attacks na may kasamang corrosive strike kahit pa nasa ilalim na siya ng turret. Makakalayo pa si Light pero hindi siya makakaligtas sa torn apart memory ni Owl from long range. Magiging malaking advantage to para sa side ng Blacklist International pero hindi hahayaan ni Exort na basta na lang lumamang ang Agents. Pagtapos ma-pick off si Light, susubukan pa ni Owl na basagin ang half HP turret ng RSG habang tahimik na magtatago naman si Exort doon sa tribush. Susubukang i-defend ni Emma ng turret nila pero magiging matagumpay si Owl sa kanyang pagbasag sa tulong ni Oh My Venus. Pero bago pa makaalis si Owl, bibiglain siya ni Exort ng all-out combo gamit ang kanyang Petrify at all 3 skills. Maglalaho si Owl na parang bula at madedenay ni Exort ang pag-snowball niya after getting a kill in the turret. 3 points para kay Bentings dito sa ating top 2 play laban ng TNC kontra Onyx ng day 2. Over 16 minutes in the game at lamang na lamang na ang TNC in terms of objectives and economy. Both teams ay nagkakapaan lang sa mid lane at naghihintay ng opportunity para makagawa ng play bago lumabas ang susunod na Lord. Magkakamali ng positioning itong si Kekidut at mahuhuli siya ng Iron Hook plus Flicker and Bloody Hunt combo ni Bentings. After ma-pop off ng kanyang immortality, hindi na rin siya magtatagal dahil may gagawing follow-up dito si Innocent. Agad nababawi ang mga hedgehogs at patutumbay naman nila si Jesus. Aabante sila papunta sa purple buff camp ng TNC para humanap ng isa pang kill pero sila ang mabibigyan after another Iron Hook mula kay Bentings. Si Super Friends ang susunod na babagsak para sa side ng Onyx at mapipigilan silang mag-disengage dahil outnumbered na sila ng Phoenix Army. Gagamit naman ng conceal si Bentings para habulin ang mga members ng Onyx. Isa na namang Iron Hook ang papakawalan ni Bentings at makakakuha ulit siya ng hedgehog and this time si Sensui naman ang itutumba nila. 3 out of 3 hooks para kay Bentings at makakabasag pa ng inhibitor turret ang side ng TNC.
After hook at ito na ata ang tsansa ng TNC na paanda rin muli ang makina ng biyaheng tagumpay.
At ang makakakuha ng top spot para sa Week 7 ay walang iba kundi ang Royal Duo ng Blacklist International laban sa Kingslayers nung Day 3. Almost 5 minutes into the game pa lang ay intense na agad ang bakbakan sa pagitan ng dalawang champions. May konting kalamangan ng RSG Slate Philippines at nakapwesto na ang both teams sa Turtle Pit para mag-contest sa second turtle of the game. May eliminate ng Raiders si Edward at lalamang sila in terms of positioning dahil tatlo na lang magko-contest ng turtle for the side of Blacklist. Haharapan ni Nats ang tatlong members ng Blacklist International para mabigyan ng kontrol ang kanyang team over the turtle. Gagamit na si Queen Venus ng Moonlight Immersion at Blessing of the Moon Goddess para maprotektahan si Wise at Yue. Wise will do what he does best at maaagaw pa niya ang turtle mula sa Raiders. With low HPs, aatras na dito ang members ng RSG pero may iwan si Exort sa mid lane bush. Susubukan pa niyang makapick off pero kukuyugin lang siya ng tatlong agents. Dadalhin ng Blacklist International ang momentum mula sa tali ng pagkakaibigan for the rest of the series as they complete the sweep against the Kingslayers. At yan ang ating top 5 plays for week number 7 ng MPL Philippines Season 11. Reminder nga pala na 4 na teams na lang ang naglalaban-laban para sa last 3 spots in the playoffs. At isang week na lang ang natitira sa ating regular season. Let us know in the comment section kung ano yung most awaited matches nyo in the last remaining week. Magkita-kita ulit tayo starting April 14 para sa last week ng ating regular season.
Pala si Renny J, ang role ko dito is fighter from
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Welcome back mga ka-ML! You're still watching MPL Philippines Season 11. From here on out, every time Ryzen and Barangay steps in the land of Dawn, it'll be a battle of their lives. Pero hindi naman to bago para sa kanila, kaya nga isa sa kanilang mga nickname ay Lower Bracket Kings. Now, against the reigning world champs, na napakitaan na ni Ryzen ng kamandag ng tank slot, can they salvage their playoffs chances and concoct a stronger and more potent lason? Yan ang ating aalamin. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Smart Omega versus Echo. Casters, pasok!
As the drums of war of Echo thunder louder and louder closer to the barangay, can the poison be potent enough to secure points for that playoff slot? Or will Echo prove that if you can't beat the man, then maybe you don't deserve to make it to the playoffs? That is what is at stake here for Echo versus Omega. Omega wants to make it to the playoffs. Echo wants to secure upper bracket. Welcome back to the English stream. My name is Reptar, still joined here by Midnight and Donya Chantel. Welcome all. We talked about it a little bit earlier of what to expect. Let's reiterate. Chaos? Yes?
Yeah, it's a very chaotic game because it is Echo playing, you know, the House of Highlights, the Echo Express that we're used to seeing. But there's that semblance of fundamental gameplay already from Echo system. But for the side of Omega, it is still that poison or the venom in the gameplay, and of course the Omega timers.
Well, actually, for Omega, we saw their moments of brilliance around week 6, if I'm not mistaken, and it is a type of Omega that we've been seeing a lot as to why they are loved by many of our community. And I kind of feel like for Echo, they have to be prepared for those late games and knowing that they are really towards that early game as the Echo Express.
Yeah, again, going into this matchup, unlike the first one, here it's clear who the underdog is, even more so, and that is Omega. A lot of people are going to go into this and think, oh, this is going to be a quick one for Echo. But this is why we talked about the poison of Omega and why that has always been an undeniable spirit about them. That there's just something about it. They enjoy the power of Smart, which you can do as well when you switch to Smart without changing your number via mobile number portability or MNP. Visit smrt.ph/switch to Smart to know more. The poison, the power of Smart for Barangay Omega. At this point, though, we've seen it sometimes, but it's been quite shaky. Just when we thought the poison was there, suddenly they face a big defeat.
But that's the beauty, you know. Omega, they're always in this position. Every season, every MPL, they're always in a position wherein they can almost be eliminated. But they managed to, you know, just get a hold of what's really important, which are the points. And Omega always secures their slot in the playoffs. And most of these seasons, they even finish at the podium.
Yeah, actually for Smart Omega, they are the type of, they are the epitome of if things may be dark now, there will be light. You just have to keep holding on. And that is as to why, again, we've mentioned that they are the Lason team, and we're not really sure of the things that they will show onto this game. And I'm pretty sure that they will bring in different types of heroes. This is Bakbet and ito Max we're talking about.
Yeah, man. The spirit of Omega is still there, and it's undeniable. We've seen it. Let's talk about Echo now this time around. Echo still, it's not the perfect season we would have expected from the team that became the world champions quite recently and had an amazing run in M4, but they are still up there and still close to securing that upper bracket or a second round bye right away.
Yeah. Honestly, I find it really weird that Echo started the regular season very, very strong. But it ended up like, I would say it's also shaky in the middle of the season, like week 5, week 6. Yeah. We've seen some holes come out from Echo, especially during the draft. And I feel like it is sort of the curse of being a champion, one of the strongest team to play in the league. A lot of teams are looking up to Echo, and they are a case for study for most of the participants here in MPL. And I feel like that's one of the major reasons why the downfall is kind of shaping up for this team. But again, this is still Echo that we're talking about. The caliber of these players are very, very top-notch. But it is up for Omega to just get that venom out.
Speaking of top-notch caliber, by the way, the Hall of Legends nomination will close on April 16. So that is tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken? Or is that Sunday?
Yeah, Sunday.
Yeah, I'm forgetting my days right now. But make sure to support your favorite MPL Pro players and personalities. Watch the induction ceremony this May 7 at the Season 11 Playoffs Grand Finals live with the official channels of MPL Philippines. We've already discussed Hall of Legends nominations and all that. So let's just keep talking about the match at hand right now, because again, high drama, high stakes still for this matchup, for this day. Omega clawing for points to secure playoff slot. Echo want to solidify themselves as a second round team right away. That will give them the easiest path for them to maybe even win or make it to the grand finals of MPL Philippines Season 11. We've talked about their inconsistencies, but what are the best things that you've seen, Chantel, about Echo this season?
Well, actually for Echo, what I really like about the team is the versatility in terms of the heroes that Cartesi can use. It has been a trend that Tanks let you know, but he was able to adapt, given that he said that it was a boring type of a jungler, but we could see the changes in on how they really look at the things, because they are aware that they need to change some of the things for them to be able to secure a win over the other teams.
A lot of questions for Echo and Omega, but the biggest one is for Omega. Are there any traces of Lason left in Smart Omega? The poison. Let's lay down some facts here. Since their failure to make it past the play-ins last season after that collapse against BREN Esports in the first round where they lost reverse. They were up 2-0, just needed one more game, but then BREN went 3 in a row. Smart Omega's capability to be poisonous has been in question. Their ongoing campaign didn't help with this case, as their new roster's poison doesn't seem to be as potent as the one with Chaknu and Itomax. You've talked about it a little bit, Midnight. Have we seen enough to hold on to the idea that Smart Omega still has that poison, or is it still too shaky to say so?
I think that's true, but you can also make the case wherein you can argue that Smart Omega played with kind of an experiment roster last season. Even though they didn't make it into the play-ins, it was a different Omega that time. Like, they started regular season at a very, very strong foothold, but it's not the typical storyline that we see from the Barangay. And I feel like this season is a different case, because although they are quite shaky at the moment, the players are now sitting well with this current roster, and the composition works. You know, there are a few games wherein you have a lot of questions as to the individual plays that they make, but definitely you see the potential of this roster.
Now, on the other hand, Echo isn't exactly out of the woods yet. Their past outings were once plagued by eliminations in the play-ins in the previous seasons, and considering Blacklist's latest run, they could be overtaken if they show some signs of slowing down. So Echo cannot slow down. The Express cannot slow down. Chantal, thoughts about Echo going to this?
Well, actually for Echo, again, it is a type of team we're in. We could see sometimes that they're not really stable on how they will play. There are moments wherein they play really good, but at the same time, it's as if it's not Echo that we are looking. So it's really more on the consistency for Echo that we should really expect for this game, because it has been their problem since the start of the season. The consistency, yes, they could be very fast on their plays, but the execution could be fast, but at the same time, it has to be on point.
Yeah, on point, consistency. Those are some of the biggest factors we're looking for from Echo. At one point, they were very consistent. As you put earlier, Midnight, that Echo did start off the season hot, but then after that Week 4 loss to RSG, after their last series with Omega even earlier this season, we started to see some holes in the Echo Express. But first off, let's go on over to Sona, our insider backstage.
Maraming salamat, casters, and you have emphasized enough kung gaano nga ba kaimportante ang magiging laban na ito para sa dalawang kupunan. This is the final series of the day. It's Echo versus Smart Omega, ang lason laban sa mga Orca. This time, when we're talking about it, ay kailangan pa rin nating tignan ng mabuti kung ano ba ang kahalagahan ng standings for para sa ngayong araw na ito, and lalong-lalo na sa Serie S. So we're gonna be taking a look at this one right away, and this is how you want to emphasize on the matchups that we will be having. Medyo naburarang lang konti, but Echo currently has 24 points. Currently seated at the second seed, and ito yung pinaka-best case scenario para sa kanila para makuha ang upper bracket. Either a 2-0 or a 2-1. It's that simple. Ganun lang magiging kadali ang pagkakataon at tsansa nila to not only get the upper bracket spot but to already proceed sa ating susunod na stage ng ating playoffs. Now, this is where it gets a little bit confusing para sa Smart Omega, to be specific. If it's that simple for the side of Smart Omega, medyo simple rin naman para sa side, or if it's that simple for Echo, medyo simple rin naman para sa side ng Smart Omega. Currently seated at 15 points, nasa pang-5 seed sila sa standings. If they get a 2-0 para dito sa laban na to, then that means all they have to do is to win their next match against TNC via a 2-1. Pero kabaliktaran naman at kung sakali na opposite yung mangyayari para sa dalawang kupunan, in case they get a 2-1, then that means kailangan nila ng 2-0 sweep sa susunod nilang laban. It is another reminder that both of these teams ay meron pang 2 matches na natitira for the rest of the regular season. Kaya naman, kailangan nilang ipanalo ang parehas na games na ito, and this is gonna be the most important part for them to win this one. This is the case of getting an upper bracket spot versus getting the playoff spot. Smart Omega versus Echo. Casters, back to you.
Zona couldn't have said it any clearer. 2-0 and 2-1 for Echo means they secure the upper bracket. Omega, if they, whether 2-0 or 2-1, means they just need to either win the next one 2-1 or 2-0, vice versa. See, math, we can do it.
Quickly though.
Quickly though. Again, this is why this is another, again, drama-filled matchup. What it means for these two teams in terms of their playoff slotting and why. I am right now feeling what both of you feel, where you said don't expect anything, but at the same time, I expect chaos. So that way, I think what we will just all expect is craziness.
Craziness, yeah.
I feel like the most team that is affected here in this match is definitely Omega, because you have such young players on their side, like Miko. It is gonna be his first time being put in this high pressure situation wherein he has to play his best to at least get into playoffs.
Yeah, actually, what's really important for these young players is the moral boost that they need as much as possible. They're up against a team, for Smart Omega specifically, they are up against a team that has a lot of experiences.
Yeah.
But they could take Sanji and Sanford as an example with that moral boost, emotional stability at that.
Points, future, playoffs hopes, upper bracket, history can be determined by the next few matches. This one isn't any different. Just a bit, we're going to be welcoming our two teams, Omega and Echo, to the stage. The story has been set. Conditions talked about somewhat. I mean, we still haven't done the keys to victory. That'll come in a little bit later. But we gave you the overall story to expect of it all. So let's meet our characters. Welcome to the stage, the Barangay and the Orcas.
This team is no longer a stranger to the threat of elimination. But before the reigning world champions, can the entire barangay cheat death once more? Hailing from the barangay, it's Smart Omega! The Loud Orcas may have already secured their playoff slot, but there's no way they are stopping at that. Will they be the next to secure the upper bracket berth? Welcome the reigning champions of the world, ECHO! And their coaches, Coach Itumax and Coach Tic Tac. A battle for survival and safety. What's it gonna be?
And here are our cast of characters for Barangay Omega: Kelra, Ryzen, Luis, Stome, and Miko.
Poison is still alive. However, we are facing two new characters that are put in a different situation. Luis and Miko, two young players on the Barangay. Even though Miko has played for Omega last season, this is his first time trying to contend for the playoff spot, but they are backed up with experience on the form of Ryzen and Kelra. Again, the gold standard, and usually what is a player that rises to the occasion on the jungle role. Very, very big performance here on the side of Barangay. It's just a matter of execution and protection on the XP lane, because it is going to come into factor here up against Echo, because Luis will be up against one of the best XP laners in the world in the form of Sanford. So it is crucial for Smart Omega to have this fundamental standing on the early stages of the game for Kelra to be able to pop off in the mid game.
And their opponents, the Orcas, the reigning champions of the world: Benny Cutie, Carl TZ, Sanford, Sanji, and Yawi.
We've mentioned consistency earlier, but for Echo, this is the most consistent lineup for them. Having the leadership of course, Yawi and Sanji are actually the trifecta of Echo has been doing splendid for the team. Perfect execution is the term for them, actually, in terms of the Echo Express. Having that 59% kill participation for Sanford, it goes to show that he is a type of player wherein he's part of the team fights most of the time, but at the same time, he's a type of player that brings in vision for the team. And Carl TZ, again, we've mentioned the character development of this player, having touched just on heroes that we haven't seen him use, and it's going to be exciting for this type of lineup.
So look at the team head-to-head, quite even. Some sides leans towards Echo, some a little bit towards Omega. But let's revisit their last matchup when you think about it. It was a crazy one. It was an absolute belter of a series between the two. And again, hence why I'm not surprised if we'll get the same feeling again. We might see a Tank-a-lot fight between these two teams in terms of contention. The Luis factor now, a much younger, much more aggressive XP laner going up against Sanford. So they've forgone the experience and wiles of Renjo to just raw young talent on Luis.
Yeah, actually, and knowing that Luis is part of the lineup now for Smart Omega, it is a big factor, specifically for the turtle control ratio that we saw earlier. It's 45% versus 60%. It goes to show that for Echo, they're really on the early game.
Yeah.
For Omega, since the ratio for the Lord fight participation is higher than the usual, it means that they are more on the late game. So this is something that Echo could capitalize coming into this game. And Smart Omega, they really have to force this game to be stretched as much as possible to give space to their to Kelra, their goal laner.
I like how you pointed out the very big contrast in terms of gameplay, the early game and late game for both Echo and Omega respectively, because Omega, they have Omega timers, you know, at that 18-minute mark. Echo, they have the Echo Express backed up with Echo, with the Echo system. They are fundamentally able to convert those into actions for victory.
All right, so what do these teams need to do exactly? We've already laid down just a few, but now I'm pretty sure you know what's coming up next. The keys to victory brought to you by Infinix. I'm looking forward to seeing what these teams need to do specifically, because we've laid it down in a broad sense, what they need to do. Early game, late game, but now there's a Luis factor. Is there something Miko needs to do specifically? So many questions, and here are the answers. Welcome to the Infinix Keys to Victory. I'm going to toss you on over to the analyst on the Filipino stream. He'll take care of you for now.
Let's look at the needed, yung mga kailangan gawin ng dalawang teams na to. Brought, of course, this is the keys to victory brought to us by Infinix. Simula mo na dito sa Smart Omega. Beware of Echo's early game snowball. Alam natin na yung Echo Express, isa to dun sa dalawang nakikita nating trend mula sa Echo. Most particularly the Echo Express na talagang nakita natin na madaming beses na ginagawa. It's all about snowball. Meaning to say, dapat kung sakaling makakuha ng kills ang Echo, kailangan meron silang natitrade. Meaning to say, wala silang binibigay na libre. Making it so that the early game is not gonna be one-sided. Kailangan may nakukuha pa rin sila. Kung hindi man nila kayang pigilan altogether yung early game ng Echo, at least meron sila nakukuha for themselves at umabot dun sa threshold o yung timing na malakas talaga Omega doon sa late game. Para naman dito sa Echo, punish OMG's faulty late game decision making. Interestingly, nakita tayo na may mga kakaibang decision making ang Omega in the late game. Alam natin na sobrang lupit ng mechanics nila in clutch moments, but when it comes to crucial decision making, minsan napapa-overthink, minsan masyadong creative at napapasama pa nga dito yung Omega. And this is one thing na pwedeng exploit ng Echo kung sakaling umabot man sa late game. For both teams, one game at a time, but don't lose focus on the bigger goal. It's easy to focus on other things at pwede kang ma-backdoor agad or ng ma-segue ng Echo, and that's also true with Omega na pwede kayong makontra pa sa push. Yan na kailangan gawin ng dalawang teams, and that's Keys to Victory brought to us by Infinix.
So those are your K2Vs, and similar story, late game, early game, all that jazz. But Chantel, let's talk about now Omega's early game. We know them to be late game. What can Omega do here to make sure that they can contest Echo in their comfort in the early game?
Well, actually, when we say Echo, it is a chaotic type of, more on the chaotic side. So for Smart Omega, as much as possible, they have to bring, usually we say you have to bring in chaos in order. But for Echo, they also, for Smart Omega per se, they have to bring in chaos in chaos. For example, they really have to look forward on those players that are, we could see the pattern actually for Echo. We've been mentioning the Echo Express early game, but what if they find a specific player that has to be stopped? Maybe the gold lane or possible Carl TZ on the jungle area, which is actually nice. Even the gold laner, possibly, because they have to give space to Kelra since he's up against the Storm Benecutie.
So mathematically speaking, it's like chaos squared. Like you multiply chaos with chaos.
Ah, brother, why do you have to bring in math?
You bring in, because we can do math quickly though. Yeah. And I think that's a very good point, because the way you break Echo Express and ecosystem is that you multiply the chaos that you bring into the table and work with that, because we've seen the inconsistencies as well on the side of Smart Omega. If you can put those inconsistencies to use, like break the psychology of Echo, maybe that's the way to go about it, because it's very hard to fight into Echo with just sheer mechanics, because they have so many talented players, and also just objectives, because Echo just naturally snowballs.
Okay, so I like this picture we're trying to paint for Omega, wherein the somewhat chaotic, controlled chaotic ecosystem, one of the best ways to go up against it is if you yourself aren't too systematic.
Yeah.
If you aren't to A, B, and C, and you change up the alphabet and go A, B, and then F, and then just surprise that way. I like this. I like this picture we're trying to paint for Omega.
You have to go quantum physics on this one.
Yeah,
this is quantum physics.
It's all about science, you know, and we could see that actually it's interesting that we saw the early matchup between Echo and Smart Omega this season, and it was a 2-1.
Yep.
So we all know that Omega is also the team that brings in chaos. They don't really have a system, and on those moments that they were up against each other, it is the Smart Omega that still not gelled in properly, but this time around, I feel like we might see that systematic, chaotic type of play, whatever we call it now.
Yeah, so in a way, to contextualize this even further, to simplify it, maybe we should see more lineups that will shine as skirmish type, maybe 2 or 3 roaming together instead of full team fighting comps. Something good for pickoffs and stuff?
I'd say, I'd call this, because they're the Kings of Sea,
Okay.
play the rough waves. Like waves are
that's
really
smooth.
chaotic by nature, but if you understand the math, you can replicate any single wave in the ocean. So I feel like that is the main point that we're making here for Smart Omega, even though we went so deep with the science and math.
Like a C.
The summary is that if Omega can play in a very chaotic but replicable way up against Echo, they might have a chance to break this sort of ecosystem that was built around week 3, week 4.
Now that we are seeing the draft of Smart Omega, we really have to consider how fast they are banning, actually, having this Yuzhong, even Glue, and Akai. So they don't want that type of sustain for the heroes of Echo, and at the same time, they're securing that Akai cannot be used on 2 purposes, maybe a jungler or even a hero for Yaoi. So this is a nice route for Smart Omega. Smart move, actually, for them. Wow. And now for Echo, since they banned out 1-1 and even Arlot, they could actually ban out Fanny. Or it's going to be a different one. It's going to be Kaja. So we've mentioned Fanny and Joy is actually open for this game. So we might see a very fast type of play. But if I were Smart Omega, it's easier for them to actually secure the Joy instead of Fanny, since Echo is really more on the early game, but it's going to be a different story this time around.
Okay.
Fredrin as their priority pick.
All right, so they take it away from the hands of Carl Tizzy. Okay, funnily enough, what we've talked about that Omega needs to do is Echo are respecting somewhat. They took away 3 heroes that have been menaces, that can make plays for themselves. Great with just 2 versus 2, 3 versus 3 small type of skirmishes. So Echo knows that's what we want to avoid going up against. We can't go up against an Omega squad that doesn't need to rely on team fight and that are just strong with just like guerrilla style warfare, quick pickoffs and surprises.
And this also shows that Omega did their homework. This is what RSG used to do against Echo when they broke them off on that game. They banned out the Yuzong and the Akai. Well, when they played, they also banned out the Cho, but now it's open. But I love the answer from Echo. It's the classic counter against the Fredrin with the Lapu-Lapu and Valentina. But you instantly get the Melissa from Keller, something that we haven't really seen them fully use on, because they've kept on playing Beatrix, Harith, even the Claudes, Moscow's, but now it is going to be on the hands of Kelra, which means a different hero will come out on Echo.
Yep, and actually for Smart Omega, it's a smart move again for them, because they know that Echo will pick a Valentina, and they went in for a hero. For possible hero for Storm here on this game, which is Faramis. So the airborne skill isn't expected from Echo, so there's no really counter for the side of against this Melissa, which is actually good. But the thing here is for Echo, they are they're known to be a type of team wherein they're prepared for the Faramis play, so they easily picked the Claude on this game, which is nice for them. So looking at the banner now, it's going to be Joy. So it's very interesting that we see Joy to be banned on the second phase. So I'm not really expecting to see Joy to be banned unless you have a different hero in mind, maybe because they've already secured the hero already for Sanford, which is Lapu. And Lance, okay, so it's as if Smart Omega actually denies one of the strong heroes for Ryzen. Remember that majority of the heroes that Ryzen used on their wins is the tank select, so this is a different story for them.
Yeah, but now with how the drafting went on here, as we still don't know the pick for Carl TZ, he might end up picking something like a tank, Jungle Grok actually, considering that Fredrin might go into the hands of Ryzen.
By the way, this is something that Echo did against, I believe that was BREN Esports, when they were up against Fredrin, they played the Valentina jungle.
So Valentina jungle up against a Fredrin.
Yeah, it's a hero that matches up well with the Fredrin, because the thing is, even if you try to duke it out as Fredrin against a Valentina, you're not going to be coming out of that duel in a victorious state, because Valentina just sips out some health and XP from harassing you. So it is a possibility for Echo to go for that route, and they're in a very good place right now to actually get Cho still.
Yeah, Cho. Cho is the perfect hero here for Echo, actually, even for the side of a Smart Omega. Remember that these are the teams that uses that, but he's gonna
Valentina jungle.
So Valentina jungle. So we could see the adjustment of Echo. We've mentioned earlier that there's no airborne to be expected from Echo, and they really respect that Kelra is gonna be using Melissa. So nice adjustment by Echo, which makes Smart Omega that they could actually even convert this Fredrin into an XP laner. Just to find and zone out this Valentina, or maybe even the Eve on this game. So for Luis's hero, we could expect possible Actually, I was about to say Yusheng, but it was banned with Smart Omega itself. But Benedetta and
that's why.
Okay.
Ooh, okay.
So
That's
they
why
pick up the Franco and they can pick it. And I wanted to say this a grok for Yawi. They just needed something that can crowd control, maybe even quickly knock up Kelra inside his go away bubble. Just something that can disrupt. A quick little knock-up. It doesn't need to be a stun on the wall. Just a quick little knock-up would be enough coming in from the grok. Okay, we have a clear picture now of the drafts of these two teams.
Okay, so looking at the lineup for both of our teams, we could say that this is really a type of lineup wherein there's no point of in them to deal with each other in terms of other objectives. It's really more of stopping the tempo of each other, having the grok on the side of Echo and at the same time the Faramis Cult Altar for Smart Omega. It's thinking wisely and as much as possible predicting the movement. So vision is going to be a problem here for the side of Smart Omega, not knowing that there is a grok for the side of Echo. And again, late game versus early game, but for the lineup of Smart Omega, they are also up for the early game, having the Franco, and they really have to capitalize on this Franco play. Maybe the Flicker Bloody Hunt for early game.
Yeah, so what we talked about in terms of what Omega needs to do and how they want to play, they exactly did it. A lineup that has heroes that can make plays alone. A lineup that's good for 2 versus 2, 3 versus 3 pickoffs. Omega have filled out their conditions well that we've set for them.
Yep, and you want Chaos Squared? You have Faramis Valentina. You know, there's 2 cult altars happening in this game. I'm gonna lose my voice here, but Hook is gonna coming out from Miko. Carl TZ is gonna be delayed a little bit, but that is not going to be a problem for the Valentina.
Okay, so for Smart Omega, what we really have to focus is the Petrify spell from Luis. The difference is that for Echo, yes, they have crowd control, but a millisecond of Petrify is a big factor in terms of team fights. So they really have to look forward in that, knowing that Benedetta is a type of hero that escapes well during team fights. But this is Sanford he's up against. So we might see a 5v5 as early as possible because you want to, as much as possible, counter out the rotation. So this is the usual play. True. We were seeing on the bottom lane, by the way, having Franco on your lineup. So Benny Cutie is just careful on that.
Yeah, that's another factor we have to discuss here is where these roamers will prioritize their positioning in the game. Are they going to be spending more time, roaming? Are they going to be spending more time with their gold laners? Maybe even make some surprise rotations onto other parts of the map to throw off your opponent? Yawi and Miko here can do so much with just a little movement, a little bit of positioning that can throw off their opponent big time.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised nobody kept their eyes on the Cho because Yawi and Miko, their most played heroes, I believe, was both Cho and Kaja.
Yeah, Cho and Kaja, yeah.
But they went with the Grok and Franco. It's a matchup that is quite favorable for the Grok, I would say, especially on the early stages of the game. But in terms of win condition, Franco definitely has the more useful one because there is that instant catch. He's a walking win condition, for God's sake. So I think that's what is that is what is good on the side of a Smart Omega. But he did mention that both sides can actually fight in the mid game as 5, and I feel like with Echo having this incredible power spike with the Valentina, it's gonna be difficult for Omega to hold their own.
Well, actually, it's interesting to see that Echo has been forcing those plates or altitude energy shields on a top lane. So they are just preparing for the turtle team fight. And take note that the IMU here for Carl TZ is going to be that cult altar. Sanford already used his, bravest fighter.
It does not hit, and Carl TZ is still on the turtle. Sanford, however, on 3 heroes. Reload manipulation has been laid out by Sanjay like a final blow, but Echo gets the turtle and Omega gets nothing in return.
Big win early on there for Echo. Not the approach that Omega wanted to do in that sequence. A little bit messy there, but it's also a testament to Echo just messing them up.
Yep, indeed messy. And again, this is the edge of having a grok on your lineup, anti-crowd control, and you actually deal the crowd control for your team. And at the same time, it's as if Miko wanted to go for that hook, but at the same time, he wasn't able to pull that off against Sanji. So it's as if Omega is taking their time to have that Diesel power up. So we are looking forward to those set of plays. And a good thing is that when we talk about the marksman matchup at the bottom lane, things are looking good. So we might see the conversion later on at around 8 minutes of our game.
This, I believe, is the fastest DHS of the league. 310 on Benecutie.
Oh.
On the Claude.
Very quickly there that he got it. So it just goes to show how much fun and comfort Benecutie has there in the gold lane. And now he's even quickly rotating through the mid lane to get a bit of farm as well. And now, because of Omega being pick-off dependent, not with their 2 pulls. They have 2 pulls. One on the Franco, one on the Faramis. Maybe that's why they ended up going with the Grok, because usually the victims of pulls from these two are the roamers of the opposing team. Yeah. So now Yawi just sticking beside walls, power of nature, doesn't need to worry about it because he doesn't get crowd control in that state.
And in other moments, actually, he can be the bait for the other team. And then if there's going to be a pull from Omega, he would just go for the wild charge, just to counter out the initiation. Instant dongo. As nice as says.
Dongo. The dongo.
That's how he really pronounces it?
Yeah.
The dongo.
Yeah.
The dongo.
He says dongo.
Yeah. By the way, explainer there, that's what certain players, especially on the side of Echo, call the ultimate of the Grok, the dungul. But
Nice dongle.
but if you're nice and you're in the English stream, it's dongle.
Dongle.
Not a dongle.
It's kind of like the same.
Yeah.
Dongle.
All right.
Did you just say dongle?
Okay.
We might see that dongle again for the spiritual objective.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's active for Yawi, but we can see for Omega right now, they really have to consider how Stone will use the cult altar.
Again, with the Bravest Fighter zoning out the brethren of Smart Omega, and again, fundamental approach by Echo to secure that turtle.
One-man zone out here, and we're getting closer and closer to sudden power spike, one team fight leading to 3 or 4 kills timers for Echo. I need to come up with a better way to shorten that, but that's what I'm talking about here. The Claude undisturbed, fastest DHS so far.
That's
Echo can spike suddenly and surprise Omega.
Yes, and this is actually dangerous for the side of Omega because this is not the usual Echo that we see. They are on a slow start, but everything is working well for their rotation.
Carl, both retreats has been used, Ryzen with the energy eruption. And Echo, they're just waiting for the chance here, but Benecutie has been pushing. There goes the dongle from Yawi, and Keller drops as Carl TZ goes in with his own cult altar just to get out of the tower, and Echo takes the kill.
The charge was indeed wild by Yawi, setting up that kill.
The dongle for a dungeon play here for Omega. And this is something that Omega has to look forward. Again, those flicker wall charges from Yawi and Echo right now, they are slowly turning into that Echo Express again. But for Omega, what they really want is to, as much as possible, give space to Kelra. Even Luis with those backup plays, having the Petrify, we've mentioned that earlier. Now, Cartis, the good thing with this jungler, or the play that he's been doing, is since he has the lead in terms of the levels, he is aware that there is a passive advantage against the other players. But right now, take note that Luis already has the Bloodlust Axe. So we might see him to be part of the initiations and even the team fight later on.
Yeah, that's a big if though, because so far I've just been seeing way more Sanford with how he's controlling lane. Quicker to clear the wave, maximizing his damage and pokes, that his presence is much more felt compared to the Benedetta of Omega.
Yeah, and it feels bad for Smart Omega, dude. Like, Ryzen, his resources, it's being taken away by the Grok.
Yeah, but the Grok, take note, he's supposed to give vision, but at the same time he's able to negate the jungling pattern of Omega. Even the movement right now of Omega isn't really that nice if you're up against Echo, and the lead is just expanding for Echo on this game. It is now around at 3K. So later on, there is going to be a conversion for the side of Echo. And looking at the difference in terms of the itemization, even for, we call it an itemization we're in for Sanford, that he is aware that he needs the damage and at the same time physical defense. So leg steel plates and added the physical attack, and in an instant, the Benecutie just pokes the turrets against Omega.
Grok is getting the vision over Smart Omega. Ryzen with the energy on the hooks there. Reload manipulation being used by Sanji, but Yawi is able to flicker out. Ryzen follows up with the Appraiser's Wrath, and he is able to get the roamer off the Orcus. But Sanford has a different idea with a flicker in onto Kelra against the Melissa. It's damage and not yet. The Color is there, and Omega saves their own marksman. They take 2, and Echo cannot answer back. The Cartesi, he wants to fight still, but Smart Omega disengages.
And look at that. After that team fight, Echo just disengage against Omega, and there's no actually trade for the side of Omega. But these are the moments wherein if you are Echo, you have to be mindful of those flicker initiations that are really deep on the map of Smart Omega. It is a 2-2, yes, but look at the lead. It is 1.5k gold lead, and even Sanji has the Ice Queen 1, so things might be slower for Omega if they really want to counter-engage against Echo.
Oh, the Tongo is there from Yawi the Grok. With the wild charge onto the Benedetta, electrified blow being used, but Sanji is there to capture Benedetta off guard, and he cuts off the exit for the Benedetta.
Brilliant decision there by Yawi. He was waiting for an eye for an eye of the Benedetta, saving the ultimate, maximizing the Dungo coming out of that
Every
Grok.
wild charge.
Yeah, and even right on point for the Void Crystal for Sanji at that
Look at
moment,
Carl.
so then Luis.
Carl with the poke on the Fredrin Ryzen at 75% HP, and Echo is confident on this Lord take. Miko, however, is sitting in front of the Lord, so he gets vision. Hook is not going to land on anybody, and Smart Omega has their heroes on, has their sights on this Lord.
Echo has the lead here, but we have seen Omega has a capability to turn around the situation. So Echo needs to respect that. They still have the lead, but Omega might just turn this around if Echo aren't careful.
Actually, it's a bit difficult for Ryzen to force this Lord pull because of the taunts from Cartesi's hero. So even the slow from Sanji onto this game. Nice control by Echo, by the way, on this Lord pick.
Echo, Yawi positioning himself to find and look for a big wild charge. The Guardian's Barrier is there, but Storm is in with the Ghost versus Sanji, though, with the real manipulation. Luis with the electric blow, but Cartesi secures the Lord here for Echo, and they want to fight. They have Lapu Lapu on the front lines against Ryzen, and Omega, they cannot hold back. The hook is there. It connects onto Sanji, but very cutie with the Blazing Duet. Echo, they really want to fight Conceal from Smart Omega. They want to chase for more, but the wild charge is there from the Grok, and Echo, they completely wipe out the heroes here on the side of Smart Omega. It is just Stone left, but there are enough heroes on the side of Echo to just dive in the towers of Smart Omega. They take out the Claude, however, with Luis on the Benedetta. He wants to go for more, but Yawi is survivable. He is able to get out of the fight, but Cartesi, he wants to go for the chase against Luis, but the Benedetta can get away. But that is massive for Echo.
For Yawi Dang, that's the goal for that Grok. Again, he was able to pull off that play, and take note, we really have to commend what Sanji did during that moment. He was able to zone out Stone and force the Cult Altar just to be used alone to save himself during that team fight. And at that moment, Echo was just dictating the flow of the objective taking on that Lord. That nice minion wave flowing, by the way, for the team. And we could see now a gap in terms of the gold for this marksman. For Omega, we only have 2 items for Kelra on this game, while for Echo, for BenQT to be exact, he has
Conceal. Yawi with the wild charge and real world manipulation being laid out by Sanji. But the Call Order is there, but it has been depleted by Echo, and they don't have the sustain. Lapu Lapu goes in, as well as Cartesi. BenQT as well with the damage output, but he is fighting off Kelra. He wants to be able to fight back Echo, but the Blazing Duet is there to take out the Melissa and Smart Omega. They lose 4, and Echo only loses Sanford.
Kelra falls to the tune of the Blazing Duet as the Orcas have their eyes set on ending this game.
He comes in, energy eruption, it's not going to be enough, and Echo, they are going to take game number 1.
Louder and louder are the drums of war of Echo thundering. Closer to the barangay, backs against the wall is Omega. Echo comfortably pushing them and comfortably pushing themselves into the upper bracket, just 1 more point away.
You know what? For Echo, we've mentioned the controlled aggression, the controlled Echo Express, and it translated on this game.
Yeah.
They started slow, but when the right moment was there, they were able to pull off and counter out the supposedly aggression from a Smart Omega, which is actually nice because they're able to weigh now, which is better for them, what suits them well in terms of team fights.
Yeah, and it's funny because we set it up earlier. Slow-paced games such as these, having a lineup that is built like that from Echo, it'll all just explode in 1 moment.
Yeah.
And it did. It took until the Lord. It looked good for Omega. Again, we were setting up that they can contest it, but Echo was just very, as you mentioned, systematic about how they approached that team fight. Although Sanji got caught out from a beautiful hook by Miko, and Luis was holding on for dear life, Echo knew they had the lead and they held on to it.
Yeah, and the game is not chaotic enough, I think. for Smart Omega. They just consistently reacted to whatever Echo was doing, and it ended up being a very clean game for the Orcas as they just took over the map, got in the resources, and was able to convert that into mid-game power spike, which is very, very strong on their side. And again, very nice dunkles from the Grok.
I love what Chantel said earlier. Dang, that's the goal.
Yeah.
So
That's nice.
if that
That's
flew
nice.
over
I
your
like
heads
it.
right there, that's a wordplay there. But season 10 Filipino broadcast best caster. I am not gonna hesitate with mentioning that when I can. I've done it twice today. Maybe I won't do it anymore, but because I don't want to be constantly repeating it. But yeah, I'm excited to hear what the little things here that maybe we have missed out that Chantel is gonna bring up. Because this was a game where it was very clear in terms of the macro sense what the heck just happened. The story A, B to C, very obvious. But I'm sure there are some certain little details that you'll talk more about later. But at this point, yeah, very clear cut. What happened there?
And I think for Smart Omega, it is something that they need to adjust for game number 2, because on game number 1, again, aside from no chaos, I think they just reacted to whatever Echo was doing.
All right, sit down and open up your ears and your mind. Donya Chantel is going to do the laydown for the analysis for game number 1.
Just when I thought that it's going to be a chaotic game for both of our teams, we saw pure dominance for Echo during that game. Again, controlled aggression, and at the same time, they really know how to weigh things during that game. Speaking of weighing, we could weigh the difference in terms of the hero composition for both of our teams. For Echo, we could see a Valentina converted type of hero, which is actually meant to be a pause for a hero. But since Omega was early to reveal the Melissa pick, they converted it into a jungler for Carl Tizzy. So this is a nice adjustment, to be exact, for Echo in this game. And even the prioritization or picking of the Glock during that moment. Again, the difference in terms of the as initiator of Echo is really nice as compared to the Franco of Omega. Yes, there are moments of brilliance with Miko's hooks, but at the same time for Yawi, it's a different story for him. As much as possible, he wants to go in for that dongles, and at the same time, how he will really set up perfectly for his teammates since he has that AoE type of marksman on Ben QT's hero. We could see a difference actually in terms of taking the turtle objectives, and most of them, or not most of them, all of them went to Echo's side. Now looking at the overall team statistics for this game, damage to turret very high for Echo, as to why Midnight mentioned that it's as if Omega has been proactive or just actively acting out on those moments wherein Echo wants to set up a play. Again, we could see 11 total assists for Yawi. There are 3, 4 wild charges. I was about to forget the name of the ultimate because of the dongo mention that we've been doing. Anyway, for Benecutie, that's 92% team fight participation, perfect conversion if you are a gold laner. We've been mentioning, yes, that you can have a good laning on your lanes, but at the same time, it's really about the conversion. So Echo was able to pull that off, as to why even on the Monster Gold stolen is really high for Echo. Again, we've been mentioning the wild charges from this guy. He is a smart MVP. Yawi on this rock. 1-1-11 on the KDA. Kill participation of 92%. That's really high, considering that we don't really see him go for the usual vision that he plays. But at the same time, he is on those moments or those places wherein you are expecting Smart Omega to be. So, for example, we could see here on our heat map, actually, for Yawi, that he's all over the place. There is an adjustment wherein he went in for the XP lane as much as possible because that is where the turtle will spawn on the early part of the game. But he is aware that he needs to help at the same time Benecutie, because Keller is on the other lane and the gold is actually almost the same at the early part of the game. Again, that is the first blood. He's just aware wherein the players of Omega is gonna be placed on those moments. And again, Echo has been playing really well against Omega on this moment, because for the lineup of Omega, you are expecting to see Louise at the same time. So for those team fights, but again, for Echo, it's really more of them being fully aware of the competence of their lineup, and at the same time, the advantages of having this type of lineup. We will see, or we saw on this 9-minute team fight we're in, actually before this started, or before this moment went into this, there was a nice real-world manipulation from Sanji as to why Storm was forced to use that cult altar against the Echo. So yes, there are moments wherein Omega was able to pull off a kill, but at the same time, Echo was just really on the lead, 5.1k at around 10 minutes. That's really high for a 10-minute game, and that 5.6k lead is most probably on the hands of Benny QT. And it's surprising to see that on a week 8, knowing that this is Omega versus Echo, that the things are going to be this fast, so, because this is a late game and even an early game type of lineup. So when they clash together, it's the early game that won on game number 1, because they are aware that they're up against a team that has timers, the Omega timers, and that is just game number 1. I'm sure my co-casters are really excited to see our game number 2.
Yeah, and I'm glad, again, you mentioned the little detail that we missed out on. It was the timing of Sanji's real-world manipulations. In the crucial team fight there in the Lord, you brought it up. It was him putting it up at the right time to force the cult altar out. And it seemed like with what you mentioned about Omega earlier, with them being a little bit too reactive, once they lose a key ability, they scramble.
Yeah.
It's like they lose their footing and they forget, like, oh, this is what we need to do. And they just get lost.
Yeah, it's like they don't know what to do on certain fights. And I feel like these individual micro decisions that Echo makes affects the overall macro movements of Smart Omega, because they cannot fight in their own terms because it's always forced out. And whenever, again, as you mentioned, whenever Sanji comes in with the reroute manipulation, Omega just scrambles. And when you do that, you're susceptible to blazing duets, wild charge, even if you try to re-engage. Even though Luis had a fantastic time on the Benedetta, it wasn't enough because he didn't have enough damage to sort of deal with Echo at that point, especially with the lead that the Orcas has amassed at that point.
Yeah. So it's like dominoes. Small actions, big consequences. It seems like that was the story of game number 1 for Omega versus Echo. So let's see what's going to happen for game number 2. And for us here, by the way, you can actually celebrate the power of music in the MLBB All-Star Music Carnival. I believe that's the one with Itzy. More than 25,000 merch, 1 million diamonds and valued in-game rewards are waiting to be given away. The best part, admission's free. Just go to Market in Taguig City on April 22 and let's get the party started. People might misunderstand what I mean. Itzy will not be in Market. I'm just saying that Itzy and the whole All-Star thing that we have, the 5.5.
They're part of it.
They're part of it.
Okay.
But we're going to have that music carnival anyway in Market in Taguig City, April 22.
What do you call the fandom again?
Of Itzy?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm a 1, so
I don't know too.
So
I'm...
Yikes!
Never mind.
Itzy fans are going to be chasing us. I'm going to have to search that real quick. Let's talk about things because now I'm scared. I can't find it.
No worries. I'm pretty sure.
Right, Midzy.
Midzy.
Okay, Midzy.
I'm mid. Not Zido, but
Midnight.
Mid-Teasy.
You're Midnight.
Can be Mid-Teasy, you know.
Yeah.
So what about the Teasy brothers? Are there Mid-Teasy fans?
Mids.
I know some of them are.
Oh, really?
No,
Interesting.
Okay. Fun fact, K-pop and esports in the Philippines has a very strong link.
It's kind of synonymous though.
Yeah, it's synonymous at this point. Hence why we were so happy when we found out like Itzy would be global ambassadors for the 515 anniversary.
First requests were like ticket concerts.
Yeah, actually.
Concert. I just want a Yeji skin. All
Yeah.
so
Oh,
many
Yeji
things.
skin.
Yeah, I'm a Yeji bias.
Which hero though?
I don't know, anyone.
Hanabi?
Hanabi.
Anyone,
but as long as Yeji skin.
I'd say Masha.
Does it look right?
She looks like a cat.
Yeah.
Oh. So we might see a cat like running really fast.
Yeah.
Cute cat.
All right.
Wild cat.
So we've talked about our fan wishes right now for Itzy skins, and hopefully you're enjoying the day so far. We still have game number 2 coming up, and of course we are coming to you live from the shooting gallery. We actually have our smart game phase of the day. Who's it gonna be? Team Shooting Gallery be the next smart game phase of the day winner. Just flash the hashtag Power of Smart on your devices in a green background, such as these lovely ladies are doing right now, and these fine young gentlemen as well. When the camera is up on your face, don't be scared, don't run away. You have been warned beforehand that this will happen to you.
You have been warned.
You have been warned. Put your game face on. Look at this guy right here.
Hey, rock
That's
hard.
how
No,
you
just
do
kidding.
it. That's not rock. That is not rock hard.
That is not rock hard.
Rock hard.
Too far.
He's behind.
He
behind.
isn't.
He's behind. There you go.
Yeah. He's right there.
We're here.
Congratulations. Good job on you, man. Out there. That was not rock hard.
That was not
very,
rock hard.
Very, very far.
He
I was just kidding.
By the way, rock hard,
We miss you.
We love
miss
you.
man.
Yeah.
He's okay.
He's
Rock
okay.
hard's okay. It's just we're clingy as a group of
Yeah.
casters. Okay, we miss everyone. Like during the Holy Week break, we were sending each other like the most random of messages sometimes
Yeah.
in our group chat. So that's just us
Attendance.
here.
Attendance.
Yeah, attendance.
Even the
work.
never mind.
Is the work
I'm
out.
not gonna say
We might
anything.
slip and say something
Yep.
that we shouldn't
So,
say in terms of. Okay, so yeah.
To be safe.
To be safe.
To be safe.
Let's
I'm
leave
not
it at that.
mentioning anything.
Yeah, we're clingy as all hell
Yeah.
here in MPL Philippines. And hopefully the clinginess bleeds onto you guys. Continue watching and, of course, watch the playoffs as well, which is coming up May 4 to 7. Speaking of, let us go over to the fans with Mara Aquino right now here in Shooting Gallery.
Everybody, echo loud! Echo proud! They're loud. At alam nyo, isa sa mga biggest factor kung bakit successful ang isang tao dahil sa parents, sa family, and here with me, mommy, daddy, and sister ni Carl Teasy. How are you guys?
Okay naman po.
Okay naman po.
Mommy Karina, right? Parang assassin sa ML. Naglalaro po ba kayo ng ML?
Hindi po.
Sino po naglalaro dito?
Si Papa, tsaka
Si Papa
yung
Gab.
kapatid.
At saka si Bunso Sandra. So, ano po, rank?
Epic 1 na po ngayon.
Epic! Sandra, ikaw? Ikaw, Denise?
Epic din po.
Epic! Okay, so laging nakakalaro si Carl.
Minsan po, pagka off niya po.
Kamusta naman sa school? Si Bunso, kamusta sa school? Kasi syempre, for sure, kilala ka ng mga schoolmates mo. Ano yung mga comments sa'yo?
Ano po, sinachat po nila ako, sinasabihan po, pa-shoutout naman po sa kuya mo. Ganun po. Tapos nangingi din po ng skin tsaka jersey.
Nangihingi ng skin, nangihingi sa jersey. So sikat ka dahil kay kuya. Mami, Daddy, ito po yung yung anak niyo po ang nag-iisa na naka-achieve na 2-time world champion. Wow! How does it feel na your 18-year-old kilalang-kilala sa buong mundo?
Sobrang proud po kami dyan kay Carl. Actually, yung jersey niya na M2 at M4, pinaprame ko pa. Kasama yung ID niya. Naka-frame po yun sa bahay. Sobrang proud kami sa kanya kasi at his age, narating niya na yung pagiging champion na pinangapangarap niya.
Carl started at age 14. The entire time po ba naniwala kayo sa esports? Naniwala po ba kayo sa ML?
At first po, hindi Kasi parang napapabayaan niya before yung pag-aaral niya. Kasi yung imbis na magta-top 1 pa siya, so na-hold kasi dahil sa gaming. So medyo Pero nung time na sinabi niya sa akin na bigyan siya ng chance para ipapatunayan niya na pagsasabayin niya yung pag-aaral at saka yung paglalaro. Nakita ko naman yung yung ginawa niya, yung discipline niya doon. So yun.
Ano po yung rule niyo kay Carl habang naglalaro ng ML? What's the rule?
Ang rule ko lang po sa kanya, huwag pababayaan ang pag-aaral. Kahit na naglalaro siya, wag na wag siya mag-i-stop.
So ngayon nasa school pa rin po siya?
Yes po, yes po.
Graduating po si Carl, grade 12 po, sa Laguna Northwestern College.
Now, naging champion na po siya twice. So ano po yung mga nagawa niya sa family na bigay sa inyo with his winnings?
Napakarami na po.
Let's list them.
At first, bumili po siya ng sasakyan nung
nice.
M2, nagbigay po siya ng pabili ng kotse. And then this M4, pinapalitan niya po ng mas malaking sasakyan.
Ano po yung biggest goal niya na sinabi niya na shinare niya with you, with ML? Na gusto niyang gawin, ibigay?
Ang sinabi niya po sa amin, bibigyan ko muna kayo ng bahay, then pagkatapos nyo, ako
Siya
naman.
opo.
Ayun po.
Nakaka-proud! Eto, Sandra, maglalaro na si Kuya. Alam mo naman yung ginagawa ko, pagbato natin sa casters, pwede bang ikaw yung gumawa?
Sige.
Alright. Ang ganda mo,
Dalawa
go
tayo,
ahead.
anak.
Dalawa sila, si Mami din.
Go.
Casters?
Pasok.
All right, so that was the family of Carl Teasy talking about, the GOAT, Matt himself. Sorry, just needed to do it, Matt. Midnight, we were talking about
We've been
this
practicing
during-
that actually
we've been
during the
practicing.
interview.
And
Do give
a good warning for that.
Why would I warn you that I'm going to do it?
I was not prepared at all.
I'll do whatever the heck I want here. By the way, I want to bring this up that you mentioned. Of course, there was a time where you got to work closely with Carl TZ in the team, and he had insanely high grades. You called him a genius even.
He had flying colors, passed all the tests, had very good remarks from from the professors and teachers. Did all the assignments, by the way.
Nice.
Even during the stressful times of just pure scrims and rank games, he manages to squeeze out this time to just study and complete out the assignments. Was cool.
If you're going to be the GOAT, two-time world champ, well, might as well get awesome grades to boot while doing it. So it's good to know that our pros, a lot of them still really prioritize education. Although there are some who have chosen to sacrifice education for the time being so that they can focus on being professionals. There are those also as well who take the monumental task of balancing studies with being a professional MPL-PH player. Speaking of homework and tests, let's go into the draft now.
Okay, now we will see a change in terms of the sides, switching of sides. Echo now is on the blue side, while Smart Omega is going to be on the red side. Again, it is a good thing for Smart, although in this season, we actually see those wins on the blue side. But if you are Smart Omega, they're known to be a team that counters the draft of the other team. So this is actually nice for them. So now for Echo, it's interesting that they're banning all the heroes that can be used by Sanj as well. So for Stome, limited type of heroes, limited heroes actually for him. We might say Kalita to be picked by Echo here on this game, knowing that the mage heroes are being limited by the team. So right now for Omega, they're focusing again on the Yushang. Remember that they banned this hero, same with Glue and Akai on the first game, but it's going to be a different story. This time around, it's going to be Valentina for this game.
Yeah, which is terrifying for me because it seems like Echo are just going for let's mess up Stone. Let's also mess up Keller a little bit because this is very unorthodox drafting right now by Echo. But this is just them hard focusing on specific players of Omega.
Can I just say that Echo at this point is fully utilizing the prospect of being first pick because you are the first team to get the first hero out of the game, and you are very much scared of the power picks that can come out from Smart Omega. But what Echo is doing is throwing some comfort bans up against Smart Omega so that they open up more meta heroes when the draft rotates to them.
Now that Tekaj has been picked here by Echo, we might see Omega to pick the tank slot. It was banned earlier, actually. So it could be a factor for them. Glue is open, so Glue Lancel could be one for Smart Omega if they want to go for those safer routes. But we mentioned Kalita earlier. We saw this go into the Smart Omega's route since it has been limited. And the usual three heroes that Stone has been using is this, and it's effective for them. Okay, we mentioned the tank slot. It's going to be on Carl TZ's side, or Carl TZ's hands, by the way.
That's dirty.
Yeah,
that's dirty.
Yo, legit, everyone right now just went, like not just Midnight here, but everyone in the studio just
it was the fans.
Yeah, it was the fans.
It was
right,
the fans.
Midnight.
Yeah.
Everyone just went on a collective oof.
Here's the thing. It's so technical. Like, when Omega picked up the glue, of course, you naturally get up the glue because Promise is not in the pool anymore. And you snatched the Kadita away from both Sanji and Yaoi. But Echo was like, okay, you just gave us Lancelot and Arla. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, it seems like right now. Mincitar!
Is this the first time we will be seeing Mincitar this MPL Season 11?
Yeah, that was a debut pick here in the Philippines.
Okay, this is Smart Omega who's gonna be using it. And when we imagine Smart Omega to be picking a new hero in the table, it's expected to be bloody as hell.
Yeah. That's true. Can he make it work, though? Can he make this work?
Question is, though, where do you put the Mincitar? Do you put him Roam? Do you put him XP? And then you play Glue Pos 4, create a Pos 5? Like, there's still a lot of playing room for Smart Omega.
Yeah.
But
it's kind of hard because you are playing against a lineup with a catch that can take you down.
Yeah, and at the same time, there's no really synergy if you talk about Mincitar and Kalita together. So it's as if they will act alone, act individually with the contrast of this. If Mikoy is to use this Minsitar, so maybe an XP lane is a better option for them. So we can see now Smart Omega, by the way, to focus on this pause for mages or pause for heroes against the Sanji, which is actually nice because they have. Or in totality, there are 5 bans actually for pause for heroes. Although we might see the Gushon.
From Sanji.
From
That's
Sanji.
right. The Gushon,
Gushon Kaja,
the Julian.
Yeah, the mid lane hero pool for Echo here is something that still has to be respected by Omega.
It's an ocean of a pool for
Yeah,
Sanji.
it's an ocean. They're up against some rough waves though from Akadita.
Oh, we did mention earlier, Omega needed some form of rough waves.
Yeah.
On their gameplay, but this is the literal sense.
Yeah, they took
rough
that
waves.
literally.
Literally rough waves.
Yeah, which again still goes into our idea of what we wanted to see from Omega in terms of they still have a lineup that can pick off. You guys mentioned that they don't necessarily have like the best synergy. However, they do have great individual capability.
Yep.
The guerrilla style warfare for Omega is still possible. We have to talk more about this Minsitar. If you were not able to watch the playoffs of MPL Indonesia, Psychots of EVO's Legends was an absolute monster with this hero in the XP lane. It is the pick that actually broke the dreams of a Geek Slate in the first round of their playoffs at Minsitar pick, and now even more.
Oh my God!
Picks here from Omega. They're going Hellcurt.
You know what? If Blacklist was break the code, Omega's like break the brain.
I wasn't really expecting
break the train.
a Hellcurt.
Yeah, break the train.
I wasn't really expecting a Hellcurt from Smart Omega, but this is actually nice. So Yaoi's movement might be restricted on this game, but because he has to look forward or like really predict where Ryzen will be coming from on every team fight after the Dark Knight falls. It's gonna be difficult for Echo actually. Majority of them are really squishy.
Yeah, and speaking about difficulty, all 5 heroes are countered by Minsitar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just one hero counters the entire lineup of Echo. Even though the Kagura can play into the Hellcurt, but playing these 5 heroes against Minsitar, whenever a clash breaks out, it feels bad for Echo to fight, especially if Minsitar goes for the flicker. He can just use the flicker in King's Calling, and I love this Leslie pick for the purpose of coming to late game.
Well, actually, this is a nice hero for Smart Omega. Again, the ultimate snipe can be used as a vision. When Leslie was part of there was a time that Leslie has been picked totally on every ranked games, and the edge for that is if you are to go for the double laning, you can use the ultimate snipe even on the middle lane just to pursue a team fight on the middle, then go back to the lane. So this is a nice call for Pakbet and Etomax. And when we say crazy, this is a crazy draft actually.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you actually brought that up earlier when we were setting up the story of the series, wherein if you're going to expect craziness, it's going to be coming from a team like Omega. And Chantel, we got it. We got Omega saying, man, we really want to not get swept here. We want to force a game 3, potentially win this. You know what, let's just throw it out there. Let's bring out our aces.
Yeah.
And they brought out hella aces, a Leslie, a Kadita in the mid, a Minsitar, a Hellcurt.
I like it, because you picked up the Leslie. We talk about when she got popularized. Omega was the first team to do so. They were the first team to pick up the Leslie last season.
Oh,
it
yeah.
happened. It happened in playoffs. They were up against Yuzong, which was weird.
Yeah.
But in this game, I think it's more forgivable, even though there's still catch.
Yep.
But again, you have to go back to the aforementioned problem of Echo, which is they are completely countered by just a single hero on the side of Smart Omega.
So the King's Calling is going to be really crucial here.
Yeah,
again, the placement, the timing, as much as possible, has to be perfect if you're up against Echo. So for Echo right now, since that is one problem for them, a good option could be to force out the ultimate as much as possible.
Oh yeah.
Same with the Cult Altar earlier against
Game
Tom.
1, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, man, it's like, okay, conspiracy theory hat on again.
Okay.
Man, think about it. King's Calling, Kings of the Sea.
Oh, okay.
Rough Waves, Min Sea.
Oh my God.
Leslie. What
I can
rhymes
see
with all
through
of
your
that?
mind, you
right?
know.
So this might be game 3.
For the former Kings of
The
Sea.
Sea.
Gentlemen, 3 analysts, 10 IQ.
Well,
3 for each.
Echo.
3 for each, and the remaining IQ walked away.
Hey man, again, conspiracy
I mean,
theory.
we get to have fun. You know, it's not
conspiracy
all about
theory.
nerding out when you have 3 analysts at the desk.
Because like we already nerded out, guys.
Yeah.
Like, give us these moments
to have fun.
To have fun, just as how Omega had so much fun with how they drafted this game number 2.
Actually, this type of draft might be a double-edged sword for the side of Omega, knowing that for Omega, yes, they've been known to pull up heroes or pull off heroes that could surprise their enemy team. But the thing here is, it's not every day that we see these 3 new heroes to be in an exact team. So for Omega, they really have to pull this off. We are expected to see Ryzen just to jungle as much as possible, have that Dark Knight Falls just to zone out the players during an objective. And what I really like is Benny Cutie was forced to use the Purify spell.
Yeah.
And it's a bit difficult if you are a carry and you are using Purify because your movement is a bit restricted.
Yeah, it's super defensive in a way that the carry is not able to fully utilize the strength of the hero, and he cannot play super aggressive. But given the given the right circumstance, this is still a carry that Omega needs to deal with. Albay, again, the main problem here is that Miko is on the Mincetar, which you did mention that Echo can force out, but it has something that you have to do for the side of Orcas. In Smart Omega, they have, I would say they have the much higher tempo right now compared to game number 1, and up against Echo, they have the chance of taking over, especially with how Benny Cutie is positioned in this game, because he is going to have to play that defensive form of carry, and this Leslie can pop off because at the mid stages of the game, Omega this time around can actually fight back.
Yeah, actually, and even the visions that we've been mentioning about, there is also a vision. But we heard that flicker from Keller, so he is aware that there are many players from Echo on that side. And look at that!
Oh, Ryzen with the ultimate, the lights are out. Yaoi has been used, has been killed off with the retribution coming out from Ryzen. So that means Omega gets first blood, but Echo will have control over the turtle. And Ryzen didn't even bother going to that area, as they know that Echo will have this turtle for free. However, Luis being gone on by Sanford, almost falling down to critical HP, and Carltes is here to secure the turtle. Again, the King's Calling hasn't been used. Echo cannot fight anymore. They're going to be happy with what they have. Even though Omega tried to go for the contest, Echo still has gotten themselves the turtle.
Look at the changes from Omega's side. Actually, they are on the lead after that. They are in the lead in terms of positioning on the turtle objective. Now for Echo, they are aware that the retribution has been used by Ryzen, as to why they forced Omega to be on that turtle pit and at the same time use their skills. So we see right now that for Echo, they are slowly getting that pace that they want, and even Kelra is forced to go for a tower hug on the top lane. So even Cartesi is really on par against Ryzen, who in an instant, we heard that.
Retribution battle between Carltes and Ryzen. I believe Carltes was the one who was able to take it. So it does put some form of pressure on the resources of Smart Omega. But again, this lineup can fight. So I think for Smart Omega, it's not going to matter that much. But Yaoi with the Divine Judgment on the Miko, shutting off that King's Calling. But Miko actually was able to pull off the ultimate before he died. So they get the return kill on Carltesi.
That was actually a fast King's Calling counter for Miko, but a nice play for Echo. They're really aware that they really have to force Miko to be not part of the team fight as much as possible. The placing of King's Calling is not for the upper hand of Omega. Okay, we saw that
Recall plus
on
a sticker.
4K.
This is one of the quickest finger pull I've ever seen in MLBB. Like recall, the recall was fast. The recall alone was fast, and with sticker, you know.
Recall, stickers, tradings, fast fingers. This is going to be a game we're going to be seeing a lot of that. Calculated are still these two teams, but again, both of them have the potential to just surprise, play fast, strike fast, get on out of there. But so far, what we've been seeing is when one team strikes fast, they just bump heads right now, and that's what a lot of us like to see here. At one point, though, these two teams just have to be much more calculated in terms of what trade they're going to get. The last one, Carltesi fell, so because of that, his jungler rotation is a bit off right now. Omega have the positional advantage for this turtle, but in good sense that Yaoi did this. He pulled back the turtle for Echo.
Okay, we could see the position now for Echo. Even Miko is there for the vision for Smart Omega.
Yawi with a flicker in Divine Judgment, and here comes the vengeance coming out from the Arlot with a final slash. The waves are there. Caltizia, however, was able to secure the turtle, but double kill already is on Ryzen. Luis trying to get away from the carry, but Benecuti will follow up, and he gets the glue kill, but Ryzen is still on the front line without any form of jump. Benecuti gets the double kill.
Wow. Just when we thought that Omega is on the lead in terms of that initiation, it was King's Calling, then flicker in for Miko plus a hook with that spear. Now for Omega, the trade is that they were able to secure a turret on the bottom lane, but same goes with Benecuti on the top lane. Now Echo with that nice counter engage against Omega when Ryzen was part of the team fight, they are still on the lead in terms of gold. Now looking at the gold, again, there is a level gap between Benecuti and even Kelra on this game. Level gap, I mean. So even the gold here is definitely on Benecuti's side, but wait, on
easy.
the middle lane.
King's Calling has been laid
he
out,
just walked
but
on out of that.
with the ultimate is there with the umbrella. They were able to take out the Kadita, and Benecuti deals the damage needed to take out the Mincitar. Final slash coming out from the Arlot. Ryzen is able to get away, however, but Sanji goes in. He wants to take out the Hellcurt. Caltizi with a Thorn Rose onto Louise. They're able to take out the Hellcurt, and Louise is able to get out, but Echo has gotten what they came for, the kill onto the Hellcurt.
Chantel, Midnight, all of that happened because Carl Teasy Crip walked out of a King's Calling.
Yeah.
He just walked on right out of it. Omega thought they had a pick off, and Echo were right there for the counter initiation, and they committed the play even more, Chantel.
Yeah, actually for the King's Calling, the main purpose of the ultimate is to stop the rapidness of Echo, but at the same time, Echo is fully aware of that. So on those moments wherein there is a King's Calling, they just move away on the ultimate and at the same time push forward to another play. So Echo right now is playing wisely against Omega, and Omega, it's as if, again, they are going back to that reacting on how Echo plays. So it is a bit difficult for them. Even Keller, yes, he hasn't been targeted here by Echo, but his movement has been limited, not the usual Kelra that we see.
Yeah, and you know what else I noticed? The King's Calling is actually a target for Sanji in terms of where he's going to throw his umbrella and ultimate.
Yeah.
Every King's Calling that he sees, that's where he tosses in the Yin-Yang overturn.
Yeah, it's like he knows that more heroes will be grouping up here in this area, because this is where they are going to try to massacre heroes. Final slash onto Luis, and a lot of dashes coming out from the Lancer. Naturally, with the Arlot, we are expected to see more dashes come out from these two players, but it's just a poke at the end of the day. And Smart Omega, again, is continuously reacting to whatever Echo is doing.
Yeah, and again, theoretically, Mincitar, fantastic against the entire lineup of Echo. But what Echo are doing right is that they're just playing really smartly against it. They picked up the Kagura. The Kagura seems to be answering the Mincitar well in terms of, okay, they're going to get caught in the King's Calling, but my umbrella will punish them, but here comes Echo. Maybe
the usage of the spell to get the vision onto the bush. With that, they get the kill on Stone. Carl Teasy dodges the hook from Miko.
Now we can see the difference on the aggressiveness of Echo and Omega. If there are moments wherein Yawi is to go for a face check as much as possible, if he has the resources, why not? We go for a set of play. Now for Omega, here's the problem for them. They have the kit, they have the King's Calling, but the King's Calling is being used defensively against Echo. As well,
Carl,
it's really
styling
difficult
on Smart Omega.
Again, if you are Omega, as much as possible, you don't want to play on Echo's game. You want to bring in your game.
Yeah.
And they're just really reacting on those plays from Echo. If there is a Divine Judgment, they go for the counter play. But at the same time, majority of the players of Echo are really positioned near that Divine Judgment. So what if they change things up?
I will give a counter view here, though. I agree with everything that you said. The times that Omega have initiated, though, it just seems like they got outplayed. Because, they are being more reactive, but the times where they are the ones being proactive, it just gets countered by Echo.
You also have to factor in the the individual mechanics that Echo has, especially with Sanford, with incredible final slashes that we've seen. Omega at this point might be feeling scared, but it's gonna be a problem later on as the Kanita with the Petrify uses it on the Yawi, but it's not gonna be enough. But Miko takes out the Ardent, however, but the Yin Yang overturn is there from the Kagura. They want to catch up onto the heroes of Smart Omega, but they let go of the chase as the eyes are set onto the Lord.
And once again, the Umbrella Ella of Sanji, he's going to work right now.
just a lot of damage here for the side of Echo onto this game. Now, Omega, they are a bit struggling on how they will really play. Take note that there is a counter again for that rough waves from Storm, regardless if he has the Petrify. Yeah, we could go in for the Divine Judgment and even Carteezy. Again, the mastery of this hero. Who would doubt that if you are Carteezy?
Yeah.
Those punctures and every dashes against Omega is really deadly against Omega. Now looking at the itemization. So this is an item if you are a carry that you're just ready for blood, you know? You have 3 items, you have for the movement speed, you even have for the attack speed.
Yeah.
So we might as well see that damage against Luis, which is supposed to be
Final
a
slash.
Kage hero.
Final slash for Sanford. Yawi with the pull. The hook was there coming out from Miko, but Yawi is able to flicker out. Luis, however, has to get out with the flicker. And the split blitz is going to be over. Sanford with the vengeance and another puncture coming out from Carteezy. Oh, the hook was there from Miko, but Carteezy was able to puncture out. Again, the mechanics from the Orcas are definitely showing up here against Smart Omega.
Who would have thought Kagura was the answer to a Mincetar?
Yeah, just the umbrella. I mean, it's as if Sanji has been thinking that the King's Calling is the range, the whole range of the Yin Yang overturn. You know, so for Omega right now, one crucial factor for them on this Lord or possible pushes from Echo on the inhibitor is there's no really clearing of minion wave type of heroes. So it's as if you're forcing Stone to use the rough waves just to clear the minion wave, where in fact it is the skill that they need to burst the heroes of Echo.
Yeah, now that I pointed it out, it feels like Smart Omega has really bad wave clear. So if ever they're put in a position wherein they have to defend against Echo, aside from the fact that you have to worry about flickers coming out from Arlott and Kaja, it also feels just weird defending against Echo because you also have to worry about minions.
Yeah, a lot.
A lot of minions, a lot of problems right now for Omega. It seems like what they have to do sounds so difficult, wherein they somehow have to approach a pick-off or team fight attempt in a way that isn't what pros aren't used to.
Yeah.
Where it's all very compact and very systematic. Because if they do that, they get an umbrella thrown in their face. But if they go, let's say, theoretically, Miko gets a hook pull, a delayed entry by the other members of Omega away from the roamer, because Sanji always throws his umbrella to where Miko is. See, even just trying to describe it already sounds so complicated to do for Omega.
It's kind of like cooking for Smart Omega, but this is not the let him cook mentality that you want, because you have so many things to follow on the on the step, on the checklist. And you also have to worry about other things, like how do we break Lord? How do we actually contest against the Lancelot?
Yeah, it's like Omega's used to cooking Filipino, but now they have to cook Italian.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means.
But you have Filipino ingredients.
But you have Filipino ingredients.
Yeah, that's how complicated things are.
Yeah, they have to cook an orca pasta somehow. But how can they do it?
Wait, there's an orca pasta?
No, there isn't.
That is the main problem.
Okay.
That is the main problem.
That is the main problem, right?
It does not exist.
Yeah, and they have to go up
Yawi.
against... Oh, Yawi!
Oh, with the split, the dodge from Luis is there, and the hook connects from Miko. The King's Calling has been laid out, but Echo, they're able to run away. It is just Kaja that died. Sanford was able to get out with a flicker in. Carteezy, however, punctures through so many heroes, and he was able to get out, and Bandicutie comes in for the finisher.
What? The Storm! Bandicutie has it in the bag, yo!
Again, for Omega, it was a nice set for them. They were able to pull, they were actually able to kill Yawi on that moment. You could see the potential, but again, Echo, they were able to have a backup in terms of damage. And look at Carteezy. He went in against Killer just to break the formation of Omega during that moment. And there's no doubt that even Bandicutie is just there dealing damage, doing the free hit against Omega, as to why even Omega can't withstand the damage that he has on this almost full item. Literally going towards that movement speed, attack speed type of item.
It's a hybrid Lancelot, you know, with you see War Axe, Hunter Strike, and then three tank items. It is a hybrid Lancelot, and even Omega was not expecting that. They were like, wait, why is there a Lancelot here?
Why is there damage on this Lancelot as well?
That's around 30% cooldown reduction already for this Lancelot, with the Hunter Strike, the War Axe, and the Thunderbolt.
That's also a ton of damage as well. Like, you think that he does not deal damage? Well, for one, the Thunderbolt is there, and the physical penetration is also there. So it's kind of a complete hook is going to come out from Miko. It lands on the Arrot, and Sanford is not able to react to that. So Smart Omega, they do have the chance to defend this one against Echo.
Okay, continue.
As the initiation power is not there. Stone messes up the Petrify. It does not land, and Yawi with the Flicker Divine Charge with Carl TZ goes in, and Echo goes for the base lock, and they take the sweep against the Barangay.
And the drums of war have overshadowed and drowned out the sounds of hope for a victory in Barangay Omega as the reigning world champions, louder, and look at Yawi, prouder right now. There's your clippable moment.
Classic.
Snipe, Ikel, Zekilde. There's your clippable moment right there.
Classic Yawi, I might say.
Classic Yawi.
Vintage Yawi.
Vintage Yawi. And again, Echo has been playing really well throughout the series. The adjustment in terms of the heroes, and at the same time, even on that last moment, I wasn't expecting Storm to be
They're hugging it out.
dissolved.
They're hugging it out.
Hug it out.
See?
It's all part of the game.
Yeah,
It's all part of the game.
This is friendly competition, and I love the spirits. The taunts are there, but also the respect from Echo, the current world champions, towards the ex-Kings of Seas.
Well, we got it. We got craziness, and we got something that we did not expect. It's another sweep, dominant one at that. A Kagura, really. My brain is still going, like, seriously, it was an umbrella, a yin-yang overturn to overturn a Mincitar.
Yeah, actually, I've mentioned that it's as if the King's Calling is the actual range
Yeah.
for the yin-yang overturn. It's a
Actually,
lot
yeah, you're
easier
right.
for Sanji.
It's like
a marker.
Yeah.
It's like Omega's own penalty zone.
Yeah.
Everything that is round in terms of the again, the range is meant to be round
Yeah.
in MLBB, but yeah, for Sanji it was a lot easier because there are markers that there's gonna be a player here. This is where majority of the players of Smart Omega is gonna be in terms of a team fight and brilliance of drafting from Echo.
Kagura. Now, today we learned something new.
Now you
every
know.
day. Now you know.
Now you know. So
Just a
whenever
Kagura.
you see Mincitar in your ranked games, just pick the Kagura. Basically, what it does is that Mincitar is setting himself their own death trap
Yeah.
for the Yin Yang overturn.
Yeah, and okay.
Just like that.
Yeah,
Oh,
just like that.
I like the
I like the effects that
And
you
then
have there.
it will bloom.
Yeah.
What's the skin of
It'll open.
It'll open.
Yeah,
Yeah, it'll bloom.
the flower. No, you're
The-
right.
yeah, the flower, yeah.
That's right. That's right.
It's a flower. It's a lotus. There, it's a
It's a
lotus.
lotus,
Yeah. And I am flabbergasted. I'm amazed at what I saw today.
That's how amazed you are. You
yeah.
suddenly turned Texas.
Texan, I guess. I don't know. It happens to me when I get surprised. And yeah, Echo and Omega surprising us. I really thought the Mincitar had it in the bag. But then the Kagura came out and we learned something new today.
Yeah.
And it's, again, really difficult. Even though we're making it sound easy where it's just, okay, Kagura instant counter. It's also a testament to the individual capabilities of each player of Echo.
Yep.
Knowing that they needed to play around the King's Calling well, avoid it, get out of it ASAP, and then just try to sidestep some stuff. Because we saw a lot of that, actually.
Yeah.
Members of Echo just nicely, calmly sidestepping what is
calmly walking
they're
away.
just
Yeah,
dancing.
walking away, yeah.
Yeah, they're trying to just completely ignore the presence of the King's Calling, but you have to respect that it's there.
Yeah, and also
But
the Kadita knockup.
also add to that, Ben Cutie with the patience
Yeah.
that he has. You know, he does not join
Yeah.
fights
Yeah.
if it's not broken out yet. But when it comes to re-engaging, he's always there. You know, this is the level of consistency that Ben Cutie has, and I would even dare say that he outperformed the gold standard in this series.
I was actually expecting for the goal to be really in par in terms of the marksman, but there was a time wherein Benekiti was really higher in terms of level, in terms of gold, in terms of everything against Kelra's hero. Maybe one possible factor for that game is the hero as well that was placed for Kelra on that moment. But yes, definitely for Echo, it's as if they are prepared on every cards that the other team is to bring in against them.
Wow. I am, again, still quite speechless. In just a moment, we are going to hear
I can feel it from here.
Echo. Yeah, man, I'm rarely like this. And again, I wasn't even supposed to cast today. I'm glad I ended up here because we got to witness a lot has happened today. Crazy. And, man, this Echo team, they're looking good. Getting really close to the playoffs, finding that consistency. Omega, though, this puts them in a situation where backs against the wall. It will end up becoming it'll end up becoming a very dramatic ending for Season 11 in terms of who's gonna even make it to the playoffs.
Yeah, they have to at least secure 2-0 in their next match, or else they're at the mercy of of NXPE. Because NXPE can climb all the way up to at least 5th place.
Yeah. Oh, yes, that's a possibility.
That's a possibility indeed.
Yeah.
My head hurts, actually.
Just
with
thinking
all the
of-
possibilities.
Right? And we are at the crossroads right now in MPL Philippines Season 11, where we don't know. We know where we're going, but we don't know who we're going to end up going there with. But right now, we know that we are now going onto the stage with Mara Aquino and the members of ECHO for their winners interview.
And just like that, kumpleto na ang ating top seed. Congratulations to ECHO! Sabi ni Sanford, boom! Ay, si Yawi kaagad yung kinuha ko kasi kitang-kita sa camera, may sinisigaw siya sa kabilang team. Yawi, hindi ko marinig eh. Ano ba sinisigaw mo kanina?
Hoy lang po. Kasi po, a weeks ago pa po talaga, parang may nagsabi po sa akin tsaka nagpakita na ako po kasi dito po natatrash talk kayo na una eh. Pero yung Omega po kasi pinagtatrash talk po ako ng patago. May nagsabi sa akin, so binawian ko lang po kayo sa laro. Yun po.
Palaban! At ano yun? May sabihin ka?
Wala yun po. Tapos, punta tayo sa Yawi's Food Hub.
Punta kayo sa Yawi's Food Hub. Okay. Dapat kasi pag nagta-trash talk, kayang i-back up against the world champions. Now, ito naman, Carl TZ. Oh, your parents are very nice, by the way. Ang ganda ng bunso, ang ganda ng kapatid mo. Now, yung kalaban nyo, Omega, parang binate ka ata para mag-tanks out. That's what it seemed like. At pumili sila ng mga heroes para ma-counter yon. Pero, nakakapatay ka pa rin, nakakatakas ka pa rin, makunat na, may damage pa. Meron ka bang mensahe sa mga kupunan na susubukan ulit na gawin ito, na i-underestimate yung tank slot mo?
Ano lang po. Siguro po iba na lang po.
Siguro iba na lang. If you can't beat it, you should ban it. Now, congratulations! Top seed tayo. Malaking bagay ito para sa inyong campaign. Papunta ng Grand Finals on your journey there. Now, anong mangyayari ngayon? Yung kabilang team pupunta ng Laguna, magse-celebrate. So what's in it for ECHO?
Ano po, mag-EK po kami after ng regular season.
Ooh, Enchanted Kingdom. O, pag-uwi sa bahay, anong ganap?
Practice po ulit.
Ba't ka tumatawa? Anong sabi mo? Anong sabi?
Ano po kasi po kada po umuwi ito, boy, Monopoly tsaka bilyar.
Mag-Monopoly and
Nasar lang
billiards.
po.
And that's really great to relieve some of the tension. So congratulations. Enjoy the moment when you get home. You may now take your bow. Congratulations, top seed, ECHO. ECHO going strong, securing the top seed. They're very motivated at may mensahe nga sila sa lahat na mag-underestimate sa kanila. You saw Yawi, you heard Carl TZ. Now we're gonna break that down in just a bit. Balikan na natin ang ating casters. Pasok.
There you have it. ECHO secures the upper bracket. So at the top of our standings, you have BREN as the top seed, while ECHO secures the second upper bracket slot. So they immediately go into the second round. They are comfortable, and they're happy about that.
Yeah, they have 2 lives.
Yeah.
You know, that's a lot to work with, especially on playoffs. Very high-pressured situation. You don't want to just have 1 life. You know, having 2 lives is a very comfortable spot to be in. And you get to study the teams that will come into the later stages of the playoffs.
I was about to say studying the other teams, and it's a good thing because you have a day to study. At least a day to study the teams and the possible heroes that might be picked during a playoff. So a lot of intel for the teams at the upper bracket.
And okay, playoffs picture getting painted much more clearly now.
We're near.
We're almost there. almost there. And in just a bit, we're also going to be hearing the analysis of that game number 2, which, okay, just like before, we've talked about the macro sense of it all in terms of the King's Calling, the umbrella, but I'm sure there are some little details that we missed on out there. Before we head over to the analyst segment, real quick, Midnight, what's the one other thing that stood out to you?
Honestly, I think the play style of Sanford, the selfless sacrifice on order just to get these initiations.
All right, let's see. What else Chantel saw in that game that we didn't? So, Chantel, let's go.
Total dominance as Echo secures the upper bracket coming into playoffs. Again, we talk about the dominance on this game. They have a huge potential on really having that early game execution with the Kagura to counter out Minsithar. During the draft, our co-casters actually mentioned that with the Minsithar pick of Miko, majority of the players or majority of the heroes are actually countered by the hero by Minsithar. But at the same time, if you are Echo and you have this type of hero, the Kagura for Sanji, and you're Sanji, it's a lot easier for you to look forward, to predict where the players of Omega will be positioning themselves during that team fight. And at the same time, even Echo, it's as if they're changing their rotation depending on the hero of Sanji and even Yaoi. Remember earlier during that Grok play from Yaoi, he is that initiator. But at the same time, this time around for Echo, since it is a different type of pos 5, more on the single targeting. It's as if they're just waiting for single player to be pulled by the divine judgment, and at the same time have Sanji counter out that King's Calling. So we could see here on the overall team statistics we're in, damage to turret is really high for Echo. Definitely Omega has been struggling or struggled on how to counter out the rotation of Omega during that moment. Monster Gold stolen, wow, it's just 62 for Omega during that moment. It means that even on the moments or even on the parts of the map wherein Omega is expected to be placed, Echo is just there to kind of get all the possible resources for Echo during that moment. And even the ace of that game is Sanji. Majority is really on the side or leaning towards Echo on that game. But again, we've mentioned how Echo was able to properly place their players, and individually, speaking of individual play, our smart MVP of that game is Benny QT on that carry play, 605 KDA. Imagine that he is up against the gold standard on that lane, but he was able to be on a level gap against Kelra, and we don't really expect Kelra to be lower on other laners or every time there is a 1v1 matchup on the gold lane. So we could see on a Benny Cutie's movement that there is a lot of movement on that brush on the gold lane, the top lane. So it means that he's just looking forward or have those pokes against the Leslie, since the mobility or the speed in terms of movement is really high for Kara as compared to Leslie. So right now for Benny Cutie, even on those moments we're in, we expect that vision from the Leslie was able to counter that out. And again, Echo just bring out cards to counter the initiation of Smart Omega. And when we say initiation, again, we've mentioned that there are lots of nice initiation. Actually, they were able to pull off the first blood against Yaoi at that moment. But for Echo, they were able to find that perfect answer against the King's Calling. And one perfect counter for that is to force the King's Calling, or maybe not even give the opportunity for Miko to use the King's Calling at all. So we could see as well, it was a nice final slashes from Sanford, as to why Midnight mentioned that it's one of his favorites for this game. The sacrifice just to give the space to his teammates to have that final slash, and at the same time divine judgment. It's really more of the continuity of skills here for Echo, and just bringing forward all the resources they have, the damage that they have against Omega. So Benny Cutie, it was a lot easier for him to go on free hit, and we've mentioned that because of the items that he has against Smart Omega, a lot of space for him. He is at the back lanes. Look at that. After majority of the players of Echo were able to sustain or soak in the damage against Omega, they're the players, or we see Ben Cutie on the back just bringing damage to the rest of Omega. Again, a lot of 2-0s this game, but for Echo, they're just really prepared for the series, even on the new heroes that they saw on this game. So if we go back to our Infinix keys to victory again, for the side of Smart Omega, for the side of Omega, of Echo rather, they have to punish Omega's late game decision making. And we never had the chance to see that late game decision making because of the ultra fast play from Echo during that moment. All resources went well for them. So that is just the series. I'm a short breath because of the intensity of our game, right? Renmar and Midnight.
Yeah, no, I get you. And that was fast, too. That's why we're running out of breath here. That was a fast one.
Again, it was just Echo playing their tempo and completely just snowballing. And as you've mentioned, we didn't get to a point where Omega can actually answer back with some faulty late game decision. It was just Echo's game to lose. From minute 1 up to the point where Benacutie was able to join the fights, it was Echo dictating the game for Smart Omega, and they did not have any answers like game number 1, and that is what happened on game 2.
Looks like the learnings don't stop here. MPL Philippines is only the first day of week number 8. 2 days left to go in the regular season as the playoffs picture gets painted much clearer. Congratulations to BREN Esports and ECHO for securing their upper bracket slots, and of course to BREN Esports for being the undeniable top seed at the end of the regular season. This has been a fun day, filled with surprises, a little bit of chaos. We learned something new about each other, and it's crazy how 3 analysts can deliver jokes with like 10 IQ. This has been a fun one. From all of us here, my name is Reptar, Midnight, and Chantel. Good night, good fight. Let's toss you on over to Mara Aquino right now to close the show.
Unang araw pa lang ng ating huling linggo ng regular season at nakilala na natin ang ating top 2 teams na mangunguna sa ating paparating na playoffs. The battle of the world champions lived up to its hype. Now the M2 world champions, BREN Esports, sweeping their opponent Blacklist International, secured not only the upper bracket but the top seed as well. ECHO joins them in the top seed thanks to Carl Tizzy's thanks a lot. Makunat na, may damage pa. Very exciting games for today at bukas. 3 nagbagbakan-bakbakan ang ihahatid namin sa inyo, so dapat huwag kayong mawawala. Once again, ako po si Mara Aquino na laging nagpapaalala sa harap ng pagsubok or tagumpay, laging tandaan, itaas ang lakas. Keep it good vibes, everybody, and thanks to Jan Joseph Laida, designer and MPL fan, for this beautiful outfit. See you tomorrow!
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.